forget to honor these small policies, my darling. You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Where's the Vinci?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. patience. 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy I know you with the ops. We not the same, no you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZZ don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can
Think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah.
face. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken.
There you go. Jet dashing, sky flashing, breach thrashing, and sage healing. Abilities used to utter perfection by teams as they go into each series. As the quest for glory in the tournament continues, what else do they have to prove that they have what it takes to become the supreme victors and leave everyone in the dust this VCT 2022? Salamat, thanks!
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
And we are now live, guys. VCTPH 2022, week 2, day 3 is going underway. My name is Asura. I'll be your panel host, and we have our lovely, lovely panel, Taylor, and then we have Illustrado. Hi, guys.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate you throwing me under the bus there. Don't worry, man. I you know, it's cool. It's cool. I get it. But and Taylor's just laughing. But
I love
such
how it
great
was
friends.
me first, even though Asurai is right next to you. I love how he introduced me first. But everything's all right. Everything's all good, Asurai. Today, I'm just very excited.
Yeah, same here. We have seen already a plethora of amazing matches from day 1 and day 2. So again, guys, we're just going to be welcoming you right now to the Updraft. And there you go. Again, presented to you by Republic of Gamers. And again, this is going to be us just kind of discussing what has been happening for the past couple of days already. We've had some trials and tribulations from a lot of these teams here. You know, matchup wise, it seems like during week 1 it was a whole topsy-turvy conundrum of matches. We weren't expecting Team Secret to lose that hard. Coming into week 2, it seems like we're kind of stabilizing a little bit here, but there still is some teams that are struggling to move forward here.
Yeah, indeed, man. There's a lot of teams that are still 50-50. You know, Southfield are getting wins, sure enough, but there's still a lot of question marks and asterisks on those wins like that. So, including wins from Team Secret as well, because like I wouldn't exactly say that they've been clean wins. A lot of them have been coming off of you know, the disqualifications, which is obviously something that nobody is happy about. But still, we have yet to see a lot of these teams prove whether they can win a full series just yet. So hoping we'll be able to see that today. We have a few of their games here. Team Secret will be playing later on, so we'll get to take a look at them later. We're just hoping that it's going to be a very clean match in the series all throughout the day.
And
Yeah, and
just
let's check
to,
out-
sorry, just to add a little bit onto that, whatever Ilu said as well, people, or rather teams that we have right here on the leaderboard, it's now time to finally step up their game, step on the gas pedal for another day, another reset for the teams that we have right here. Go on ahead. Go ahead, Asarai.
No problem. We have the recap highlights from yesterday's matches, and definitely true. Again, we only have 2 more days remaining in this tournament.
One enemy remaining.
All right, and as you can see here, I did mention again that this yesterday has been a complete mess of matches. Not in a bad way, in an intensely good way. We saw Jeremy finally come into the play right now for Team Secret. It seems like he integrated well, especially in this last match against Oasis Gaming, where they took the series overall 2-1. And then another couple set of matches that looked really good, especially Southfield Esports beating LFO in this best of 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, man. South Belt, they do look a little bit better. Like, they do look like they're recovering. We're seeing glimpses of what South Belt was right at the very end of the year last year. I still don't think we're seeing them, you know, true to their real form. I do think they're still playing a little bit off the mark. There's a lot of weird decision-making skills, decision-making that just happens. I was going over this with the Black and Blue a little bit earlier on, that there are still a lot of weird basic fundamental mistakes that they should know, especially given how much experience that they have, whether it's pushing through, pushing through smokes or just, you know, falling apart with crossfires. There's just a lot of things that Southfield, I think, still need to improve on before we see them truly step up and become the Southfield that we know.
That's true, 100% agree with Illustrator right there. Not only for SBE, but all other teams as well. We've seen like Oasis Gaming against APH on the first map. It was kind of a chaos, and along the way, both teams were actually better and also minimizing those mistakes that has happened on the first map. I also want to touch on how the mental reset for Oasis Gaming, knowing that they had 2 games on, or 2 series for that day, and still with a 13-0 coming in from Team Secret, that's gotta take a toll on you.
I think at this point, Oasis Gaming already knows that they're just gonna play multiple games, multiple series per day, so they're already prepped for it. They did this last week, they do it again this week, and they're looking fantabulous with how they've been performing through this one. We still have, again, as I mentioned, 2 more days to go before we figure out which teams will be dropping into the playoffs. So with that being said, we'll start off first with our team intro, Zeal, starting off today. And there you have it, Zeal Esports, the former 6045 Pirates, playing out of their minds, I'd say, for the past couple of days here. So we'll see how they perform against NAOS, as this is going to be, I believe, a rematch. They lost 2-0 here. And I want to pass this on to you first, Illustrado. What do you think is necessary right now for Zeals to keep themselves on that hype train that they were riding on?
You know, honestly, I do want to see a lot more consistency from them. It seems like there are just games where they pop off, and then some games where they're actually, you know, they have a lot of questionable decisions. You know, some of the players just they're not all the way there. So I really want to see them really find their stride and be more, I'd say, on point with the consistency. Because if we look at their previous matches, they're all 2-0. And it's all 50-50. 2-0 wins for the opponent, 2-0 wins for them. And it's like 2 wins that they got and 2 losses as well. So not really a good, I'd say, indicator of, you know, their performances lately. Their consistency lately, because truly they have been struggling to find their form. They have individual members that step up. Sure, Fireside has a lot of great moments, yeah, but I'm really looking for the entire, you know, concerted effort from the team of Zeal Esports to level up their game.
Consistency is key, definitely, Ilu. Aside from that, this team has been formed for so many for so long already. This team has been together, especially with the Fireside, Senior Carl, to Game Monster. They've been together already. And of course, with Fireside, like Ilu said, it really depends if this player pops off or if he doesn't. If not, though, Senior Carl would definitely step up the game and try to pinch enemies from everywhere in each and every angle, despite using an initiator.
Yeah, gotta add to that, Beats, as their new addition, works so well. Now, with Zeal out of the way, we have their opponents coming up, NAOS Esports. If we Filipinos love to love, you know, we like to see that that happy ending. Well, the happy start for NAOS Esports was definitely week 1, undefeated, only deterred once we started week 2 when they lost to Looking for Org in a 2-1 fashion. Now, Eliza, this one, or Taylor, this one has been...
That's a whole name.
The whole name. Yeah, exactly. You can say my name later if ever.
Robbie.
Okay,
but yeah, NAOS
Darwell.
Esports on the board here.
Okay, Darwell. Looking at this roster right here, we have Blast, Delicious, Kakarot, Kev's, Backstab as well. But also, not to be forgotten, is there is Blurred as well. So, looking at this roster, I just want to pinpoint, or I just want to touch on Kev's as the Sova. All the connection with regards to the geometry of this guy when it comes to the shock darts, to the recon, just the performance is totally impeccable for this guy. Aside from that, Kakarot and bringing in the KO on the matches as well helped a lot as a team. And we can see other teams as well following the footsteps right here of Kakarot and using KOs as well on other maps. And it's just nice to see how they are in a good spot right now. They still got that one map loss, or rather they lost a map against another team on the previous days. But the thing is, they're really in a good spot right now, and nothing can take that away from them.
Nothing definitely can. And what we can't take away, guys, is again, this is all made possible. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processors to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligence cooling design. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And speaking of information here, right? You mentioned all of these things that has gone incredibly well for the NAOS esports side, but I will take a moment to, of course, remind our viewers about the languages that we have right now available for you as you're watching VCTPH 2022. English broadcast, of course, is going to be at twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3. Yeah, guys, we're very much legit here. And then if you have some troubles with that platform, we got you at YouTube, PPGL GG. And of course, it's Valorant Esports and VeraEsports.com. And for the Filipino broadcast, we have twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH and Facebook.com/PPGLGG. And if you want to watch the VODs easy after each broadcast, it's all on YouTube at PPGLGG. It's that easy. It's that simple. There's a lot of links, so you guys won't be, forgone to just pick your poison, so to speak. And as I was mentioning, NAOS, though, on their first comeback on week 2 looked, I'd say, kind of shaky. I mentioned how their honeymoon phase might be over, but what do you think about this one, Ilu?
Yeah, well, they took their first loss recently, and that was up against LFO here. So there are some signs of them slowing down. But it's not obviously set in stone right here. It was a 2-1, so it was a very close call here. What I do think, however, is that teams are starting to figure out how to play against them. It's so difficult to beat a team twice at this level, and just clearly evidenced by how they lost against Looking for Org, who they 2-0'd the very last time. Now, Zeal Esports, the last time that they met up with NAOS Esports, it was also a 2-0 in favor of NAOS Esports. So I'm imagining that this time Zeal has taken a look at the tapes, they've taken a look at the strats, how they can possibly counteract and do a little bit better. And honestly, I think that the maps that we're going to be seeing here today are going to be going to be a little bit different. We saw Haven, we saw Ascent in the previous series between these two. I do think they'll want to avoid these ones this time around here for the side of Zeal, excuse me.
Hey, you know what? Maybe they give them a fracture map, just to mess things up, like I'm doing right now here in panel, because it's my first week. I'm just gonna go up against you, Asarai. I would just say, like, what do you mean it's gonna be shaky for NAOS? They're looking really great right now, and I think they are one of the most consistent teams, Asarai.
Ooh, all right. We're gonna have to go to a break first, but we'll let everything that we've just mentioned settle in. I can't take it. I'm the panel host. I have to be. I cannot be biased about one team right now, especially now. Anyways, guys, we're gonna come back after the break, so don't go anywhere.
What you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. the blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. And this faith is what brought me next level prosperity.
We've accelerated the talking points about each teams, but will these competitors accelerate in their own matchups? Again, this is going to be the NAOS versus Zeal Esports best of 3, a rematch once again. And we're back here for the panel, guys. Just wanted to say, yeah, it's gonna be this team.
Just wanted to say hi, hello, what's up? Just want to talk about the teams that we have right here on the panel. Basically, if I hop in and panel each and every time, I just joke around. But honestly, let's get into it. Let's get serious this time, because talking about these two teams, we talked about the inconsistencies of Zeal Esports. They win, they lose, and then they win again, compared to NAOS Esports, which is right now so far the most consistent team that we are looking at in their specific group? I know Ilu just want to talk or rather touch on some points as well with regards to these two teams that we have right here.
Yeah, so here's the thing. NAOS, yeah, they've been one of the most consistent here. I do have to say though that the how, how sustainable is this for them? One of their biggest factors, I think, in how their success lately is that element of surprise that they had with their playstyle, with that no holds barred, aggressive, gung ho playstyle. That has really been working for them. It's not like Action PH. It's a very different situation for the side of Action PH, completely different because Action PH, they've learned to play it slow, they've learned to play it steady. So it's a very deliberate playstyle that they're bringing to the table. So that's sustainable, I think. That's sustainable because they've clearly learned a lot. However, on the other side here, when we talk about NAOS, I feel like once you're done with the shock and awe and the shock therapy that they bring with their playstyle, things might simmer down a little bit. And with that loss that they just had recently, I do think they might start to get sniffed out by the other teams.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on this that it really does make sense about that because we have seen Fire Cyanogen just have those hot and cold kind of matches series, even on one day where they play multiple games. It's still that kind of thing. The question is, will Fire Cyanogen bring the heat at the very start? Because again, they definitely need it. That being said, though, there is one player that I really want to emphasize on Zeal that's not Fire Cyanogen, that's not Senior Carl, that I feel at least kind of quells a bit of the flames a little bit, but in a good way. No, not to get even. Ooh. It's actually Beats, because I feel like Beats has been a really well addition to the team. I really remember that part where he played Chamber on Split and really opened up so many opportunities for Fire Cyanogen and Senior Carl to light up. And I think with Beats helping them out at the moment, it is looking quite better right now for the Zeal roster. With that being said, guys, we are prepared. We are already ready to show you the map veto. So let's get to it. Yeah.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. I want to see a fracture, but it's not gonna happen probably. Also, I wanted to add on to that, Asura, you were talking about already Beats. Aside from that, I just want to highlight Tuge as well. Not only Tuge, but all the initiator, or rather controller mains that we have right here on VCT, especially the Astra mains that we have. They make plays possible. They open up sites aside from the duelists that we have, but they are on the back end. Like we are right now on the screen, we are the front liners that we are looking at, but this guy Tuge is on the back end and doing every job that he can. I know Ilu has something to say as well with this too.
Yeah, so here's the thing. We talk about the individual members. He touched on Fire Cyanogen. Just wanted to quickly say his performance really hasn't been all the way there. Over the course of the 3 matches, the only match that he really had was the one up against NAOS last time. Well, I'm sorry, not even against NAOS last time. Excuse me. I meant looking for Org. That's the match that he really popped off on. Every other performance here from Fire Cyanogen, not to the level that we expect from him right now. But yeah, going back to the maps, Ascent, Icebox, and Breeze. This is definitely going to be interesting here for the players of Zeal Esports. I do think that they will be comfortable on these maps. They have been known to play all these maps quite a lot, but the problem is their win rate is not really that great on Icebox. It's at 45%. Breeze, however, they're at 86%. They have a very confident Breeze, but they do need to get to win Ascent if they want to get to that Breeze map.
Exactly, like you said, that was exactly what I was gonna say too. Like if they want to go to Breeze, might as well get to first the 2 maps, or maybe even not going to Breeze, just get the 2. Oh, they actually need this as well. But also on a map like Ascent, which Zeal's actually picked last time as well, NAOS picked this against Zeal Esports, and Zeal Esports lost against NAOS Esports on the map Ascent. I just want to touch on that. A 14-12 score. Very close fight though.
I am going to add to this one. NAOS is the only team I believe that has Breeze experience that actually was incredible at. I think the last time they played Breeze, though, they lost. But the first time that they played it during week 1, that was the debut match for Zed or Z. However you want to call it, European, American, Filipino, Z. He was on fire playing as that Reina. The question lies in, is Zeal's prepared for that if they push this to a game number 3? But at least with that all, being discussed and everything, it still is going to be that 3rd map. These 2 maps, I feel, is still going to be a toss-up. The question now lies in, actually for both teams.
Yeah.
Can Zeal start on that hot streak, and can NAOS keep the honeymoon phase rolling? Now with that, we'll have the predictions. I'll let Illustrato go first because I'm afraid to get mine.
Okay, honestly, Breeze is going to be a close one. Like I said, it's still 100% win rate for Naos on Breeze, so they haven't actually lost on it just yet. But having said that, taking a look at the maps, I do think that there is a little bit of an advantage here for Zeal. I don't think they're going to take the series, though. I still think I'm going to lock in Naos here. I'm going to say it's going to be 2-0 for Naos.
2-0 for NAOS. Now, going for my predictions too, I wanted to also connect with what Ilu said a while ago, the sustainability of the team like Zeal Esports, not only going in on side, barraging and shocking everyone, because basically after a while that you do it, you've been basically read like a book. So this time around, I would say there is going to be a 3-map series that we are looking at, but it's still going to go to NAOS.
Why? Okay, you can't.
Don't curse the panel. Don't curse
I
the
have
panel.
to. If I give this to the other team, my hot streak with predicting Zeals every single time or predicting Naos every single time will just, So I'll put in the last chip here. I will be picking Naos as well.
The
The panel curses the gun. Rap's not here, but this is the other worst thing.
I think I'm lucky when it comes to panel predictions, though. Maybe that
true.
luck will come with us.
Counterbalance it. In something.
Yeah.
Okay, so with all of that, we're done with the panel discussion. We're done with predictions. We're gonna be done throwing it on to our casters to break it down even further, yo.
Hello and welcome to the opening game of today, and I'm here with Raph. Of course, we got some spicy games for you. Actually, this isn't the only series that Zeal Esports are going to be playing today, but for the meantime, I'm Black and Blue. Once again, with me is Raph. How you doing, man, and what you looking forward to about this game?
I mean, I'm looking forward to a lot of things, and honestly, before I get to touch on that, come on, Astra, you can't be scared of bearing the curse. You gotta be proud of it, baby. You gotta own up to it.
Wear
That's
like
right.
a patch in your sleeve.
That's right. The prediction of death. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is definitely an exciting matchup. I'm looking forward to many things. I would say Naos is a little more strategically sound when it comes to the matchup, but Zeal has that bravado that you really can't deny, right? But again, it's those small habits that really glue together the bigger picture here. What about you? How do you think the series is going to go?
I'm honestly not too sure what to say. I mean, for what we've seen, last week as compared to this week, is the team that loses last week typically wins this week, and they have that the homework to go back to. They have the VOD to rewatch. The team that loses typically is the one who learns more from those matches and then knows what to adjust for their next upcoming basically rematch. So for a team here like Zeal Esports, I know that lots of people might have qualms about how they aren't or rather they're more straightforward on their approach compared to other teams, but I do think that's a good thing for them, and they can certainly come back and take this series that NAOS took against them 2-0 last time. So there's a really good chance for this to go their way. We're going to go to the agent select for map number 1 to really see if that's going to be the case.
That's right. And I love that you touched on how straightforward Zeal is. It honestly feels like it's a double-edged sword here, but we're going to be looking at the agent compositions for both sides. We do see a pretty standard comp. I believe this is going to be a straight-up mirror match on Ascent. This KO has become very, very popular with their players for a lot of reasons. The 0 point is such a strong tool to either play around or set up fakes with, and considering it's a free ability, it really is one of the most potent in the game.
Definitely so. Last time they did play Ascent, they did have that Kaio as well on the side there of LFO. Chowdy likes picking that up, and unsurprisingly we see that. But on Zeal's side, they do have a Kaio as well, so both sides having that Kaio. Last time around, Zeal didn't play that Kaio. For their initiators, they had the Sova on beats. and Senior Carl on that Sky, but trying some new things out. Maybe it could be a counter pick, knowing that LFO liked playing that Kaio as well, which did go in the way of Zeal last time. So I'm not too sure why they're really switching and flexing that Kaio when it worked for them the last time around, even without one.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where they're really experimenting on. As we mentioned, that a lot of the teams that did lose in the previous week, I love that mentality. By the way, it's either you win or you learn. But today we are gonna find out who is gonna take the latter or the former as we jump right into the game.
Here we are. Map number 1 is Ascent. Is going to be where we start things off. This was a map that, as I said, Zeal were able to take 13 to 10 last time, if I'm getting this right. Actually, no, I'm mistaken. That was versus LFO. It was NAOS who beat them last time. Yes, 2-0. So, still though, my sentiment still stands. They've been successful on Ascent even without that Kaio. But they're going to be switching onto it this time, and it will be Senior Carl going away from that Sky to something perhaps they're going to look to be more aggressive with.
That's right, and a lot of pressure being already put down on mid. You do see an alarm bot here, so that is going to be an extra layer of security. I think that was a 0-point popping, but not really finding anything. Fireside though having no qualms of walking right into market. The rotation's already here. And on the side of Kakarot, he does have a wonderful flank. If he can find this timing, he could cause some serious damage. And he does, and he finds it with a frenzy on his fellow KO player. Now down to a 5v4 with a minute on the clock. Zeal has the option to rotate out of this.
Oh, just see Kakarot deleted there. That's 2GE. Good timing on him. Catching Blurred on the rotation, but Kebs, he finds 2 of his own to keep them in the fight.
That's right, and you do see quite a bit of damage already put down on Beats with 3 very healthy members on NAOS. The defense is looking fairly impressive at this point. They do have a little bit of utility coming up very soon, but a direct duel is going to come
30
in the form of the
seconds
Astras meeting each other towards the center. Now the plant is going to come down. The star is just a little too late to cancel it out. There might be a little friction here towards heaven.
2GE. If he times this right, this could be absolutely crucial. They go for the spam. I'm not too sure if they saw his barrel out or anything, but they're both going to be low. He still gets the kill.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Let's get traded out though. 1v1. Silver v Silva.
Standing ahead.
Taking him out. It's going to be Blast. Last one left alive. He's sticking the plant. He doesn't know that he's actually sticking it. He has to swing wide, but the DPs will get stuck in his face, and the turret will finish him off. Just adding insult to the injury as NAOS take round number 1.
That is nerves of steel and composure coming in from Blast, as he understood that, oh my goodness, the Sova is going to be a mere mosquito away from death. Therefore, that Fly Swatter to form that turret did so much value, but now we are going to be seeing a little bit of an anti-eco round on the side of NAOS. However, Zeal is probably one of the most dangerous eco teams on our VCT right now. Wouldn't you agree?
For sure, they are very thrifty with what little they have in their hands a lot of times. Really catch teams off guard if you're not expecting to the table. Pregius, let's get the trade, but immediately traded out with a shot dart of Kev's. Good utility use there to soften him up, and Blurred's gonna hunt Fireside and down, Marshall in hand. It's a 2v4 Raph. There should be a clean bonus, rather, anti-eco from NAOS, and Cat Cross closing that gap on 2G. Could be so, but Senior Carl somehow with his classic gets J down.
I heard it's either G or J. Like, it really is up to you, but I will stick to the latter there as G rolls off my tongue a little bit better. But
One
yeah,
enemy
they
remaining.
do a little bit of bonus damage. Kakarot, however, will spray him down, and Bird will find a single tap on Senior Carl, albeit he was already low HP. Now the bonus comes in. Now Zeal gets their guns. Question is, how is NAOS gonna prepare for this? They have a lot of options. They honestly have that Astra, which everybody seems to love to complain about. As long as that 0 point and that Astra Gravity Well work in tandem, it's gonna be super problematic for Zeal.
They do have the tools to rectify those opening 2 rounds, though, and make up for it. They're now in the guns. They've got rifles in their hands, and the only sort of weapon that NAOS got are a bunch of Spectres and Marshall. They've been very proficient with this in the past as well.
And Blurred looks to take a fight here. The Gravity Well will be expended, but so far will not stop Blur from being a Blur and running away here, As 2GE is gonna find a little bit of space to work with
Need that back.
on tree, or at least towards tree. Does look like Zeal is taking this slowly. They're not gonna put Fire Cygen on the point as of the moment. They're still looking for a little bit of an overextension from NAOS, but now they know the game plan from Zeal. They've seen the habits, but what they haven't seen is 2G Monster's ability to duel just like that. Now we have a little bit of initiation and a little bit of a mix-up on the side of NAOS. They have to guess which side is it, but no overreaction so far, nor over-rotations.
Yeah, no real reason to super over-rotate right now. Really find that information. More importantly, should be that goal, and that's what they're trying to do. But I think the alarms have been rung. The B side is under attack. They're going to be coming their way. Good Molly here. He's got the lineup, Kakarot. Nobody comes their way on the push. Rather, it's Senior Carl. Speaking of Kakarot, he does get that one. Traded out by Fireside and
30 seconds left.
Sova going down will not really help their post plant, but 2GE and the rest of them, they have the rifle advantage. Able to make quick work of this, but Kev's back with the Spectre, making full use of that. He's done his job to get to, and this is actually winnable from Delicious, especially if he's able to retrieve a rifle, which he definitely could once he gets into the middle of the site. Does have a Spectre in his hands, and 2GE, he's low, so especially if he finds Fire Cygen first, really a winnable round. But 2GE, he's not going to let that happen. 4 in the round. As we're moving to round 4, Zeal cut the lead to a single round.
The alarm has been ringed, but whom the bell tolls is a different question. As Zeal, they do pick up that bonus round away from NAOS. NAOS did a great job of keeping it expensive. However, they are going to suffer just a tiny bit here. For Blast to get that full utility out, he really had to sacrifice a little bit of armor. On the side of G, he will be rocking that newly buffed Bulldog, who's somewhat changed the opinion of most players. Again, Kev with a fantastic spray down here, did so much just to try and hold it down for his team, but unfortunately for him, the firepower was a little too much to handle. Now Senior Carl on a bit of an off angle, but Delicious with that Bulldog going for maximum value, taking down the enemy KO here. Now a little bit of action towards mid again. Zeal love to play this aggression towards tree, and I feel like NAOS have adjusted to this. The question is, how long can Zeal keep this guessing game going?
Yeah, they do have a decent hold in this, but one wrong move could really punish them, or rather be punished by the Zeal offense. Now, so pretty far forward. Pretty committed position as well. And Blur doesn't have his dash to get out of there in case they go against Rough, but he doesn't need it. Takes out Fire Cygen, slow peeking the angle. Big mistake there that will easily get punished by a player of his caliber.
Got it blocking this out of the charges.
Zeal really finding enemy down. Beats will find Blurred here though, so good timing on him, and 2GE, they equalize it, Ref.
You are divided.
That they do, and Zeal, they pick up the pace here. Brady still has not been discovered, but a direct gunfight is going to be the end of him.
Spike down mid.
With that Phantom has been doing so much work this entire game, or at least in the infancy of this game. Now we are down to a 2v3. A little bit of HP lost here on the side of Phantom, but if he can find the timing, not before his
one
enemy
remaining,
just like that, things could be different. But Zeal, they pick up the pace, and they
10
potentially
seconds
get
left.
the second round here. But
Spike
Jake wants to make amends with the failed clutch. Wants to do it again. That recon dart is not gonna spot. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Now, to set it up, doesn't even matter, as 2GE is gonna be the one to finish it off.
2GE, last round, right prior, he got 4, this time 3. Really stepping up here to the plate. He's knocking it out of the park.
1 second, peeps.
9 kills already. 4 rounds, and he's on the Astra. Hunter's Fury available for either side.
Out of the charges.
Really see that the Sova is here. Enemy both teams, Zeal and NAOS, bringing so much to the table. Kevs, as he said, you know, he's been doing a lot of work to really make things more difficult for Zeal these past 2 rounds. But still, Zeal able to bring it home, and they should take the lead here with the weapons advantage.
That must be the theme this week, right? Sova's popping off because we saw Envy yesterday just do so much damage without Sova, and probably every other Indie was like, wait a minute, I'm also really good at fragging. And they decided to pick up the pace here. Yeah. But right now, yet another...
He is a hunter.
So. He is a hunter, right? It's only natural for a hunter to hunt. It's only natural for Zeal to posture up towards mid again. This is really their go-to. When they default, they put 1-3-1. And it's been working out, but it does look like now they've made quite a bit of adjustments here. They'll have to read this. They have to read this. Otherwise, it's going to be stalemate after stalemate and might just kind of rely on the gunfights. But then again, that's kind of what Zeal wants.
We've seen NAOS do this so often already, and we're only in round number 5 where they have a player, typically Blurred, just super far up on 3, and they get 2 kills, and Cam's gets a double with the Hunter's Fury. He shall hunt, and he shall kill, and Delicious missing the openers, but he gets the final shot in. 3-2, NAOS convert a flawless eco round on Zeal.
As we mentioned, the adjustments have to be made, otherwise the natural order will take place. And this time, it was enforced by yet another hunter in the form of Kevs. Now, Zeal have to do something at this point, right? They're probably thinking, oh my goodness, they've really cloistered down our mid-centric attack. Maybe let's switch it up. Maybe let's change our tempo. Maybe let's, I don't know, 5-ban aside just to, once again, mix it up. But it doesn't seem that they are dissuaded at all, as Fire Saiyajin will try his luck here with his Sheriff against Blurred. He's been very, very scary with his runs, but Fire Saiyajin, he's found himself in the spectator lobby. Unfortunately for him, at Blurred, he pops the knives. He downs 2G Monster to 25% health, but Beats is there. He's still thinking of aggressing Blurred. He doesn't want to overcommit here because the knives, they're running low, but the refresh is here. He finds a second, a third. And now Zeal, as I mentioned, that mid-centric attack is NAOS' trap. Carl left his own devices, but it doesn't matter. He finds his mechanical brother in Kakarot. And that is going to be another stay in the fall in the same game in a 1v3 situation here. However, it's slowed down. I love that NAOS is waiting for the timing of Blurred here. The patience and the discipline are fully showing.
Oh, Senor Carl! How does he do it, man? He's left with his own devices, but he's an absolute machine.
No charges.
Many ways. More than one. Senor Carl, okay. That, I don't think it's gonna catch him. So, oh no, he does have an idea now that he's on the Brosa. And Blurred's gonna show him the way out. Senor Carl, very valiant effort, but Blurred even better. When he was there, you know, towards that tree position, towards short, towards catwalk. He's kind of double dipping. Seemed maybe a bit too aggressive, but you see how NAOS were there to support him. You see how Shouty on that Coyote was there to help give him a flash, help peek for him in case he did need it, and that he did. In the end, getting the 4K, the quad kill. He really is such a big factor of why this NAOS squad is so dominant right now. Blurred on the operator.
Again, has snuffed out this mid-centric, or rather a mid-oriented offense. But this time, Zeal are like, yeah, it's not working out, buddy. We are gonna move because we don't want the Rosa player to hit another cookie style. Now, A is going to be the point of interest here as Fire Saiyajin will lead the charge as always. We are gonna see a lockdown come out here, but NAOS are unshaken. They stand tall and unwavering.
I can't
Zeal,
use that.
they play patient. No dashes being expended yet, not allowed, at least with the silence going off. But now we have a drone to scout it out. This is going to be a clean 5v5 retake here. Let's see some shenanigans.
So they use, you know, the null command, the Kaio ult here on Senor Carl. He gets the kill to stop the lockdown coming in from the Zeal side before they preemptively get to the site. Will come out in close time, but they have the enemy spirit to deny that from popping as well. So great job on utility usage as the kills are coming on the way down in the favor of Zeal Esports. They come out of it on top for one enemy remaining. He's going to be the last one left alive because Blurred was just found, and Senor Carl is going to get the round. Great round here from Zeal Esports, using their utility, their ultimates at the perfect time. First, with that null command, to stop any sort of lockdowns to be placed on the NAOS defense. And then once they did get onto the site with that, with their own lockdown as well, they burn a third ultimate in the Hunter's Fury just to make sure that they do not have to leave the site, to destroy that lockdown on NAOS' defensive side and really have a great hold on it. So technical pause to come on in, and maybe this can give NAOS a bit of a breather, but Zeal, you're picking up the pace here, Raph.
That's right, and another thing to take note of is that they have pushed NAOS close to a reset point here. We are going to see a little bit of a stifled buy once they decide to arm up. But once again, guys, we have a little bit of a technical pause super early in the morning. Didn't think we would be welcoming you to our podcast, But yeah, just talking about the game right now, is that NAOS have basically been letting Zeal kind of walk into the territory, and NAOS have set up these perfect web of, or rather this defensive web that they've been utilizing so well. Now Zeal, they seem to understand that NAOS is also trying to cut off so many of their rotations when they do defaults. So this is prompting them to do, hey man, let's just go 5 strong. Let's go there, a heavy-handed attack. Let's force them to stack. Let's force them to gamble. And then let's slow it down when we feel like we're in control.
Hey, if it works, it works. And that's what Zeal have been trying to do here. Just make things work when it should have, but didn't a while ago on that eco, or rather anti-eco of theirs, which went completely lopsided in NASA's favor. What is with the
Did you see that?
The
Is that
gasp.
a bookworm? I've never seen that. Like, I've never had a reason to look at that part of the map. And I just realized there is a bookworm on Ascent. That is amazing. That is heckin' amazing.
Read much books growing up, Growing up?
Yeah, I mean, oh man, are we really gonna do the lore drop on Okay, so growing up, I wasn't very athletic up until like I hit high school. That's when I started like doing a lot of sports. But you know, I'm not gonna lore drop too much. The books that I am quite interested in right now are all very edgy boy books. You know,
Yes.
Warhammer 40k stuff. Because Grimdark is cool. Grimdark is really cool.
It's the coolest of cool. There you go. Quick bookworm tour. These guys, they're gonna hit the pages real soon. They know they're in it, and they're pretty much thrown into the deep end here in the group stages. Very difficult group on either side. Lots of, you know, I guess viewers, maybe fans, some people in the community would have really touted Group A to be that group of death, but hell, Group B is proving itself to be just as ferocious and just as competitive.
I feel like every group we have right now is considered a group of death, right? I mean, we've had so many surprise performances, and now, although power levels are somewhat evening it out, it's still remaining relatively high. Every team is, honestly, it's a toss-up. We've never really had, like, romps on either side. We've always had a showing of great comeback potential or map stealing. We've never really seen a true, you are going to get wrecked 2-0.
To be fair, NAOS, during that opening week, Group B, they were 2-0ing everybody. They 2-0'd Zeals, they 2-0'd LFO, and they 2-0'd South Built.
Yeah,
it's not
but
an
like
easy
it
task to
wasn't.
do that 3 times back to back. But then
That is true.
here
It
comes
wasn't
this
like
weekend.
it wasn't super lopsided though. Those 2-0s, they were fairly close games. They were like, I don't know, one or two swings away from tying up.
Most
Yeah,
of them,
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that you point out the swings because that's something not many people point out. It'd be like, you know, it was like it wasn't like a few rounds. It wasn't like it was only between like 2 rounds, 3 rounds between them. But people don't realize sometimes a swing means more than just the number of rounds in the end.
Yeah,
based on how well they
absolutely.
play.
Because again, guys, typically how the economy game works here. Again, for those who are uninitiated or those who are, what are swings? Black and blue and ref, do enlighten us. So swings
Do your
are
playground.
basically, they're aside from swinging wide, swinging really aggressively. Economic swings in Valo are basically 2 to 3 rounds where it's gonna go one way, right? That's why it's called a swing. My goodness, semantics. I don't want to feel like I'm talking down to people because sometimes when you explain these concepts, it just seems like it, right? Some people might take it the wrong way. Is that a peach? But yeah,
Perhaps.
basically,
Yeah, stop casters playing in rap. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
casters playing. Whoa, whoa, is that new? But yeah,
That's-
guys.
Yeah.
So it's typically, let's just start off the pistol. It's pistol, anti-eco, bonus. And then you can just keep translating that to 3-4 round swings. That's how it's gonna go. You always have your prio round, which is your bonus, because that's gonna dictate how quickly they can turn the swing against you, if that makes a lot of sense, or if that makes any sense at all.
Well, I'll tell you what bonus we do have for today. We got Asarai on the panel host. Is
That's right.
guaranteed to give us lots of, for lack of a better term, moments.
Oh yeah, you know, when he introduced us, or when he introduced the casters, he was like, "Yo," and I was like, "Oh my goodness,
Oh.
is that a poet incarnate Is that the greatest wordsmith of our era? Is this the genius that we've been waiting for to, save us from this dire age? And look, a lion.
And the cold open too. Most people
Oh yeah.
we're familiar with. They'd be like, the future is radiant. Welcome to blah blah
Mhm.
blah. No, that's right. Salama tanks. That's my way.
Okay, let me compose myself, because when he threw that out, I was like,
The mad
he
lad.
did it. The mad lad, he did it. But again, guys, we just have a little bit of a technical pause here. Everybody on League Ops, everybody behind the operation, behind the broadcast, they're doing their best to make this as smooth as possible. I think this is the perfect time to also look at that top right corner there, thanking our sponsors, of course, the Republic of Gamers, bringing you all the peripherals and all the upgrades you would ever need.
And ever want.
Mm-hmm.
Get the best
I
stuff for you
personally,
guys.
yeah, I would love to have a Scar. You know what I mean? 240 on a portable machine like that. I think that's kind of OP, buddy.
Well, I've certainly gotten a few scars from this weekend, or this entire group stage, because this has been
you bet,
a scrappy, rough group stage we've been having from lots of these teams. I mean, ended week 1 with, midway, like at least the middle of the pack of the leaderboard looked about right, but the top and the far top and the far bottom end just looked completely out of left field. Nobody would have expected it to be that way. But hey,
yeah, I mean,
they're here.
They're here, and I feel like the wow factor we were talking about in the previous week, that shock and awe, really played a part of that, because, like I said, me personally, I didn't think NAOS was gonna be this cohesive, this strong of a team, for the lack of a better word, because I really thought on paper they might have chemistry issues or whatnot, because they have a million high-powered fraggers. Who's gonna do what? Who's gonna do this? Who's gonna be on the sacrificial role and whatnot? But everything blended perfectly, and it's not like their fragging power has diminished whatsoever. Typically, most of the time, the frag distribution is relatively even, and I feel like now they have a good thing going for them.
So you're saying you were a hater?
Wow! Thank you for taking my words and using it against me.
Yes. Is that gelato?
Yes, it said gelato before we swung on to the gelato.
I only saw the gelato once it.
Oh man, food again. Thank you, by the way, cameraman. How dare you?
I'm glad we have this moment for me to sip my coffee. Like
yeah,
like it's early in the morning here for us. Not that we're complaining, but hey, people are people.
Yeah.
And this is a great time for us to all re-energize, sip some water, guys, and just keep hydrated. Yeah.
Yep. One thing though, I want to touch on the game again. It seems like NAOS have flipped their approach here. We're gonna have a little bit of a more direct approach towards mid. Instead of the Killjoy being towards site, now she's placed in market, or where typically earlier, at least, there was an alarm bot there, and that was like, oh, Zeal's probably thinking, yeah, that's gonna be light resistance. Now they're gonna have to handle the brunt of all that utility. You see that on B lobby, on B main. That's just a bunch of utility everywhere.
The thing is, I'm not too sure if they have a star in mid as well, around like right on top of where Zeal's star is, because they have their alarm bot not towards mid this time, which they would normally place there, and they have it towards where the utility has been for these past few rounds, is where lane is. Like last 2 rounds, that's where her nanoswarms were. But now that she's playing here in market, she has no utility to help her in case anything comes from mid pizza. There's not a single star I see, at the very least so far, and her alarm bot isn't there, and she doesn't have a player either, like towards CT, to help her. So for who is this, Blas, right, playing there on the Killjoy, anything comes his way, he's gonna have a hard time. But then again, it's an eco. I'm looking to see if they're gonna play it differently once the gun round does come happen, if they do this sort of setup, and I'm only gonna assume so, but it's generally a good rule to keep all your bases covered. Seems like they're fully committing to basically giving up mid if ever the time comes.
That's
Not even
right.
contesting
And
it.
something that you brought up is definitely rotation schemes. A number of players in teams that are just kind of flourishing, the rotation schemes are something that they don't necessarily pay attention to, because the way that they set up their utility here on the side of NAOS, right? They have double stars towards A, meaning they might aggress this. If this Jet gets early information that nobody is there, then that Astra is gonna swing back, or they're gonna give up tree and let that KO use that 0 point to re-engage or delay for that killjoy. So again, guys, there's this thing called the defensive life. Wow, Raph, wow, Black and Blue. It's like you guys talk about
casters
this game.
playing and casters.
Stop casters. You nerds.
You nerds.
What are you two doing?
We know nothing about the game.
Yeah, just start the shooting, bruh.
Also,
anyway, guys,
I realize
go
we're
ahead.
just being incredibly picky here. Like, I realize, on an eco round, an Astra will only probably buy like 3 stars, so there's a reason why, there's no star in mid. So I get that. We're just
we get it.
It's a tech pause. We're on round 8. There's been like 1 swing. What else do we have to talk about?
That is true. And again, this is for the players and the people who want to watch, who want to improve at the game, because unlike some people in Twitch chat who just come by to troll, there are people who want to get better at this game. They decide, they wake up, I don't want to be silver, I don't want to be gold anymore, I don't want to be plat anymore, etc, etc. They listen, they pay attention to what the players do, they VOD review, they do all that stuff. And it's these little things that really, are hallmarks for a great player.
Totally. And I'm sure they'd rather we talked about this and some random conversation.
Yeah, they're yeah, probably. Yeah, this is, I would say, a pretty enjoyable episode of the Technical Pause podcast, brought to you by Black and Blue and Raph again. Once again, guys, we are just waiting for our sideshow, our, little entertainment to keep on going, but it seems that the players are taking a little bit of a break here. So far, no worries. We're still going to be taking a little bit of a stroll towards the map. But let me ask you this. How do you think NAOS is going to approach this, that they are on an eco? How do you think, what ranges do they want to play? What kind of angles do they want to hold? Are they the type of team, or with this arsenal, do they want to take any direct duels?
You kind of touched upon it a while ago, and I do think they're looking to aggress here on A main. They've got the stars set up for that, and you can see the Kaio on Kakarot is ready to support in case they need it, in case Blurred needs it towards that A main position. So he can use his 0 point for them to maybe get some information, or more importantly, he can flash up above. The old school type of flashes where you flash through the skybox. He can do that stuff with a KO from where he is, and
Hey man, we're not that old, you know what I mean? We're not that old.
We may be not booming, but not exactly zooming.
We're not exactly zooming either. You know what I mean? We're in the middle part. Oh dear me. Age is such a scary thing. Looking at this bell tower could be the bell that rings on your funeral or on your wedding day. Oh,
quite grim there.
Yeah, such profundity, right? It could be your death. It could be your marriage. It could be anything. But definitely you won't see a floating island, right?
It just could be lunch, like, hey, it's noon, lunchtime.
It is almost lunchtime. That is true. That is true. It is almost lunchtime. But yes, as this technical pause continues, as these things, that is the nature of the beast. Again, a quick reminder, we are not in a LAN setting yet. Everybody's just making sure that we play from the safety of wherever the players are, whether it be at the homes, the boot camps. They're all secure places, relatively. So again, guys, this is just the nature of the beast. Keep your pants on. Go grab a snack. Go grab a drink. And, give yourself a little bit of time to unwind.
Don't tell them what to wear. They can do it whichever way they want with their pants.
Are you wearing any pants?
Don't call me out on this.
It's okay. I've diverted the attention towards you because I could potentially not be wearing any pants at the moment.
I'm wearing pants, underpants.
Hey, man. Pants are pants.
Pants are pants. Well,
do you think... Okay, this might be a silly question. How do you think snakes wear pants? Is it up to the neck, or is it like
horizontally halfway? You can say the same thing about like a horse or something, right?
Yeah. Is it only in the lower half, or do they wear like
probably
both
like
legs?
Probably like on their belly, like horizontally. You'd think it'd be halfway through up their body, like a sock, but I think it'd make more sense for it to be covering their belly over anything, because that's what
So-
they kind of.
Do you think a four-legged animal would make more sense, not in jeans, but in like a jumper or something, right? Because you're technically
yeah.
still covering all four limbs. It's just to
Yeah, yeah,
different
yeah.
degrees.
Although, I guess for like a horse or a cow or something, it makes more sense for it to be like more regular pants, where it's
Because there's like an udder and stuff for
yeah,
a cow.
because they got four limbs. They're just not bipedal, but they have the same. Well, not even close to the same human structure, but like where are we even going with this? But they were the same. I'm getting way too deep in this. This coffee is hitting me differently.
It is hitting
This
us
tech pause is
differently.
hitting us differently as well. Definitely.
It is hitting us differently. I feel like this is one of the longest tech pauses we've had. And wow, bipedal. Jet has 2 legs. Amazing. Cows don't. Cows have 4.
Maybe if we call out the tech pause, it'll jinx it. This tech pause will take forever.
Yes. This tech pause is gonna continue for 6 hours straight.
Yep.
Oh,
We're never
by
gonna
the
get to
way,
the game. Yeah.
yeah, this is not related to the game whatsoever, but me and Illustrado actually had a talk. He made friends with a cow, like when he was on a hiking trail.
Why not?
I
Cows-
forget. I forget
Cows
the
are
name
like
though.
big dogs. Honestly, they're so sweet.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that is true. I love dogs. I heckin' love pets. And once again, we be checking out the drip of our agents here. I actually like those shoes on Astra. Those are cool. What's up?
Their shoes also kind of infer, and give a hint to what their footsteps sounds like.
Yeah, because like Astra has like that jingle, right?
Jet has. She's got like you can like hear the Air Max in her steps. You know what I'm saying?
The hyper dunks.
Yeah, you can hear it in her steps when it's a Jet running around. Breach, you can hear the big cluggy things. Yeah, Reyna, you can hear
thuds.
the clack. Yeah. of
Yeah,
her
she has heels on. That's crazy. I think that's honestly like a really smart thing to add because super sharp players that are so used to the sound, they can just tell who's rotating.
Totally.
And like that's really cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, some kind of stand out more than others, like Jet. Everybody, you hear the sneakers, you know it's a Jet. Yeah, Brim or a Breach nearby.
It's just boom, boom, boom. It's just, oh yeah, I definitely know that's a big boy coming. Everything and anything under the sun has been covered by the Technical Pause podcast. Question is, what is going on? Well, we don't know just yet, folks. So thank you for the patience. Thank you for hanging on. And thanks to the players, too, for being as patient as can be.
Hey, design-wise, what's the coolest agent?
Design-wise?
Are we going back?
Ooh. We're going back. We're waiting for that timer to start ticking.
There we
desi-
go.
There we go. There we go. I feel like that's something we can touch on later, but as we've explained in the technical pause, that this setup is definitely going to be promoting aggression and early information gathering on A. And right on cue, they get no information. That KO is rotating as the Silver is holding market. As Fireside gets rid of that turret, he gets the switch play. Now he has to find the rotator here. Instead, he holds for the stairs. Aggression makes his way towards the site. Does not get tagged up, but is only reduced to 76 health. Catch has a legitimate chance of finding him, and that he does. Spectre proves to be too much of a menace, but Senior Carl is here on that trade. Still, Blast has not been discovered. This is still somewhat of a good position for him, but the firepower is somewhat lacking. But look at the Jet. Look how deep that Jet is.
Plus,
vision.
they have done good damage there, Kevs. Holding down.
You want to find it?
Yes, both very low. Here comes the flank, as he talked about. To potentially catch Delicious off guard, and Senior Carl's going to find Kakarot. Kind of nullifies much hope of the eco. And here they come on. He's going to get the kill, and Senior Carl's going to find his third. Zeal, they're going to close it off. They come back with the round versus NAOS. Things are tied up.
Things are tied up indeed, and now NAOS, they have to find a different defensive scheme here. They do have weapons on hand, which was the biggest difference
BYB fam. Going to
between them
Astro
and
to
Zeal
do
in the
them
previous
Astro
one.
Guardian
We do
things.
have only 2 ults on the side of Zeal, none on the side of NAOS. Actually, we do have a Cosmic Divide, but it does look like we want to see a little bit of action towards mid here. We are going to see Blurred yet again enforce the will of this operator. But so far, Zeal have stayed away from that, from mid, and they've somewhat conditioned NAOS to put a lot of attention to that. The setup for the anti-tree push is still there, however, so Zeal, this default has to pan out well for them. They have to find a pick, otherwise NAOS has this locked down.
An op on either side. Not something I would have expected. On attack as well, especially here for Zeal. We've seen Fireside do that quite often, and dare I say, he's the player in this entire group stage that I've seen do that the most, wherein he'd play and buy that operator on the attack as Jet. Not something you always normally see here around these parts of town. He's definitely a big, I guess, believer in that aspect. Zeal rotating towards the B site, Raph, and there isn't much utility from NAOS to stop them from coming on in, aside from that one star that they can use to pull them in or smoke them off. Go for the ladder.
Indeed, and now the recon is up for Kevs though. This is an indicator that they want to retake. The poison is here, he misses the first shot. What is going on? And he does finally hit it. That was a bit of a heartbreaker there for Kevs, but at least he finds 2. Kakarot is going to clean up as Fireside will find a teammate, but this operator inside of Monster. PPGL Monster is also looking for Kakarot using everything in his arsenal. After that plastic. But now the brawl continues. NAOS, they come alive. They pull through, they come in strong.
Dude, Kevs in that Log's position, if I remember correctly, was it Kevs? Yeah.
Yeah.
He dumped his whole mag into Craig S's back, and Craig S did not even react. He didn't even turn around. And that's funny because Kevs, he even got a kill on somebody. I believe it was like Senior Carl or something, or Beats. And yeah, Craig S didn't even turn around to check him. Whereas maybe the comms, maybe just, you know, the whole hectic situation. I don't know, but should have been dealt with a lot quicker.
Get out of my way!
There for the Zeal attack. Now, so they hold things down. Just trying to go brute force and straightforward with Zeal, which we've talked about is kind of their way, but it's not always the best way sometimes. Especially around like that. Now,
that's true.
They've kind of switched things over here with a setup of the Killjoy on blast towards A this time.
Yeah, reliability and sustainability is the biggest thing that we have to like really worry about in a tactical shooter like this. Again, cracked aim is definitely gonna bail you out in a lot of situations, but you gotta think of this game as a macro. You know, you are functioning as one whole unit. But yeah, that Craigie S, that Skyrim guard impression was, I believe, the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. It must have been the wind. And just, you know, he soldiered on. But now Craigie S, he looks to amend mistakes. That was such a dangerous cross, but it's gonna be both Killjoys chiming in to opening frags here. Blast nearly gets one, but it's G to finish it up before 2G finds Blast. Now, the A side is going to be swarmed by the remaining duo of Zeal. But, ooh, G, you are disgusting.
You see there how G, after he peeked at Jenny and killed Craigie S, he moved immediately to his right side to try and dodge the oncoming barrage that he knew Beats was going to throw his way. That he did. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. NAOS, I think this is a tactical timeout called by Zeal. We gotta get a stop here somehow, but NAOS are just not giving them. They're the ones being stopped and blurred. He's got the operator back in his hands. It's really been a story of Kevs here doing so much work on that Sova. We've been seeing that so often as well this entire weekend, especially week number 2, where these Sova, man, they not always maybe the flashiest agents to have in the game, but they're definitely just as important.
That's right, and I like this timeout. I like timeouts pre-half because I feel like these are the times where you really can't let go. I know a lot of teams can be a little slow on the start. They kind of treat the first half as a little bit of a warm-up, a little bit of a read towards their opponents. But for Zeal to throw this out, they don't want to end on a 3-round deficit. They kind of want to even this up. At least that's their optimal choice here. Now, it does look like they are going to go for heavy-handed A attack here. Duge Monster is going to be rocking that that Spectre with light armor here. But both these teams, they are on
That'll
breaking
whack.
points here. They are both very, very close to a reset.
Well, we're set for the last 2 rounds of the half. A stinger in Fire Sigen's hands. Not the best weapon. Perhaps Lux would really play things up close. It could be the perfect weapon actually to get Delicious, who's in hell. He walks on in, lets his position be known. Delicious is very low, so this classic can honestly end it. He goes on the swing here. With that he does. Kakarot finds 2, they're cleaning them up. They do have rifles in their hands, so they can definitely fight back in this 3v3. Got darts, and as well on the molly.
Spike down
but Kev's,
A.
his shots will take in the sight for the most
Last player
part, but
standing.
they can't even get the flag down. Skev finds another kill. So many with his utility. It's all on the beat. It's gonna be beat.
Out of charges.
Last round in the half.
Here. Placing swarm grenade. Turn out. Good work. Don't screw it up. Grounded. Blocking sight.
That should be the signal. And again, folks, a little bit of a technical difficulty on my side here. I was just talking about how they should have rotated earlier. But it doesn't really matter. As Cavs, finds Fire Side. And Cavs will finally fall to Craig, yes. G will get a little bit of a flash coming his way at a 2v2. Still fairly doable, but Beats has to be the #1 agenda here for now. So they want to get rid of this tiny post-plant lurk here. Craig, yes, he is going to be on the other side of the wall here, so this sound spot is going to go either way. They are going to be hearing people walk up, but the patience by NAOS is being displayed completely, and now we have 2 members towards B main, which is a little peculiar, but once again, could be part of the master plan.
Ahead.
Looks like a double swing is going to get prepped here, but they do kind of run into that nano swarm.
Now they get the defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Definitely stick it.
Last player standing.
They get the round there. Delicious. Delicious. ROG Club potentially.
Yeah.
He gets it.
It's good.
8-4. Great stick on the defuse. Less than a second left, and now they come
Switching
out
sides.
of it on top. It's a heartbreaker for Zeals. They could have ended the half 7-5, but they were so close to doing so. But more importantly,
I should play
Beats are
some
actually
Astro
vegetables.
Stars in this reality.
They are vegetables, and for the thing that I was touching on for that Zeal timeout earlier, this was something that they wanted to avoid completely. They know NAOS is a very hyper-adaptive team. They are adaptoids, so to speak. Zeal, I believe, despite their firepower, their immense firepower on all fronts, I feel like their adjustment, on-the-fly adjustment, is something that they need to work on still. Again, it's not the easiest thing to do because this is so relative to your teammates, to everything around the map. But of course, Fire Cygen opening up that round, proving Marin's like, you know what, relax, I got this. I'm gonna land that tap. We are gonna get the opening pick. We're gonna clean up, so don't worry. But again, we have a bit of a reset here. We have the half now. The patience, once again, still very, very much prevalent on the side of
Revealing
NAOS.
area.
Recon out. We'll get some information that there's some presence from the NAOS attack here towards that B lobby. They do spread out though for the meantime, and Zeal doesn't really prompt them to rotate just as of the moment. So got some utility to work with here in terms of fending them off. Here comes that 0 point. Doesn't really find much, I believe. Could maybe get that tag on Kevs, but I don't think that's given away just yet. They're crawling up to B site, and Zeal, they can make some dirty work here. Zeal, it's gonna be Beats caught out on the slip, and he can't get killed. Rather, he can't get a kill as he's going to be taken down, and now they cleanly take his site.
Yeah, and this measuring game that they've been playing all map long is really paying off. They even have a big cushion for them. Now Blast is going to be the one to play the poisoner from D main here, the one to watch the flank as well, but it does look like this is going to be centered towards Market. It doesn't matter as everybody falls, and this post-plant defense on the side of NAOS is looking impeccable. Zeal, they really have to kind of batten down the hatches here. They have to understand that NAOS is going to be very, very patient early on in the round. Maybe they have to adjust somehow when it comes to the early information gathering, because they do have beats for that long recon. They do have that 0 point on Carl, so if they stagger that perfectly, they're going to have quite a bit of information and quite a bit of time on their hands to delay.
I really don't think, or would not advise for them to play those positions like that on their B-side defense. When a full push comes in, you don't want your Soap to be trapped on switch. You don't want your only Sentinel to be trapped on the site as well. You play less committed positions, get some kills, and even get back out. You can maybe sacrifice one guy to die, but you sacrifice two by getting much in return. Great situation to be in. The Fireside, and he doesn't care what situation you put him in. He's gonna make the most out of it. He's gonna need one more kill though to reset that tailwind of his and get out of it safely. Could get it here, but Blurred gonna close that gap. They bring it to 4v3.
And yeah, committal positions, they're definitely something that players have to take note of, because you kind of need that escape route. Because, like I said, on the fly, you need to address that, hey, are we going to play this for retake? Am I going to hold? Are you going to be rotating fast enough to justify me dying on the site and potentially taking out a couple? But it does look like whatever Zeal has, it's not a lot in terms of defense for this A side. We have a lone star. 2G is very aware of it. He hears the checking of Wine here, and we know what he can do with this Deagle. But this defense, this has to be on the level of Alamo here. He doesn't land the first, but he will finally find the wall back. It's Beats to back him up. These Sheriffs, they're running wild, and the West is slowly falling as the more automatic weapons, the number of bullets is just a little too much for the humble 6-shooter.
Unfortunate there. Maybe if he had one more round in the mag, could have shut him down, but Kakarot realizing where the opening was on that window, shutting it down. 10-4, NAOS. They're on the bonus here, which should favor Zeal Esports, but even after that deal, they've got some work to put in to make this comeback happen. They are on the defensive side, which typically would be that favored side here on Ascent, but neither side have been too favorable for them to that point.
So they're going to be playing Sound Spawn here. That 0 point is going to come anytime here, and that it does. Completely unavoidable. This is going to delay now for a tiny bit, but does look like Zeal, they're gathering as much info as they can towards mid. Might have a little bit of a fight here. They're very cautious of B lobby as they've decided to put this defense on a more A-centric rotate. But now we have a deep flag here by Senior Carl. On the KO, maybe we'll need that 0 points in a tiny bit. The flashes aren't there, but the explosions on the side are very, very much present. Blurred is going to be the entry point here, but 2G is holding strong. Not as strong as these bullets that are going to land on his face. Fire Sage, and he opens up Kemp as well. And now this A side is going to be predominantly now. Wait a minute, the flag that I talked about did find one. Blurred is still stuck here. He will finally get down to the wall. And as they shoot down Hell, the Angels will fall. Craigie S closing out the round at 10-5.
Doing his best he can there, Blurred with the Bulldog. He's got a mean bite with it. Enough to get the round, but do some damage economically here to Zeal Esports. Zeal, they've got one buy left. Not even a full buy at that.
Placing swarm grenade.
After
Placing swarm
they go
grenade.
and lose this round 11-5, and then they're going to be on eco, which won't be a great case for NAOS. Rather for Zeal and NAOS. They are completely comfortable giving up that bonus as they made it quite expensive for the Zeal side. Trying to take this mid grass control for the meantime. Raph, and the setup from Zeal could prove to be a problem for NAOS once they do get into the mid position.
So now they're taking a different approach here, right? They're using the strength in numbers, and I would say Allah's Secret, where they kind of bunkered down on one part of the map, try to control that as much as they can, and they wait out for the flanker. So it really is a bit of a mix here as a Zeal defender. Do I want to go and risk getting killed without a trades, trying to get as much info as I can? Do I want to hold down the fort with a teammate? Again, these are just questions that they constantly ask themselves on this forever dynamic defense. But right now we have a little bit of a mishap on the side of Senior Carl, but he tried to shoulder peek there. The tagging can be incredibly ridiculous at times. It does look like the rotations are going to come. That Asher's going to hold strong. They will find the down on Kakarot for now, but that information is still going to be feeding. Now they find to get him back up. What is that word? Are you serious? And he even finds another one. He is absolutely dominating all these defenders on the side of the See that he's witnessed it, and he's upset. He has a spray transfer of his own. But Kevs, he's like, you know what? Relax, buddy. Relax. Sit down.
With a Spectre too. I think Senior Carl didn't realize it would be that close up front. But nothing going in the way of Zeal Esports right now. That judge could have proven to be a big problem once he did come his way on market, but it's a big misplay there. Could have, jump peeked it, shoulder peek. Not too favorable in these parts of town. In this game, you really want to make sure that you don't get tagged up. And as you saw there, he just completely got slowed down from it. I don't know, man. Just could be bad luck, could be fat fingers, could be early in the morning, but no excuses now. Still at the cusp of match point.
That's right. Again, the penultimate round is one of the most important rounds, and Zeal's support staff, they recognize this. They get that timeout. They're like, guys, relax. We still have a good chance of hitting that reset button on the economy, although NAOS can afford a second gun round after this, albeit one member is going to be stifled on that raw firepower. NAOS right now, I feel like they've conditioned Zeal enough with that 5-man pushing. This is the time where they kind of can slow it down to the defaults, try to play for picks, but it does look like they're going to choose not to. They are still kind of deciding where their point of interest is. Zeal, on the other hand, they are going to rotate Craigie S towards A, put a lot of utility there. It doesn't look like there's too much presence on tree yet, which is, I believe, is going to be, substituted by an alarm bot here.
Alarms to be rung? Well, not so soon, because null command doesn't connect. Fireside does, rather the 0 point a while ago. Bird, he opens up the sight. Zeal, they do have a rifle in Fireside in his hands, but he's the only one with that to get blades on the next round. No matter what happens, as long as he gets a kill. Cavs, he's holding off that flank, and he's gonna probably find the sole rifle player, and that is such a big loss for Zeal. This round is pretty much done. Get some exit kills, get as much as you can, but there is very little hope for that. No, he's at the cover, getting all this, and they line up for him through the smoke, and then one more so after Raph. This is looking like a done game, as now a stake match point.
I am deceased. What is that? That is disgusting. But as I mentioned, the conditioning of now to finally force a very risky info gathering. What is that? Oh my days, what in heavens is that? Yeah, back to my point, they keep forcing Zeal to gather all this information in such an unsafe way, and they're capitalized on it perfectly. Their rhythm, at least on this map, is pretty much impeccable. We might actually see a shutout here, but Fire Sayajin, we've seen him demolish with that operator, and right on time. Yeah, this man is an absolute menace. Very, very smooth with that weapon. Very masterful, but it does look like nobody is going to reaggress this. Smart decision by NAOS as Zeal, they look to rally behind this man.
Flash! Still think a while ago on that previous round to send Fire Sayajin the only rifle to go on the flank, it's a real big mistake, and as well as him being the jet, kind of want him on the front lines a bit more. They did get that information earlier on that mid-link presence was shown, but the only player tagged by that was Blurred. So if they see someone else here, they're gonna know potentially that come on. He finds a timing in Fire Sayajin as well. Nothing is working out here. No luck, nothing at all for the Zeal Esports side. They do get a kill on Jelicious from 2G, so that kills any smoke potential, but little do they know now.
You
so
should run.
Already
30 seconds left.
Well, the side here from the lockdown as well. Finding him off, but this Molly's going to destroy that potentially. Kakarot finding two. The second with an 8 as well, but no, the lockdown shall not be destroyed. They have to bail out of here.
That's right, and it does look like Kakarot is the legendary Saiyan that every, well, good Saiyan is gonna fear.
10
Tuchimonse
seconds
is
left.
literally a whisper away from death as of the moment. 7 seconds. They only really have a few choices here, but this plant is at least gonna give them a little bit of time. 2G is gonna wait for Senior Carl to make a little bit of presence, a little bit of noise here. But that 0 point will inadvertently turn the
Last player
attention of
standing.
Blurred. But no, he's too sharp. He understands where he is. Now he has the knives out. But it doesn't matter when you
Attackers
have a
win.
gun and a robot. NAOS, they take map 1.
They take it now here for their sake. And now no signs of slowing down. They did kind of falter in their earlier matchups this week, but that was just that. It really brought things up and really heated up after that opening series they had in this weekend versus LFO. And now they come back in such a dominating fashion, 12-5. Zeal Esports. Yeah, there were some mistakes there that definitely caused them. There were a bunch of swings that didn't go their way because of those mistakes, but lots of misfortune as well. Timing just not working out for them multiple times over. Once they let go of an angle, that's when they get peaked. But then again, you could also argue, then don't let go of the angle until you know you're actually safe behind cover. So lots of things that didn't go right there for Zeal Esports that they have to take a breather and reset themselves for map number 2.
That's right, and the Sova meta is shaking up right now as we have yet another pop-off performance here. This time in the form of Kev's 2.6 KDA on 19 kills. What's crazy is he supported his team so well, while also finding these frags. Well, despite that one Skyrim Guard impression of Kragas. Again, a lot of things have been happening, but now it does look like they are returning to form. Zeal, however, they still have a map, a potential third map for them to rectify their mistakes, but we are going to be dissecting this throughout our highlights. And again, started off really strong here. Kevs, like I said, was so wonderful in that support with a mix of a lot of fragging.
And a lot of his frags did come from utility usage there, as you see. For him to find a double kill with that Hunter's Fury was huge, and that was such a big swing. Almost, putting out the light within Zeal in that round. After they won the Eco, Zeal Esports just never looked the same. After they lost the Eco to NAOS Esports. So for NAOS, they have a really great squad, a young squad in their hands, and Kevs, he's one of the best I've seen this entire stage 1 VCTPH when it comes to using that Hunter's Fury. When it comes to playing Sova in general, he's really, I guess, elevated his game just at the right time to get NAOS and really hold on to their first place spot in this group stage. As you can see, dude, nothing working out for Zeal.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way that the NAOS have been positioning, it's just so telling that they had a read on Zeal. They had the rhythm, they had the timing down, and that's how they got so many multi-kills. That's how they got so many of those insane spray downs. But this is something that they have to address, or at least on the side of Zeal, this is something that, hey guys, like we said, there's just a lot of things to consider. There's a lot of factors, but I believe this is the time where we go on a break. But Black and Blue, do you have any closing remarks on our first game?
Well, Zeal, they're the ones who need to close something out, because they got to close this chapter and move on to the next one, because map number 2 can't be the same way that we just saw from map number 1. Otherwise, this is going to be a very quick and clean series for the NAOS side in their favor. But for the meantime, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, map number 2 shall commence.
Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need it. Cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies? Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, and Hef is coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the opening series of the day. We've had a very, very hot start on the side of NAOS. Their wings, once again, they're spreading. Their feathers look like they're made out of steel. But Zeal, they have to kind of get this great fire starting again.
It's not going to be as easy as that, though, because now they've been continuously putting out that fire every time. Even when they try and start, set the house ablaze, they've got the truck right around the corner, and now they're prepared to whatever it seems Zeal have in store for them. But to be fair, then again, Zeal, they just haven't been putting out too much. It seems like whatever they try, maybe not even to, practice by them, it just gets completely shut down and maybe not even as well thought out of. So we talked about their direct approach sometimes, which is, honestly still a great philosophy of taking the game, but sometimes you just need a bit more
finesse. I feel like we need a little bit more finesse on the side of Zeal. But again, guys, if we have not acquainted each other, my name is Raf. This is the greatest black and blue of all time, the greatest set of two colors. But yeah, guys, we got a little too much into the game there. Again, it's just really showing how excited we are, right?
With your compliments, I mean, I think I win by default. There's probably no other person saying the same thing, so that's all I can really take. But as you were saying, and as my short-term memory passes me, for a team like Zeal, as you were kind of almost touching upon there, and we were talking about even before we went to the break, that direct approach and everything, and the finesse that you talked about between them is something that we see a lot more on NAOS' side, that we are pleasantly surprised by, that we didn't really expect, and I don't think much people could have expected that. But we're in week 2 right now, so you don't really have that excuse anymore, especially after losing to them during week 1. Are we getting another 2-0? If we're going to get that way, it's seeming to be the case for now, but I'm hoping for Zeal's sake it doesn't. I mean, they're still in the groups. They're still going to make it the top 3, whatever happens, I think, as long as they maybe win a series, but it's not a good look.
It really isn't. I mean, the amount of leeway they have is very finite, and it's really running very, very thin right now, and now they're capitalizing on it. Hopefully they make the adjustments very, very quickly. After all, I think we are heading in, I believe this is going to be Zeal's pick, but the thing is, Zeal is normally very, very strong on Ascent. I think that is one of their maps where they really shine on, so this is not a good look going into the series. Hopefully their mental isn't as bothered and they still stand tall, because again, we don't want any of those mishaps to happen really to any team.
We're going to Icebox next, which is a decent map for Zeal, to be fair. They've beaten good teams that are good on Icebox as well. We all know what happened, like, during Stage 1, when they were in the Pirate side, right? Stage 1 or Stage 2, when they beat X10, like, 13-1 or something on Icebox itself. So they're definitely capable of doing that. Obviously, they have some new additions to the roster, but they got the core there. I do believe maybe some of the mishaps from Ascent were for them trying to overthink. We're trying to, say that, Zeal, they need finesse, they need a bit more to it, to the game, but they maybe kind of overthought it, like thinking, hey, if they got a Kaio, then we should as well. We should pull out our Kaio. But even though Senior Carl is a great player, he's a great flex, if he's not super comfortable and the team is not super practiced in playing KO on that map specifically, they're going to have a hard time. Sometimes if you're not on your main agent, it's not just about, how you still are using the utility of the agent, but you might not even feel like you're hitting your shots because you're just not as in the zone with that agent as you might be on the Sky. I really think if he went with the Sky, we could have had a very different map number 1 than now. But we're gonna go to the agent select here after. We're going to Icebox, which, as I told you and we both know, it's a pretty good map for Zeal, so they can make this comeback happen.
That's right, and we are gonna be teased with that Senior Carl Sky. But I was about to say that I think this is the perfect time for Zeal to bring out their signature double duelist, and that we see. But instead of the Reyna, we see a Raze. So what this is saying for Zeal is that once that recon dart hits, they want to go for one big jump. They're not gonna stagger this attack. It is going to be one fell swoop. But again, knowing we are an Icebox, there's always going to be a Viper. And that's exactly how Viper wants you to play. She wants you to walk into her side. She wants you to feel that death and decay. So maybe that is one of the mechanics of the matchup that they have to pay attention to.
It's been a long time since we've seen them play Icebox in the official circuit or for any circuit of that matter. The last time they did play it on stream was maybe like 2 months ago or a month ago. Intel, but that they had the Jet Reyna in the community tournament, not using Jet Raze, and most teams that do have a Raze here in Icebox typically pair it with a Reyna, so they'd go like Reyna Raze. You still have that Leer, but you have the entry potential as well. Perhaps with Senior Carl going on that Jet, they really value the operating power of the operator in her hands and is in his hands when he's using the Jet, which is certainly a viable reason. So I'm looking to see if this new kind of Jet Raze combo, which we haven't really seen from Zeal on Icebox specifically, if it's going to work out for them. And hopefully for their sake, it does, so we can get to that map 3.
That's right, and we're going to be jumping right into that map. But the way this is looking to me, because they want the Raze, right? There's quite a few points where Raze can be very strong. Let's just list down some of the common plays, right? You can double B long with the Viper and the Raze because that Snake Bite plus your Pain Shell is gonna cause some serious harm. You can nade out backside to flush out any players playing on the deep, I believe the deep left side. If you're on the defending side of it, you can break that stage wall as quickly as you can, and you can jump from top pipes into sight in tandem with your Jet. But it does look like slow play is gonna be the name of the game as of the moment. That flash is not gonna flash anybody but their own team.
You do get a bit more team-wide utility with that Raze, and as you said, movement as well. It's a very big thing here, especially on Icebox, like on this A side too. Senior Carl, though, he's going to be the first one to go on in, and he lands a shot after destroying the knife from the KO. Does get slowed down. A big gun to take off here. Kakarot trying to go for the trade, and he does actually get one in boss!
Spike
the
down
battle
A.
Stage. He's farming them for those ult orbs. Even find a third.
Oh, indeed. But, Zeal, they've recovered beautifully. These classics, they're doing some serious damage. But right now, they have no meaningful map control on any sides here. So now, they know where they are perfectly. That recon is not going to help whatsoever. They make a choice here, and it is to stand tall. They will fight for the last 30 seconds. As a Spike, it's actually in such a precarious situation, in such a precarious spot. Why is it there?
30 seconds left.
That, I don't even know how it
standing.
ended up there. Beats. He gets a kill somehow in Delicious with a jumping right click of all things. 2GE, he's very low though, so Kems, he can still bring this one on back. If he hears them rotating, then he could make it work. They have just barely enough time to get the plant down by passing through mid. I think at this point, once they pass on their tube, they should be able to hear them. Actually, no, they don't. He's barely out of his range. And the plant will go down on the B side. Here comes the both plant retake from Kevs. If there's one player to do it, coming from that map number 1, it's Kevs.
That's right. The map 1 MVP is taking a little bit of a jog here and has a comb to keep his hair nice and well kept. But right now, that recon dart is going to be the only amount, or rather the only piece of utility he has to work here. Now this 1v2 is going to ensue.
One enemy remaining.
Gets a kill on the beat, and up close he gets a flick on the 2GE as well. But that is the risk you run when you have, you know, your lower HP player be the last one alive in that 2v1 situation.
Never give up.
It's not like they could have,
Out of charges.
I guess, maybe switched positions, but who knows, maybe some communication there. To be like, hey, Jay, you're the one who peaks first because I'm lower. I'd rather you're lower. Could have maybe turned things around. Unfortunately for Zeals, it's Kevs on the other end of things, and he has been such a consistent force for NAOS.
Yeah, he's been absolutely on point with most of his calls, and if not all calls here. And we are greeted with another bookworm, and this time with a Mr. Squirrel with a grenade. But much like a grenade, Zeal, they kind of have to explode off of this because this fire, like I mentioned, is really getting doused. And they even use that 0 point to clear out that that B main area. Get free info towards mid, so this is gonna probably be aggressive. The anti-eco is on
One enemy remaining.
They find
Spike
everybody.
down, attacker
And Senior Carl
spawn.
is left on his lonesome once more.
Quick farm towards that B-long position. Senior Carl, just get a few picks, get some kills, you know, give yourself some money, some credit to use. So how are we gonna find that? In one way, it's not a bad thing because it forces NAOS to stay on their bonus weapon, but I do want to make them invest a bit more. But for Zeal Esports, this is when they can turn things around. You know, Raph, something's telling me that I have a pretty good hint on which agent is Kakarot's favorite. See how many times we've seen him play KO down.
I'm pretty sure it's Sage. I don't know. It's just, he's only playing whatchamacallit, KO, because Blast is on the stage. Therefore, that is the most logical reasoning. Yeah, this KO has been absolutely on point for him. It not only brings out the best in him, but also brings out the best of his teammates, as Blurred is going to fight for forward control on this A side, but will be deterred by that tiny amount of chip damage here. And like I said, nading all those close angles as a raise just brings so much value. They don't jump on it, they don't capitalize.
They do still take the site. Now, they're readily, I guess, capable of giving it up and taking it back anytime they want, even with these bonus weapons. You know, hold on to the screen side for the meantime, even though that maze is walled off. It helps them kind of anchor down a bit more. Senior Carl trying to get the maze on the word. They get the kill on the blast as well. The Pearl Plant will come in. That Recon's going to find everybody on the Zeal side, so they know now, so they know where they are. But can they actually make the retake happen?
That's right, and it is going to be at least a 5v4 here. Now it's the best what they have. And now you hate to see that happen. What is the Spectre? As Kakarot chimes in with his probably second favorite agent, and now it's a 4v2.
One enemy remaining.
Looks crazy as he's inside the smoke. Gets taken out of it. Zeal, they get the retake working, and you might say, yeah, they had bonus weapons and they shouldn't win these fights, but they played that very smartly, knowing where the strengths of each weapon lie. The Bulldog on those medium range engagements, the Spectre when you hold A or D, when swinging someone like that, just
on
really,
the move.
Honestly, I mean, it works, and that's what they're for. Those SMGs, super fast fire rate, up close, really in your face. It can be so hard to defeat that, a lot more difficult than one might expect, even for a professional, even for people as cracked, you know, in the mechanical department as Zeal. They really played things out perfectly for NAOS, I have to say.
I don't know how to feel about the SMGs, honestly, because I know they're supposed to be like that, but the rifle's on blast. They are finally chiming in. As he fires, one of the members on Zeal's Fire Cyanogen will also chime in, finds that. Blurred with a very early op. It is round 4, by the way. If he manages to drop this, though, this could potentially be literally shooting himself in the foot. Oh, I didn't mean to jinx it that way.
You got the hand of death. At the moment, Karen, the Grim Reaper, the River Styx, well, he'd be proud of you.
That they would be. That they would be, as I do love me a lot of black and dark clothes, as most of us do. But Fire Cyajin, he's kind of fiending for that up. He wants it so badly, but there's no really reliable way of getting it. He doesn't have a dash, he doesn't have his blast pack. Now we are going to be sending, or rather they're going to be sending beats to somewhat frontline for him. And the patience from NAOS once more really displaying the, still trying to choose for the right moment to pounce.
They should honestly trade weapons here. Fire Cyajin got that rifle just below, but hey, he makes good work of it. He's got them 3. He's on pace to get an ace. The blast shuts it down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
He brings it down to 1.2 after the res comes on in, and he holds down the line as well. What a great hold there from NAOS. A bit too close for comfort. These are the type of moments that these are the type of rounds rather where we talk about a small difference in the moment, small timing changes, and that swing could have went Zeal's way.
It definitely could have. And
Good attempt.
oh man, you just really hate to see that happen. That's a heartbreaker right there. But NAOS is lost. Doesn't really care. You know what? Give me as many hearts to break. I am ice cold, just like the walls and the slow orbs of Sage. Now, yet another round here. Both Viper walls, they intertwine. They go on the defaults that we have come to expect.
Intruder alert. Ring the alarms.
What?
Because Zeal Esports, they've made their way already here into the orange position. They should be able to get the plant off safely. The wall's going to go down soon, if I hear it correctly. Taking this kitchen control and send your car. There's 3 of them, 4 of them. He gets a bunch at least. He gets a double. Tricky S, the other one was able to get the kill. And Blurred on the retake. The operator is right to a 2v2 still, ref.
That they do. This is perfectly planted.
Last
This
player
is gonna
standing.
narrow and funnel everybody on now. Blurred, his heroic. They have to come out now. He has one knife, he has the operator. He has the one-shot potential, and he fights Craigie. He nearly fights Beats, but Beats has to make a commitment here. Beats, he only has a single shot track, he understands. It's not there. The knives, though, they're very much present, and they have turned Beats into a pin cushion.
What would you all do without me?
Such a difficult position for Beats to be in. Not planted for him. More than halfway through the defuse. Either he commits to the peak and really risk, you know, that opportunity slipping away from him.
One enemy
or
remaining.
he just calls the bluff and, you know, lets him defuse. And at that point, it's super hard 50-50. So Blurred coming out of it on top in the 2v1. As expected, he is so good and so on point right now. If anything, this operator is going to make things just even more difficult for Zeal to take the site.
Right, set play towards A is going to happen. The wall and both the poison orb are going to be set, as Blurred is going to deny that drone of other information besides himself. Fire Cyajin using all that utility, the boombot, the pain shell to block off the site temporarily. Now they finally decide to pounce, but the blind is going to be there. Kakarot once again triumphing and sending a Senzu being the way of Fire Cyajin. This monster tries to fight for Maze, but he falls to Kevs.
Spike
Great
down
double
A.
pick, and I love the
One
hold here
enemy
coming
remaining.
from Zeal Esports. One last alive, and that's going to be Senor Carl taken down. An amazing hold to be held here by NAOS Esports on that A site. Granted, Zeal, they were on some Spectres and stuff, but still a really good showing for them. Using that barrier wall to its perfection, you know, closing off that maze, making sure they're not going to get just pushed blindly, especially by these Spectres. And when there was contact after that wall was broken, you saw that blast there. He peaked at the same time that Kevs would be taking that engagement in case to just trade it out. But no, Kevs, he's got it all, you know, all done. He's done the job even by himself. Although he does have a Vandal compared to the Spectre on the opposing side, but still, I really love the hold there. Just not giving up any ground.
Yeah, I feel like that was a force, you know, definitely a force on the side of Zeal. They bought the Spectres, they used so much utility. Their economy is suffering right now, and potentially this could be a bonus round for NAOS here. All they have to do is just kind of hold it down again. They've been dealing with the range absolutely perfectly. They've been playing that measuring game to a T. Zeal, they have the idea of what they want to do. They have the idea of what utility they want to throw out here, as we are keeping up the great work, as that little mural on the wall says. I would love to take a gander at the players. I would heckin' love to see what the players have as of the moment. it does look like we are gonna go for a mid-centric attack this time. They want to take mid control, which is something that they haven't really been doing all this game.
It's going to be the change that you were talking about. It's mid control presence to be shown by them. Apologies, we're going to get that scoreboard fixed. I believe it should be like 6-0, if I'm not mistaken. So they're all stacking up here. Luckily able to avoid those shock darts, but now Kevs, he hears the updraft and he knows where to place his crosshairs to get the shot going. Into the barrel. That's for you guys. Hunter's Fury to come on out and try and deny that time, but he realizes they're already in the kitchen, so he has to be careful. Gets the second tag, and
One enemy remaining.
Well, it's definitely cooking right now, steaming, and they're boiling at the seams. Last one left alive is going to be Beats, and this should be done.
That was perfect. The slow orb into the fragmentation was absolutely masterful. Now this is Kevs. He cleans up once again, and again, guys, just a little bit of patience here. We are getting a little rowdy at the racks as of the moment, but the action has not stopped. These teams, they're still going at each other's throats, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Black and Blue, this is still a shutout for Zeal. They haven't landed a single round yet.
They have not. 7-0, halfway through the half, more so actually. Yet, it's a one-way show, a freak show. And now they're the main attraction right now.
That they are. Nothing too peculiar, except Blur's is like, I am gonna walk. I'm gonna run down with an operator. But the support is there from Blast. I'm not entirely sure how safe this is. The belt and the second force is gonna be here as Nest is gonna see or hear from the bullets and fire sides as they are equipped once more with Spectres. And Blurred, yep, that indeed was the timing, but Pipes, oh dear me, is occupied by our explosive Cyanogen.
Okay, the duelist is here. Of that Zeal Esports opening up the site, but Kev, he answers back. Fire Cyanogen down. He shuts both of them down now.
Revealing
just
area.
Getting revenge.
There they are.
Regaining some control of the site for the NAOS side. Craig ES gets a kill on Kakarot with the Kev. He's looking for more. And that he kills. He can go for the ace. And that he does. Kev's an absolute beast here on the back of the site. Regaining everything all in his lonesome. And he gets it done.
The true beast of the hunt is Kevs. That is just multi-kill upon multi-kill. I think that is going to be 8-0 Kevs. Responsible for that crime scene over at 8. Once again, super masterful from him playing that that poison angle, masterfully inching his way towards it, starting off by finding a somewhat disjointed fire Cyanogen. We've talked about the spacing. Sometimes fire creates so much space, but it's maybe someone hides behind it. Kev found that crack in their armor and absolutely went to town.
It's the only gap he needed.
I got the spike. Spike drop.
He was definitely able to convert. Great job from him once again. Cannot be understated. 8-0. A lot of it was because of this man looking like the potential series MVP at the end of this. Jelicious though, this wall is going to keep Zeal Esports at bay. Really moving forward. Kakarot doing the same to try and help him on out. Forces rather dissuade Zeal Esports to go the opposite way, to go turn a blind eye towards the safe side where it's going to be Blurred with the operator to hold things down.
And now they can't really rest on their laurels, even though they have a monstrous lead, even if they have the momentum. Zeal are very, very quick to take that away, but right now they're not allowing squats. Craigie has a little bit of a consolation finding the animal in the form of Kev's Fire Cyanogen. Might have found that second light that he's been looking for. Now they have the Vipers all the pit of death. Here, but looking for the discipline, waiting for his teammate once more. They do have a healthy amount of utility here. Or I believe they're waiting for the 0 point to come back online. The time though, it's ticking and it's ticking quickly. Fire Cyanogen not allowing anything. He finds a third for himself and standing this post plant. But what is that extension here? As Kakarot is given a bit of a chance to work, but the time, like I said, it's winding down.
Gets a tap, but it's going to be Craig ES to get the round finally here from Zeal. A great job from Fire Cyanogen to clean up the rest of the retake. That gives them their opening round. This could be a start of things to come. Even at an 8-4 scoreline, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back into this. But I'm not the one to doubt Zeal, because they've proven their doubters wrong time and time again. And this could be, as I said, where they make their comeback happen.
That's right. Again, Zeal, all they need is that one spark. They will absolutely try to hit a streak on you. And this is a fantastic sign. They both have great ults. The Fire Scientist has that that showstopper in hand. If he wants to make a quick jump, we even have the Hunter's Fury for a multitude of reasons. It does look like they vacate A. The walls have been saved on both sides here. It does finally come down. It is going to be first contact on G-Licious, and he is going to save this wall for a retake.
Well, they're coming their way on that B site. The retake wall should be able to get placed. And they do go into it. And that it is. The plant going to come down soon, but hey, that snake bite is going to delay things, make it a lot more difficult. Hunter's Fury as well to deny the plant even further. He's not really getting much tags, I believe. And now this should be safe to get that plant off. Blast on the cross, gets tagged out. That fragment is barely out of range, just a hair too wide. Really scraping by with the inch that he was left with.
That's right, this bird is once again making noise, making ripples for that operator. And Senior Carl is going to tacked up to 36 HP here. PG Monster's still not left anywhere or anything safe on the side now. Finds that frag. Fire Cyjin. Hello, wall. But it doesn't matter. The spray transfer was nearly there. But Zeal, they inched their way to a second round victory.
Barely scraping by with the win. It was such a close round. It seemed quite dire for Zeal at the end, near the end there, when a bunch of, the mollies, snake bites, everything, fragments coming down on them, denying the plant, and then so after them having a very difficult position and defuse already being stuck. Showstopper might not have gotten a kill from Fire Cyjin, but they do force NAOS off of the plant. And interestingly enough, after only losing just 2 rounds after winning 8, they're forcing the equal here. So Zeal, it might be 8-2, but they've made those 8 rounds a lot closer than NAOS would want.
That they have. And although NAOS, they're still somewhat losing a grip of the situation here, trying their best to handle it, or rather try to adjust as quickly as they can, because Zeal, they've changed up their pace. They're on a much lower default now. Bird should be in no man's land, and that dash is not going to help his case at all, as Fire Cyjin seems to be online. Blast with a blast from that Sheriff is going to stop Senior Carl in his tracks. So now Zeal has reduced numbers, but the same story can be said on NAOS. Well, again, I say something, the opposite thing happens.
We get the res online, but I don't think Blurred has his ult anymore. Does not need it though, because the right click is all he gets and finds and needs. Fire Cyjin deleted at a single press of a button.
Well, the classic is well loved and well hated. Honestly, situations like that, as last by the second, not before he falls to Beats.
30 seconds left.
Looking to be the frontliner of his team, holding the high ground as much as he can, but it is gonna be at the price of a stray shock dart. 2G should have an uncontested plant here. The spike down still has not been present, but 2G, he decides to fight for backside. He finds Kakarot, finds a second, nearly finds a third, and Blurred, despite having a second life, is gonna go back to dirt.
But Delicious, he's very consistent in these clutch situations, and 2GE very low. He gets the kill. He's gonna get the second. I told you so. This man, the Viper, the snake, waiting in the grass, and his venom is out of complete poison. Just nothing Zeal can do right now. Nothing they can get right. Now 9-2. Another dominating half already as we move into the final round 12.
Last round before the switch.
Right. There was a little bit of a snake in their boot, but that was quickly dealt with as a 9-2. Once again, a lot of people are going, oh, the 9-3 curse, the 9-3 curse. Again, guys, it is a game of swings, it is a game of momentum, so that is something that we have to account for. Honestly, I think Zeal, they're getting the momentum they need, but GU, that's gross. That is gross. We've seen so many of that, by the way. It's like it's a daily thing on VCT now to see a 6-6 spray transfer.
Yeah, he knew as well. You can see after he got the kill on Craig, he immediately looked there towards the backside, towards the screen side. They expect the split to do and a great shot by Senior Carl to give him some momentum in this round. He's going to continue to push through that wall, which I think is a good idea. Catacross does far side hit all the way top of the nest. They popped the Viper's pit, but this is a nest that they're not necessarily too great at holding on at times. As you can see there, Senior Carl, he gets
Spike
punched
down
so
A.
delicious to get the kill on Craig ES.
That's right, the direct fights are going to come, but that
One
Viper's
enemy
pit is definitely
remaining.
going to prove to be a problem. Not too long, as 2GE will be discovered, and that is going to be a double-digit lead going into the half for NAOS.
Switching sides.
Zeal, they have to rally. They have to rally now because, again, guys, if you do the math, it's only 3 rounds away. And Zeal, they have a little over 10. 11, in fact. Wow, numbers.
NAOS just dousing and stuffing out with it whichever flame Zeal tries to get going. Small, tinder they're trying to burn up into a big ball of fire. Just not really getting that steam that they need. As NAOS sizzling them out half after half. Once again, we go into the second half in just a completely lopsided opener. Zeal, this is worse than even map number 1 was. So
yeah,
if they want to make a stop, they need this pistol. Otherwise, I don't know, 12-2, a very difficult thing to come back from.
That's right. Like you said, a little bit of Tinder to start the fire, a little bit of Bumble to anger the Hive. But so far, NAOS have kept it calm. They've kept the commitment to their playstyle, the discipline that's gotten them so far. That's been sitting so well with their fragging power, their mechanical actuation. But now Zeal, once again, looking to make this reset point be a focal one in this map.
NAOS, very proficient so far on their Icebox maps. You don't normally see KO on Icebox, not in this region. But they make it work. A lot of the same philosophies. He's good on Breeze, large map. You would have assumed it would be the same on Breakthrough as well. Good on Icebox. Does he dodge that? No, he doesn't. Just barely within the zone of effect. He gets a kill, not able to find the second. Trade out immediately. It gives him a chance for the retake, especially after tagging Delicious up quite a bit. The heal will come on in, but
30 seconds
back
left.
to full.
It won't, but it is gonna be a healthy amount still. Zeal, they have full control of backside as of the moment, but they do they coagulate towards the screen side here. Come on, Classic, you can't do that. That was 50 HP, by the way, just off the jumping. That is not very fun for Delicious, but Kev, sometimes didn't find
One enemy remaining.
the pistols, they're coming in blurred. Once again, very, very difficult to spot. Senior Carl with that Sheriff will extend his life just by a tiny bit. The rate of fire and the pellets on the side of Kev, just a little too powerful.
Yeah, all he needed was a single bullet to connect, and that does. Spam the left click, get the kill, clean up the round. 11-2, and this is looking like a bit of a doo-doo on Zeal's side. It's very difficult to come back from this, honestly.
That's interesting word choice there.
I tried to rhyme it.
Yeah, but yeah, you know what? For the lack of a better term here, Zeal have just kind of word on the bet. You know what I mean? The previous word on the bet. They kind of they're making a bit of a mess here. Still trying to get as much of the exposure that they are so. Oh, that was so dangerous. My goodness, you are once again playing with the strings attached to my heart.
But strings could definitely ring a bell in Zeal's play style. So he can maybe get a few kills here. Hell, even convert the round. Doesn't seem to be the case for the medium. Ross finds the opposing stage in Craig DS. Farsigen is playing with lots of heat here. Could get burned, as I said, and expected this time. Electrocuted though. It's a 5v3 and 2GE. He's already halfway to death's door.
And potentially we could be seeing the round that seals the series
One
here,
enemy
because
remaining.
so far NAOS have not given any quarter. No mercy, no ground, none given, as the greed, or at least is really sitting on their tongues right now. But Zeal, they are tasting the sour defeat as of the moment. Boy,
Match
this is still
point.
possible. I'm not saying it's not. It's just so uphill at this point.
The deed has been done. The sentence has been said. And the execution of it could be delivered after this round. Now let's take the 13-2. They are on the bonus, so Zeal
Here, do it
have an
again.
opportunity here to get a few more rounds before this game does close out, before this series closes out. But it's a hell of a way to fizzle into a series and into a day for Zeal Esports. They're going to be playing this series afterwards later on in the afternoon, but it's not looking too well for them. 2GE, he gets that kill. As expected, they have the weapons advantage, so should be the case. But from then on here, will this momentum from this be enough to even get them within reaching distance of the lead?
That's right. Again, it is NAOS. They have literally all the leeway in the world
Get him.
to goodness, once again a super dangerous bot there. It does do its job finding the information, but nothing that Fire Cygen already knows, you know? Guys, I got shot at. I'm pretty sure there are people towards B long here. 2GE is gonna be the angle.
One enemy
The
remaining.
plan is gonna come,
Spike
but the
down,
double
B.
swing comes even faster. And Zeal, they stay alive for one more round.
Great synchronization from Zeal there at the end. And now this is the gun random from NAOS. Something that Zeal have yet to really be able to win when they're on equal terms, on equal grounds. Only won 2 rounds in the opening half, and that was the first of this one. But I do think part of it is, you know, this whole match is a symptom of what they've decided to choose as their poison. Like, they go for the raised jet, but they don't have a flash, no leer, nothing like that. And Zeal are a team that really benefit off of that because of their straightforward playstyle, you know? When they go against stuff, when things are difficult and they want to go aggressive, flash is really what they rely on a lot of times to get them within that distance, to get them close that gap, but they just simply do not have that tool here in Icebox.
Yeah, I have to agree. That's why I was asking, why did we get the raise instead of the arena? But again, there were game plans formulated for all these specific agent comps. We've seen inklings of it. We've seen the ideas. We just haven't really seen the execution just yet. Or maybe all the attempts have been snuffed out by NAOS. As, once again, NAOS have read the playbook of Zeal and have honestly somewhat mastered it to the point where the series has been looking super clean.
A far cry from what we saw with NAOS versus LFO for the opening game of the weekend. But this opening match of the day here, day number 3, Zeal, it's not looking too well for them. Although, for teams that do play 2 series in this game, the clock goes down, will go down. Oh, good spray from Blurred connects on 2G as well. That's a retake smoke potential. Well, it's already been placed on A site, but you know, the orb smoke or anything already taken out of contention for this round. Not looking well for Zeal.
It indeed is not, as we have a 5v4. The numbers, they come crashing down. Cavs will find a
One enemy remaining.
But it is going to be Blast to find the
Attackers
clinching
win.
double kill as they seal the fate of Zeal in this series, and that was one of the cleanest 2-0s. I was just saying that all these 2-0s have been close, but not this one. Not this one at all.
Blast clinking together the wine glasses because, well, a toast is to be said for the death of Zeal on this opening series. As I was trying to say a while ago, for a lot of the teams that do play a series in a single day, 2 series within a single day, they typically lose the opening series and then win later on. So for Zeal Esports, hopefully that trend works out for them. We've been very superstitious this entire group stage, but for good reason, because they have been going seemingly one way. But Raph, as I said, you know, even within that first half, it was already looking like Kevs would be the match MVP and more importantly the series MVP. And I think with him bagging 2 MVPs on both the maps, he definitely deserves that title.
I think this is the most ridiculous stat line we've seen from a single team. None of them dropped below 1.5 KD, which is, again, insane. The headshot percentage will go in the way of Zeal, but every other stat, well, will fly to the way of NAOS. And we are going to be looking at all those plays, all those moments where NAOS shined, and even Zeal shined. But Kevs, like you mentioned, was on the forefront once more.
so many plays where he helped out. Both, not just in kills, obviously, he got an ace, right, on the full gun round. But more importantly, utility-wise as well, really helped them all out. And the rest of NAOS, they're all popping off. They all had their moments. Blurred had some great moments. As you can see, he had a clutch of his own. So did Blast a while ago. Everybody just chiming in doing so much work. Kakarot, not super common to see a KO here, but as I said, he makes it work, and could be his comfort pick for a good reason. KO, very, very complete agent. Ooh, there's Kev's ace at the end of things, man.
That's disgusting. I keep saying disgusting because that's what the players have been. They've been cracked. They've been incredibly inclined to making all these highlights. But yeah, Zeal, they have to go back to the drawing board because we did see now suffer an L in our previous stage, but it seems that they've rectified most of their mistakes. They've gone back to that super cohesive structure and the super cohesive spacing that we all know and love from them.
I just realized 4 players from NAOS in that single match had a 1vx clutch at the very least. Not a 1v1, but at least more than 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, hell even. And it was just, wow, just NAOS. They came to play today, and they certainly not dropping the ball here. For a team like them who are at the top that nobody expected to be as good as they are, even after week 1, people should have expected this to continue to week 2, and that they did. They kind of faltered, earlier on in their group stage, but still, NAOS, man, rather at least early on in this weekend of the group stage, just versus LFO, but for them to be going to their final match next up versus South Building tomorrow, and for Zeal to be going up to their next match later on versus LFO, those are going to be very crucial series for either side. So we're going to be going to a break here, and when we come back, it's going to be the panel to talk about this game. Then we got another series for you guys. So I'm Black and Blue. With me is Raph. We're going to see you guys in just a bit.
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can compare me, I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking.
Well, we are here and NAOS. Get it? Because here and now. Yeah, guys, welcome back to the panel. My name is Asarai. With me now is Illustrado and Terror. And we have just witnessed an absolute domination nation from the NAOS roster. Zeal definitely had a bit of a run for their money in that series there, Ilu.
Absolutely. Zeal was just getting outmaneuvered, outgunned on every single front here. I saw so many perfect plays coming from NAOS. Just when I thought that they were kind of a little bit of a one-trick pony, when it was all NAOS just kind of running in and, you know, taking duels. It absolutely wasn't. I saw a lot of perfect plays, a lot of disciplined plays, just making the correct reads, rotations, playing back, you know, playing safe, knowing when to go for retakes. A lot of strong fundamentals coming from NAOS here, and then a lot of stellar individual moments as well coming from the individual players, like Kebs, who just got that amazing ace at the very last map.
First of all, I just want to say, I tell you, no panel curse when you predict with me, guys. Finally, we broke it off. The triple man, or with me, a woman as well, with the predictions that we had a while ago, it was correct. But going back to the game, though, NAOS Esports, they were such a patient team, especially on the post-plan situation on game number 1. I was actually, guys, I was watching on the side Mark's stream, by the way, the former Oasis coach, and he was doing an analysis over it. Raph mentioned it too while casting a while ago, that Fireside Jin sometimes have these angles where it is one and gone. Very risky moves in a showy kind of, but it is possible to get all the kills and information in highlight plays and basically, but how far can you actually get into when it comes to positioning and the information?
Yeah, no, absolutely, you're right there. You talked about Fire Cyjin and the one and done positions. Absolutely correct. I agree because Fire Cyjin, he has these, he peaks these angles. He uses these angles specifically because he pops off and he can control the map and he can win those duels. But what happens when he can't? Just like what happened with this series, the game number 1, game number 2, Fire Cyjin just non-existent in the first game at all, and pretty much lacking in the second one. You still play those angles and not win your duels. It's pretty much basically a 4v5 at the start of the map.
Well, we do have the highlights ready for our viewers and for ourselves to see, again, what has happened in this entirety. And would love to double up on that. It just seems like if Fire Cyjin doesn't heat up, there's nobody to follow through with him from his own team. So he's basically a one-man army as of the moment. It works when it works, but when it doesn't, there's, as you mentioned, nothing to really fall back on there either.
I agree. It's just Fire Cyjin, it's just a non-starter for him today, and he's definitely the player that the team looks up to. When Fire Cyjin plays on all cylinders, so does the rest of Zeal. But it just didn't happen today. And I was thinking about this during the game itself. You know what separates a good player from a great player? Obviously, the consistency, man. You want to be able to hit crazy shots all the time. You want to be able to be on the top all of the time. And sure, you can't do that. But the more you avoid these games where you're at the very bottom, where you're 5 and 16 as an entry fragger, not exactly what you want to see from the person you want to rely on the most.
Aside from consistency is key, patience is definitely key as well. Punishing a bad play from the other team doesn't mean it was a good play for you. You just had the advantage over mechanical skills, but not on positioning like I was saying a while ago. But patience is key, knowing and realizing how long the rotations are, and a little bit of prediction too. And a major percentage of that comes from experience, honestly.
Yeah, and I really like how you mentioned, Zeal's just trying to be faster than the opposition. It works for the most part, but against a squad like NAOS, who we've seen on their great days, it really doesn't work. Anyways, speaking of NAOS, we have your Republic of Gamers MVP, Kevs, who again has top frag in both of these games. I believe that was 19 on Ascent, 20 on Icebox. And look at the stats here. They do not lie. He has been popping off. And it might be a little bit on the lower side, but that was because it was a 13-5 and 13-3 on the overall
and he was
score
Sova.
standings. Sova, yeah.
And he was Sova.
I told you already. I told you.
Absolutely insane, man. This guy, I'm so proud of him. Like, we used to cast him way back when, just the whole Valorant was starting up and he was transferring over from CS. We've known this guy for years, man. One of the literal nicest guy in the scene. And he started off basically, in a really good position, and then in SV Empire, and then things didn't really work out. He ended up changing his name to Stiletto. Now he's back to Kevs, and now he's with a team I feel like he's really comfortable with. When you have a player like Kevs who just is unlocked and who can support his team and be on the front line and get ridiculous kills as well, there's really not much more that you could ask for.
It's not a surprise that Kevs is the MVP. I already assumed it during the start of this program already, and in week 1, Kevs just performed on this map. I told you during the start of this day, the spotlight should be on this guy. He mastered all the utility set of Sova. He's got great prediction or game sense of the enemies, and he really plays out on those information that he takes on each and every recon or in each and every Sova drone that he gets. I cannot fathom how dominating NAOS is in their group. There are more key players like Blast and others, but honestly, speaking of this, TLDR, they're just basically cracked.
True that. Now we'll have our shot of espresso of an interview and a donut on the side. Well, yeah, let's go to that interview.
Hello po. Hello guys, hello. Yes, we learned so many things, and because LFO really played well against us, they know how to counter us. I think they're back in their SB Empire form, and because of that, we learned so many things about our gameplay and game style. Yeah, we wake up very good. Should I answer? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I think when it comes to map like Haven or Ascent, we are really comfortable. And after our match against LFO, hey, hey, calm down, guys. Against LFO, we know that we need to adjust many things, and it showed. Yeah, yeah, it showed. I yeah, I love KO, and I think KO is built for players like me coming from CS:GO. Like when the support and the mall is yeah very same, and for me it's very good, very reliable, reliable. What? Reliable. Yeah. I think for me, Icebox is a pocket map for us. We don't like to pick it, but if the enemy don't ban it, yeah, we'll fight them. Yeah, yeah, very good. But
And we are back, man. I just love the confidence in Kakarot's answers. You just knew that they had everything set in plan. It's like studying for for an exam, and you get 100 out of 100. What a
I
nice
love the
feeling for sure.
interviews, man. It feels so light talking to them and seeing them in an interview position. Just great. Great. Amazing play, Naos. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to NAOS. Zeal still have a chance in this, but we'll see how that goes. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a break, a breather, and when we come back, the next series will be going underway. So stay tuned.
What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you
And we're back once again, guys. I got myself a new set of face with Illustrado and Dax at the helm here. My name is Asarai, and yeah, we're back. Next match will be Team Secret versus Bren Esports. This is looking a bit of again another rematch. Last time it was Bren, and just wanted to ask you real quick, guys, before we introduce the teams, what do you think about the start of this series? I'll start with Ilu first.
Yeah, so the last time the Team Secret actually came about and played this one, they weren't too happy. They got absolutely stomped with it, and I know for a fact that there were a couple of blatant issues that were preventing them from playing their absolute best. The next time that they won a series, they weren't absolutely happy about it either. I'll talk about that a little bit later on, though. But this could be the one where Team Secret could prove to everybody that they deserve to still be in the middle or qualified or potentially even in the playoffs itself. So Team Secret want to win this definitely, defiantly and confidently by a wide margin to prove to everybody that they're not just, falling off already.
True.
Yeah, long story short, guys, Team Secret, this is a must-win for them. If they lose this, they're out of contention. They will be eliminated from the playoff hunt from what I see here. And it really feels like this is just the new wave, the new generation trying to get past already what was established last year. And maybe Bren Esports can be the one to just, poetically get rid of Team Secret.
And speaking of new generations, we got you guys some new generations of hardware here. VCT 2022 is brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And for more information to our viewers out there, we got multiple languages that is happening for VCTPH as of the moment. We got our Tagalog and English, so we get you the links for that one. English, guys, it is twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 3 and then youtube.com/PPGLGG and so on and so forth. And of course, can't forget VeraEsports.com. For the Filipino side, we got twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH with Facebook also available for you guys at PPGLGG. And of course, once again, youtube.com/PPGLGG. GG because it's a good game, it's a good series, it's a good overall thing, and we got that up and running for you. Now, as I am trying to catch my breath here, gentlemen, I just cannot wait to see if Team Secret will get an adjustment. I'm pretty sure Dubstep is already prepared. I even saw a tweet from Fade saying, guys, if you have a second monitor that is at 60 hertz and you have a monitor that is at 240 hertz, turn off that second monitor. It ruins the first one. Maybe Dubstep has his hertz unlocked, so it doesn't hurt no more when they play.
Wait, is that for real?
I think it is because
it
different refresh rates.
Their refresh rates mess each other up, man.
Yeah, but we won't mess this up now for you guys because the team intro for Team Secret is already up for you to view. Yeah.
There you have it, Team Secret. Now, again, on to serious matters. We did talk about how, or rather, when we saw the interview with Dubstep and everything, it seems like they were not too happy with the match that they had up against Oasis Gaming. Granted, it was a default. That third match was more of something that wasn't really up to Team Secret's par, but maybe coming into this Bren matchup, they'll find their footing moving forward.
I'm hoping so, man. I'm hoping they do find their footing. They weren't 100% happy with the results, even if they did win. And I mean, who would be? Team Secret is one of those teams that it really is by the book. They live by it. And, you know, when they want to win, you know, they want to win 100% knowing that they deserved it. You've seen time and time again last time when other teams would be having technical difficulties. Team Secret, they'd give up their own timeout so that the other team could, you know, play to 100% because they don't want to defeat you if you're not 100% full power. You know, they're very anime like that.
It's what they propagate all the time. They really want the PH scene to grow, and in all honesty, even though they're suffering from these losses, they have to be proud of just the advancement of all these teams so far. But let's not forget though that last map is a big reason why Team Secret always wants the opponent to be at the optimal level, because if you don't bring your A game, if you don't have the strongest mental, Team Secret will just absolutely demolish you, and that was case in point on that split map against Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, they're kings. And we'll see if these kings will get dethroned by the next team that is looking to challenge them once again, Bren Esports. Lots of questions on if this Bren team, the new Bren team, before it was showcased which roster they had, would perform. Well, a few months have passed, and boy, have they. Dax, you wanted to talk about this Bren Esports team? The helm is yours, brother.
Yeah, man, the new generation truly of Bren Esports, they already impressed versus Team Secret last time, but I really feel like if they want to be the ones to really put themselves up there, to be the ones to basically eliminate Team Secret, they have to win that mental warfare yet again. Compared to the last time, they just won so confidently, so dominantly. They were never really put in those strives and tribulations along the way. But from when I see this Bren roster, and even though I know how talented EJ and Savvy are, there has to be a question, are they mentally prepared if they are going to be put to the absolute test? Team Secret has to be coming into this one with all guns ablazing, and you know, watching Bren Esports right now, every single time, every single round, there is a bit of that fragility on what can actually happen. There's that volatility. If it all just blows up in their face, how will they recover? I think that's what Bren Esports needs to focus on and keep calm along the way.
Yeah, very true. It does seem that Bren Esports, in terms of how they maneuver, it's very fragile. If they do good, they do really good. But once they start to kind of break at the seams, that's the issue for them. Can they bounce back? Savvy, I feel, is one of the players that has really put Bren in the limelight. But the problem is, once Savvy kind of falters, Bren seems to not really rely on anyone else. Maybe Hot Sauce does get those top frags here and there, but other than that, it seems like they are struggling somehow when, again, Savvy does not perform.
Yeah, that's 100% true right there. Savvy definitely want to keep your eye out for, and you know, his performance has been, you know, pretty much on the nose. It's been hit and miss for a couple of the games, but he's finding a lot of consistency as well. Another thing I do want everybody to consider is the sort of map pool that we have for the side of Bren. A lot of their best maps are the maps that Team Secret can really play well. Also, Haven is actually Bren Esports' best map here. So this is really quite an interesting point here. We didn't get to see it last time because it was actually banned out by Team Secret. They banned this against they banned this up against Bren Esports. I'm hoping this time we get to play it because Team Secret have shown that they can still play Haven to a really high level. And if there's anywhere that they can take down Bren, it's got to be on Haven here because all the other maps, it's looking very much like it's favored or geared towards Bren Esports. They have Icebox for Bren. They have Split for Bren as well. These are maps that Team Secret are just kind of like okay on.
It just goes to show the playbook has really been left behind at the Bren station. And at the same time, it is being read, it is being studied. And you mentioned it, Ilu, that the Haven map pick, it's going to be very interesting because both sides have proven to be strong at it. But there is already that respect that Team Secret is giving them. And when we look at Savvy himself, he can just flex on over to whatever role. You know, guys, I saw a video while I was out for a while. You know, he's amazing in the Breach in-game, but apparently he's really good at Breach IRL too.
I have not seen that one.
Beg your
but
pardon?
I think I've seen that one. I'm not gonna tell it.
I'll show you
on
guys
stream.
after the panel.
Yeah. Anyways, we got the map veto ready for you guys. We're talking about Ela was talking about what maps would be good for Team Secret here, and now we'll be sure what is. So I'm looking at Split, Haven, and Bind. Ooh, okay, Elu, I think you might want to add up on this. Ooh.
Yeah, 100%, because Bind is a map that they're both comfortable with. 62% win rate here for Bren, and they've played it a lot. This is their most played map. At the same time, Team Secret, we know that their Bind is kind of just okay. They haven't really played it so much in this iteration of the roster, but so far they have a 57% win rate on it. What is going to be interesting, however, is that we are going to be getting to see that Haven here, and then we're following it up on that Split as well, because Split for Team Secret, it has been fairly successful, but again, it's not the biggest of sample sizes, while on the other side, it's a really strong map pick for Bren. I'm surprised that Team Secret actually picked Split, knowing that Bren are really good at it. They have a 71% win rate on Split here, so very big gambles for the side of Bren. I do think Bren needs to win Haven, otherwise it's going to be a 2-0.
You know, I've been looking at the Team Secret map picks this week, and whatever they were able to get those map wins on lately, whatever they have been able to practice with your newer rotation, those are the map picks that they propagate in the first place. But we get that Haven map at the very start, and I'm very excited for it because we've already noticed for Bren Esports, this has to be one of the best fours, but Team Secret always willing to defend that territory. And overall, it really feels like there is going to be a bit of that rehash there on Bind. But like I said beforehand, Team Secret, they have already studied it safe. This is a squad that will immediately learn from their mistakes and more. And with a map pool like this, with a bit of that confidence also, at least knowing that they can still dominate the same way that they did last year, they're going to be trying to run on through the Bren Esports roster round per round, look to chip away at that mental game, look to find those weaknesses. And I really feel like for Team Secret also, if they can go after the certain players, the young guns of Bren Esports, and put them in absolute adversity, it's going to be Bren put to the test instead.
Okay, I'll add something to this. I feel like Team Secret right now are on a road to back to basics, right? We saw their split yesterday when we went up against Oasis Gaming, where they incorporated a very reminiscent selection of agents. You got the Spencer back on his Cypher. You put, what was it, Jeremy on his Raze. It really seems like Team Secret is trying to rebuild what they have right now, especially with this new addition to the team. That being said, these three maps that we are seeing right now, gentlemen, even though as of recent it is a high percentage win rate for Bren Esports, these are three maps that we know Team Secret were like really good or actually absolutely dominant way back a couple of months ago. So maybe they're also banking on the fact that they can reminisce, hit that nostalgia factor, and again build themselves back up to full. But that being said, I feel like the odds are very much stacked against this Team Secret roster.
Yeah. I do want to make a little bit of a quick amendment. So, but I'll do that a little bit later because we do have to get into the game. So I'll keep this quick right here. I do think it's going to be Bren. I just have to say Bren are looking like they're on form right now. They are going to take this map, I think, 2-0.
Yeah.
Guys, I also just want to put this out there already. I feel like for Bren Esports, this is their day. This is their time. And what better way to see the rise of the next generation of PH scene with Bren Esports of all teams getting one ahead of Team Secret. So I'm gonna go 2-1 for Bren Esports.
I'll be the bearer of bad news, gentlemen. I won't be going with the tie this time. I won't be peer pressured by you guys. You're not cool. I'm cool. I'm going to be going for Team Secret. I'm just joking. You're all cool. You're all kings. I'm going to go for Team Secret at this point. I feel like it is going to be a comeback for them, 2-1. So I'll believe in this. Dubstep, I feel, has been setting himself straight. We'll see probably a comeback of the Pinoy Jet, as it were. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this is our prediction, guys. Bren definitely does have the one-up on this one. Team Secret, again, as I mentioned, definitely has the odds stacked against them. Will they be using Jeremy? Will they be using Wits? We'll see later on. We'll pass it on to the casters to break this down even further.
The Bren multiverse is looking to shift, but the multiverse is looking to stay. Once again, my name is Tayror, that's Raph, so if you get confused, I'm Raph and that's Tayror.
You know, I actually got confused when the camera drone was like, ooh, was that me or was that Raph? I confused myself as well. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to VCTPH. Last 2 days here, Raph, and we are going strong for the teams that we have. Ooh, a 2-0, dominating 2-0 a while ago from NAOS. And now, heading to this second game that we have right here. Team Secret, the multiverse as well, versus Bren Esports. On to the Agent Select. Let's see how it's gonna go. We've seen a Bren, or rather Team Secret, on a back-to-basics scenario last time.
Yeah, and honestly, that's such an excellent point to bring up because Team Secret is doing that as well. This is where they kind of have to rebuild their foundation, and this is so difficult because for them to go back to the very bottom, to the very basics of the structure, that means they have to tear up all the branches of their gameplay, redo it, restructure it, and it does look like we have a little bit of a throwback here as we put that Jeremy on an initiator. So this is looking like a fairly aggressive comp on the side of Secret.
Also, aside from what we were talking about, if you actually watch the interview with Dubstep from the previous one, from the time that they won, finally a map series, he was talking about they should be doing something different. That's why it's kind of like not making sense so far for Team Secret, because they're making things different. The system is different right now. They have a new coach, they have a new player, and also Dubstep mentioning like if we do the stuff that we do from the previous year, we're gonna be completely destroyed.
Yeah, nobody's immune to growing pains, and I really love how honest and candid he was. Dubstep has proven to be such a wonderful sportsman and has been an excellent example to, well, really everybody who wants to compete, not just in esports, but sports in itself. Yeah, looking at this map pool, it really did confuse me a little bit because we know how notoriously good Bren is on Haven and how perfect they can be. We've seen that clinic. The question is, can they do it again on their predecessors?
The first step also I want to mention is that the first step towards progress and towards growing as a team is to actually first learning or acknowledging what mistakes you're doing and what doesn't work. Acknowledging the mistakes, acknowledging the weaknesses that you have as a team is what's gonna make you stronger onto the next one. So I think Team Secret, they have the right mindset right now. Just the execution wise is a part where they're kind of in a 50-50 so far. And the thing is, Raph, days are closing off. This week, we're gonna know who's gonna be the two teams that would be eliminated.
That's right. And really, if we lose Secret out of those coveted positions, a lot of people will cry. A lot of fans will be left heartbroken. And honestly, they were the pride of PH for the longest time. But it seems that title is up for grabs as we are gearing up on our first map. Once again, guys, Secret versus Bren.
This is the second series for today. We're bringing it hot. into you guys with the action and to the pistol round that we have right here. Team Secret on the defense, Bren Esports on the offense. It seems like an aggressive push right now for Team Secret as they have to go back because of the flash.
Spike
and the
down,
drone.
C.
Borkom was able to get one, and that is Savvy before he goes down in the hands of one down.
That's right, they lose quite a bit of the smoke potential here, but EJ will fight Jesse. Jesse still has quite a bit of utility in his pocket, but EJ, he wants to do it all. He finds the third. He's
One
hunting for the
enemy
fourth and
remaining.
fifth, but Dubstep has that timing unlocked as Josh S is going to get the trade. Now we are in a 1v3 situation. Dispenser has been absolutely deadly in the clutch, and you know, as we know him, Brain Freeze is quite low, Josh S is quite low. Only Hot Sauce is really the one that can somewhat frontline, but still, it is a 1v3.
That's an extremely fast rotation coming in from
Spike
Dispenser
planted.
right there. The thing is, the beauty of having a Killjoy as the only man remaining, you have the turret that could help you out, specifically on this type of setting, on this type of round, because it is a pistol round. There is no armor. Yes, it really depends. It's up until 25, but so far, looking at it, they don't have the armors. Josh S low on HP, not going to be enough really for Dispenser to actually take down the last two remaining members of Bren Esports. They take this pistol round, and it took long actually, that pistol.
Yeah, well, you said it.
One
I mean,
second, peeps.
again, they
I
did
gotta
suffer
visit
a
the
little bit of a
Astros to play some
casualty
stars.
at the near end of that sequence. But Bren, they managed to pull it out, and EJ still rocking on that confidence from that big 3K. Will get that battle out. Hopefully this bonus will be kind to them, because Secret is incredibly savvy. It does look like they are a little more inclined to defend A, as they are going to invest quite a bit of utility. Jesse will have to tag that fault line. That is going to destroy his first shock dart, which is not a good sign.
Shock Dart misses out, and of course the opportunity to tag some players already missed, and knowing that this is actually still an eco for the side
Obscuring
of
vision.
Secret, that's still gotta hurt. That's 200 if I'm not mistaken in credits. Brain Freeze on the other hand was able to spot two players on the side of Secret, but EJ came in that corner. Not enough to actually see Borkom pinned down by the right click to the face. Jesse Vash right now, 22 HP. He's got a drone, but it's not going to be used anymore as Brain Freeze sees him. 2v2 situation, and the spike is being planted right now.
One enemy
Marshall is
remaining.
looking awfully lethal, but Hot Sauce looks to burn even brighter than Dubstep, as he even finds a second. And yeah, like you mentioned, that's honestly such a big investment on an eco. You know, sometimes you just kind of want people to slap money on your face. Of course, not literally, but yeah, that's still quite a big investment. Oh yeah, absolutely. What is your cure? What is your cure? Oh god.
Oh my god. Salary, yes. Going back to the game though, I just want to mention as well, Raph, that EJ actually bought the Vandal on the second round. So that's a big investment coming in from Bren Esports. And also that shows the confidence that EJ has coming in from the round, or the first round that we had on the pistol. He knew that he was on the mood right now. He was on fire. He's basically lighting up. And he is showing that with this confidence of buying immediately the Vandals, heading towards this round, trying to get the kills. They save it up. They got the round still against Team Secret. So it's still on EJ's hands right now, but it hurt the economy, at least, of Bren Esports as we look into it. It's going to be a long day again?
I hope not, you know, considering that the weather of health has not been the greatest for some of the cast members and honestly some people, but it does look like we are gonna go into the technical pause podcast. I would honestly love to point out too that Secrets, oh dear me guys, they're only allowed to drop one map. If they drop a series, then
oh yeah,
that is donezo.
That is one and done for the first map, if ever. So we'll see what they can do. As Dubstep honest right now on the corner, he throws that smoke on the recon, but already he's stuck in a position where he needs to face 4 players of Bren Esports.
That's
this
right.
aggression isn't working, Raph.
It really isn't. As soon as Jeremy threw out that that aftershock, it really became problematic for Secret because suddenly they gave up quite a bit of map control. Now they let go of A-Long for a split second. That's gonna open up a little bit of aggression from Secret. but it doesn't look like they've done that so far. The hold from A lobby is still very, very much present here.
Out of
Secret, they
charges.
are going to be okay for a good
Scanning
minute
ahead.
despite losing dubstep. But the time is ticking, and the rotations, they look to be, well, not present at all, as Bren's like, you know what, we can hold on. We made them use the utility, but Borkum has found Brain Freeze, and EJ dodges that stun. He's gonna find the anti-flash. No, as Jeremy hits him with a sidestep. Jeremy's still very much alive here. That aftershock is gonna push him out.
One
Not gonna
enemy
do
remaining.
much. As he finds
Spike
two.
down
Jesse
A.
chimes in.
30
and now
seconds
Bren,
left.
They don't look too hot right now.
Bait and switch is what happened on Sewers right there. They are just ready and prepared to take on the action. Borkum closes things off with Hossos going down. Raph, I just want to talk about how Borkum got the trade, indirect trades, after Dubstep actually was punished. The thing is, in those kinds of positions, we talked about it in the panel too a while ago, knowing and realizing how long the rotations of the teams are, and of course having that a bit of aggressiveness coming in from Team Secret. It's a one and done position, just like you saw in that specific moment where Dubstep was stuck in sewers. He can't go out. He has the dash, yes, but there was the fault line already.
Get out of
and
my
4
way.
players just pushing towards him.
Absolutely. It does look like Grass is going to number 1 on the list. As
Spike down mid.
Mirage will find a little bit of a penalty here on Brain Freeze, but not before EJ can trade. That is a lot of utility being removed as EJ dodges that fault line beautifully. Jeremy has been staggering all his utilities so well in the previous rounds. They need that. Secret need that to stop this march, this death march of Bren, and EJ still wants to put the pressure on.
Borkum caught doing a yoga position on Garage a while ago. He was setting up and maybe trying to get out of a situation, but it's too late already as EJ was pushing there. And I think for Bren Esports right now, they are planning to go on the side. You have to check the order, so check your 6, my dude. Jesse Bash was able to get Josh S, but the immediate trade-off was there from EJ.
That's right. Illustrato did mention that some of the basics have somewhat been lost as Dubstep gets a massive double kill. Jeremy perfectly timed on that window swing as he finds Zavi, and now they tie it up. But just to get back on my point, some of the basics that even pros, they mess it up sometimes, guys. So, you know, don't be too hard on yourselves. But again, if it happens to pros, it's going to happen to everybody. But since we're at the highest level, we really don't want to see that too often.
Big problems for the team right now, especially with Team Secret. The pressure is definitely on. They need to take on this map. And to be fair though, when regards to map selection, these two teams, Team Secret and Bren Esports, they perform really well on Haven.
Exactly. They perform super well, but yet another point that I want to bring out from the panel, again, beautiful gentlemen, of course, a beautiful everybody on that panel, as Zavi is really a focal point for Bren. When Zavi pops up, everything falls into place for Bren. That perfection, that golden shine that we're so accustomed to, suddenly becomes so apparent. And Zavi, he chimes in perfectly as Dispenser trades out his fellow Killjoy.
Oh, Bren Esports, they're following the footsteps of Dubstep there, and they were able to take on. The Rolling Thunder comes in on a side. The push on Sewers is gonna happen as well. No follow-up right now so far for Bren Esports. And the thing is, it was Savvy who used that, right? It was. So no follow-ups on entering the site, and the 3 players of Team Secret rotated all the way to A. Maybe it's a fake, and it definitely looks like it as they push in on C-Long with the spike on Josh S's hands.
That's right. Josh S has to give that spike away before he can set all his stars down, as those smokes are going to pop. He is going to be the anchor for this team. He is going to be the very tip of the spear, so to speak, and even the shield, because he's the only one with a Guardian. Again, Bren still doing so well for an eco round, a 4v4 situation. However, the gun situation, it's not in their favor.
Interesting who is watching flank right now for Bren Esports, but there is a turret. I don't know if that is too far already. Josh S needs to be careful, as Long C behind him is actually Borkum creeping up slowly but surely. Josh S was punished by Jesse Vash instead. Clean retake from Team Secret right there. Only 2 players were punished, and of course they were able to capitalize on those positioning and angles that they got.
That's right. And Secret, they sense the urgency here. They understand that, oh boy, if we drop this map, it is going to be such a difficult climb, especially when the days, they're only getting fewer and fewer, but we finally see an operator on dubstep here. The utility and everything is locked and loaded for Secret. Bren, on the other hand, they are locked and loaded as well, but they are at the cusp of a reset point in terms of economy.
I am with you. We all know how beast of a man is Dubstep when it comes to the operator. So let's see if he can get some opening shots. As Borkum was placed out of position, he needed to do a wide swing right there as EJ was ready to take on the action too. It seems like they were expecting this thing to happen because Team Secret all over again, over and over, always one player aggresses towards them.
That's right, and they try to get a little bit of a cheeky kill there using the utility. Josh S narrowly dodging that Hunter's Fury. Jeremy knows better, but Dubstep, he will finally find Zavi. Once again, those flashes and those post-plant weapons are not going to be present for Bren, but they're still 4 members strong compared to the -1 on Secret as EJ finds his Jet counterpart. But Ice Cold Jesse chimes in. 2v1, it's up to Jeremy.
Jeremy using the aftershock, maybe trying to see if he can get anyone, or was it a blind that he used? Wasn't sure, but the Sova drone might detect him. As the fault line comes in, he goes in for the timing. Brain Freeze, very low on HP. He still can do this. This is a clutch potential right now for Jeremy. As Brain Freeze swings out, he goes down. Another one bites the dust. That is the clutch coming in from Jeremy.
That's right, and that is going to be our ROG clutch, the first of our series. Well done by Jeremy, masterfully done. And he's also saved his Rolling Thunder, or rather reacquired it. Team Secret, they get a 2-round lead, they get a 2-round cushion. As I mentioned, the reset point for Bren is upon them. This eco try to do as much damage as they can, but knowing how things go, knowing how the nature of the beast works, this is potentially another round in the bag for Secret.
He was stuck in a corner, the last player of Bren as well. So at that point, gotta do what you gotta do, man. 4-2 is the score. Team Secret with a 2-round lead. Not too far off. If they want to take this map, they have to make this gap bigger for Bren Esports to follow. As they are on an eco right now, things can change, momentum can change. Dubstep still, of course, with the operator on his hand. We all know what this guy is capable of. As Jeremy trying to do an aftershock, trying to delay the plant maybe, but it's not gonna happen. As they are now in position for post-plant.
That's right, and Jeremy, who was the hero of the previous round, will be the first to enter. However, that lockdown and that Cosmic Divide is going to delay them just a tiny bit. Jesse is going to stick this. We've seen this play happen so many times. Don't tell me it's going to happen again! And nobody's there to stop him! But the diffuser, at the very last second, is going to get held off. And Dubstep and Borkum, they try to hold the line here. And they finally get it. Oh, that played with my heart once more. Bren nearly get away. What was that? Oh, it's actually a dispenser.
Beautiful Cosmic Divide right there. Helping Team Secret out into defusing the spike continuously. You saw Jeremy. He was just turning himself, maybe making sure that he doesn't get headshot while he just continues defusing. This is a timeout coming in from Bren Esports. As much as you can, as early as you can, you have to figure out how you want to take this.
That's right. And knowing the mechanics of this matchup, both these teams actually very similar. The way they approach the game, very bookish, very fundamental. I feel like the winning condition here is, well, obviously we need players to pop off, right? But we need that, how to put this, well-paced wildness. Sometimes the players have to go out of that box to try and catch those bookish timings off guard and whatnot. But again, we can't have too much of that because, well, you know what happens. The punishments will always come through.
I think what you're trying to say, Raf, is the type of passive-aggressive play. Not being too aggressive. On the other hand, you have this safe spot where you could just probably dash away or use your utility to reposition yourself. So even with certain aggressiveness, the angles that you can cover, with the passiveness of trying to go back if you don't get the shot, I think that's what you're trying to say. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I completely agree with it when it comes to this kind of playstyle. Look at this. Dubstep like this. You get a peek, you have the operator, you have the bigger advantage on a one-shot kill, but you can also dash away.
So one thing Bren that rather Secret have not been doing is they haven't really been investing as much utility trying to hold down this A lobby, this A sewer position. We still see that Breach is there waiting for the perfect moment for him to kind of throw that aftershock, that fault line. But Bren, all their efforts trying to get into A has been kind of stuffed by Secret here. This time around though, they have to know Borkum is here. Borkum has been playing this position for the last few rounds or so, and he's been doing the exact same thing. He's been hiding in the smoke. Bren, they have to feel something's wrong, you know? Something's not right here.
Something's fishy. I can smell it right now. Borkum just waiting on garage. And you know what? I decide, nah, I'm just gonna go back. But EJ, he's not gonna go and back down as he continues to charge in onto C. There is no one there to catch him though, but there are certain traps as well. On the other hand, the flank, or rather the other rotations coming in from Hot Sauce trying to cut off the rotation from Team Secret is shut down already. EJ is inside the wall. This may be a smart move for him, but the fault line, it's too late to connect.
That's right, that tiny pocket of safety was not deep enough as Borkum is going to find Zappy. 13 seconds left. Josh has to make a play, but it is not meant to be as Borkum has come alive and found his third frag. Secrets looking very, very strong. They're not letting the young guns be the belligerents, be the ones to knock at the kingdom's door. And their pillars, they stand strong.
There are certain players that I've seen who plays the Astro Wall very nicely, especially when you're on the opposition side or against the opponent that built the Astro Divide, or the Cosmic Divide rather. What they do is actually swing from the side to front. Because if you just charge in front, the barrel of your gun will just show, and basically they would immediately know that you're heading out. So what other players do is actually swing from the left or from the right to front into going into that Cosmic Divide. And I haven't seen teams doing that so far right now for the players or for the games that I've casted.
It's really those little things that create all these situations. But EJ using the knives to the best of his ability, fighting Jesse Vash. Still a bit of an uphill battle. They have 2 Phantoms in hand, but 4 Secret players to deal with, and a hefty arsenal of utility here. The flash point will come out, but will not blind anything. Jeremy, he sees true, and he lands even truer as he finds the last 2 members. And Secret, once again, they go up by a considerable amount of rounds.
7-2 is the score, like you say. Considerable amount of number of rounds right here. We have 5 rounds for an advantage on the side of Team Secret. Looking good right now for them. This team is really good when it comes to retakes. From the Filipino broadcast, we talk about Team Secret before as the retake kings. So they are definitely showing that on this map as well, as the former old Bren roster going up to the new guns that we have right here. Last time that they have met Raf, Bren Esports took it away from Team Secret, put them down in the leaderboards, and obviously this group, they really need this. Especially this is probably the last day for Team Secret if they don't get the maps.
Ooh, and that is such a scary predicament as Dubstep wants to avoid that, finds the operator shot on Josh S.
Wow.
Borkum, however, his sneakiness will be discovered by Hot Sauce, getting a free upgrade for himself here. Now it's only Brain Freeze with a subpar arsenal, but we know what he can do with that Sheriff. And the question is, can they really find themselves in a position where they can somewhat localize their troubles, because the rest of the map has been blocked off. You see the Killjoy, you see Dispenser has gathered so much information. That alarm bot is only going to work like, you know, like a tripwire. It's going to tell them, oh, there's a flank. They're not going to really tell who it is, especially that Brain Freeze is already on the spike down. That is not really going to delay him, that fault line. Oh, but wait a minute. It's actually the Molotov, the Nano Swarm with that combo that really will bring down Brain Freeze 6 feet under.
It was actually a very smart move coming in from Team Secret right there. Let me talk about it later on, but right now let's see where the action takes us, as Bren was able to punish 2 players on the side of Team Secret. EJ and Savvy and Hot Sauce are all on side. As usual, we see post-plant situation on B, where players of the team that plants the spike usually heads out and wait outside. But this time around, Bren is just ready to take on the action inside. And what I wanted to talk about, Raph, just a quick brush up on what happened there. You mentioned it was the Nano Swarm that killed. We saw the fault line. It connected to some of the players. Jesse Bash used actually the Hunter's Fury to try and locate the planter of the spike. The thing is, there are 2 types of plant on B side, right? The default, where it's safe plant, and also the one that is open. Jesse Bash was trying to corner the one who is open planting, while the Nano Swarm will cover the safe plant that they are doing. So that was such a good round for Team Secret, but yet again, Bren Esports was able to take on the post-plant situation.
That's right, and now we have Dubstep trying to find an early pick here. He sees the feed, but he sees so many people. He will get attacked by that gravity well, but he is going to make out unscathed. Unfortunately for Josh S, he will have to be sent ways away, and now Bren has to mount an attack without all those precious ASUS stars that are so coveted. Now it does look like they're trying to get a bit of space here from a pick. EJ will do that as they find Jeremy. But who is this? It's Dubstep once more. Weren't you just in short? Savvy says, don't do that. Don't ever do that ever again. But the same situation is going to happen. The positioning-wise for Secret, they have a massive flank. So, Bren, they kind of have to speed this up. They cannot let these 2 defenders delay them for as much as they can. We still have a full belt of utility for Savvy, so those flash boys, they are going to come in clutch, but it doesn't matter. EJ, he is going to swing wide, he's going to swing dry, and he is going to bring the desert upon Secret. That is going to be a fully stunned Jesse Bash. EJ finds yet another third.
1 enemy remains.
Now we wait for Borkum time. Is this it?
Oh, Savvy is very low on HP. Borkum, he has the utilities. He's not gonna use it anyway. He doesn't need that, and that is the ROG clutch, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Of course, what a fast reaction time coming in from Bren Esports, Raph. You saw how Dubstep caught Brain Freeze off guard with the Hunter's Fury, but Savvy was actually ready for the blind. And with that blind, the person on sewers was actually able to catch Dubstep. Because, to be honest, Dubstep actually whiffed the shot on the operator, but he was able to whip out the blades and able to take on the kill still. But that was an opportunity for Dubstep to maybe take 2 or 3 kills on that on the lobby. But the thing is, Savvy with the flash, and of course with Bren's reaction time, that didn't happen.
That's right, and we see Savvy slowly get back into form here. The frags are slowly rolling in, but they have to do it as quickly as possible because Secret, they are very close to getting those double-digit leads onto Bren. I love this timeout. This is just to kind of ice Bren right now. They saw that Bren is starting to heat up. What are the adjustments we need to make? How do we stop EJ? How do we stop Bren from enabling him? Again, he's been just pulling so much attention that the presence he's creating is so blinding. But the way this defense is set up now is that it's... let me see. It does look like Bren wants to fight for B this time around, which is a little unusual.
It is the last round for this first half. 9-3 cursed, 8-4. It depends on how this round goes. If Dubstep will be able to take a kill, 1 or 2, this would help out Team Secret, but they are experiencing, or rather they are expecting this kind of positioning from Dubstep already. Bren Esports charging in. Josh and Savvy was able to take the kills. 8 HP remaining on Dubstep right now as he tried to pinch the other enemies on C Long, but that's not enough enemies anymore. The Silver Drone will not detect him at all, but will detect someone from backside. This is now Bren Esports trying to rotate and trying to get a better position, but already 2 casualties on the side of Team Secret.
That's right. Now Secret, they're put in a guessing game here. They have to know, or rather they have to make a good call here, because Bren, they still have a good arsenal. Josh S still has a bunch of stars that he hasn't used, and Savvy, once again, still has a full tool belt, and that recon dart has recently come online. So really, they have all the sites that they want to take. Secret will rather, in any situation here, they're going to have the inferior timing. but that is gonna prompt everybody to move and try to reinforce site, as we have one more quick check by Dispenser before he is going to once again bolster these defenses. Dubstep though, the great equalizer.
Wow, they were expecting this. The lockdown was immediately placed. And of course, Hot Sauce is picking up all the utilities already. It was a sure a take right now. With Bren Esports, they all just falter down to Team Secret one by one, just like flies. And Raph, I just want to say, Retake Kings is back.
Absolutely, and it really is so surprising that coming into this series, Secret is the underdog. Bren has been relatively performing in these last few outings of theirs. And Secret, I couldn't really say the same going into this matchup, but it does look like this is somewhat of a return to form. As the panelists mentioned, this is where they rebuild. This is where they bring back the foundation that has brought them to heights.
You know, Dubstep from the previous days, from the previous week that we had, it was obvious that he was having a hard time. He was missing most of his shots before, but man, this guy, give him an operator. If he can't hit any shots from the Vandal or from the knives, give this guy an operator, and even if you dash in front of his face, he will kill you with that op. So I guess Dubstep, this would be a big confidence boost for him, as well as he take on that shot on that round. He got triple kill at least, and the 9-3 scored. Secret is fairly in a good position right now.
That's right, and now we are going to see a little bit of action towards Garage. The Secret train, it hasn't stopped, but it is going to reduce Dispenser's health to 3 here. Secret, they find the space. Zappy is trying to find a duel here, but the smoke and the jukes, he stays alive, not for too long. The right click is going to fell him, as EJ is one of the last few remaining members of this Bren squad. Secret, they have such a tight grip on this retake, not being helped by the fact that Borkum is already chipping away Brain Freeze, and rather Borkum chipping away at their last few members. As Team Secret, they enter double digits first.
There you go. There's the Dubby that we all know. He's finally back, and he's holding now the Vandal. Let's see if he can connect the shots. I mean, look at him right now. He's very in a good spot compared to where we've seen him from the previous days. 16 kills, 8 deaths. So far for Dubstep, he is really opening up for Team Secret, for space creation. He really does it. And of course, the team needs that, specifically when you are on the attacker side. And Dubstep is hot right now, so I really think that Team Secret will just go all the way and just continue to punish Bren Esports one by one. Yet again, Brain Freeze goes down already on his counterpart, Jesse Vash.
It's because you're provoking him. Oh, sorry. Dubstep hasn't been hitting the shots on the Vandal and the pistols.
No, I'm hitting everything. What now, Taylor?
Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Stop provoking me. Oh, but we do see a little bit of martial fire here on Long, as EJ is the man to defend this position. That is going to dissuade Secret. They don't want to fight at a range where these Spectres are not going to completely demolish, which is interesting to note, as Hot Sauce does not have this long range capability. Might actually fall. Wait a minute. What am I talking about? What? These are classics, guys. What's happening?
No one cares if he is not ready for the long range. He's gonna take the action once they come in on site. 3v2 situation. This is still a good positioning for the situation for Bren Esports, considering the guns that they had from that round, considering an eco round that they had. They were able to punish 2 players at least. But still, a round is a round, Raph. Basically, objectively speaking, Team Secret, they're still closer to that match point.
That's right. The bones on... How many times have I said that's right? I feel like I'm agreeing with everything you say, but I'm not inclined to disagree.
You know what? We're the same person anyway, so...
Oh yeah, you're the voice in my head.
Exactly.
Ooh. But anyway, guys, now we finally have a gun round on the side of Bren, and it seems that they need a little bit of milk here. Their bones are cracking. Seems like they're aching for a good push. A little bit more value here, as the stock is definitely not in their favor. These 3 rounds, although they've been somewhat close, Secret has found way more. Xavi is already predicting, or rather anticipating, this heavy-handed B push. But the flashpoint gets delayed. He will still survive this. It might actually find a kill on Dubstep, but no. EJ creates a space. He finds one. Hot Sauce times in. Everybody's flooding onto the site, and Secret, it seems that they can't really... rather, it's Bren. Doesn't seem like they're letting go of this
Gun
site. As
here.
Secret, they fall back to grass. They fall back to window. But the spike, where is it? It's smack dab in the middle.
Of B side, I think, or entrance. I think they're just gonna keep on smoking this off, delaying and delaying Team Secret, and they won't peek at all. They were just gonna be putting all the utilities, trying to delay. No peek because you are in the advantage point. You have the time to play out. All you have to do is delay Team Secret right now. You have man advantage. It's already inside me. That timing going inside from a dispenser. The recon didn't locate Josh as yet, and the timing works out for him.
Indeed it does. This Vash, the last member of this Secret offense that really could not crack the Bren defense. I'm honestly surprised Xavi is still alive after all
10
of that.
seconds left.
Now they're just playing the waiting game. They have no weapons to retrieve. They have no weapons to deny. Bren are just happy staying in B because B is for Bren. For those who can't spell. Again, guys, it's right there. It's BREN.
But there's no E on the upper part.
I mean, come on now, guys. Come on
Nah,
now.
I'm
It's
just kidding. Bren Esports, they got that round. They had a good hold on the positioning. Like he said, B is for Bren, and they're really not gonna let Team Secret. The thing is, they dropped the spike on B side. If they didn't actually drop the spike inside, they are gonna be able to reposition themselves or maybe go in a different side like C, like A. But the spike is inside. They have to get it, and all the utilities being thrown at them, they can't go in.
That seems to be the case as they mount yet another offensive towards Garage here. As Borgum has made his mark, you know, it's like, guys, I was doing really well here. Maybe you should do that again. But there's not a lot of resistance here, just enough to gather the required information, much like that turret. And Dubstep, you will be tickled just by a tiny bit. But you can see that Bren, they're not super quick on this rotation. They understand that Secret is the type of team that will poke and prod. They'll try to find an opening. And it seems that Secret really hasn't found that just yet. But the flashpoint on Hot Sauce, this is going to tell him.
Ooh.
Wow. Ouch.
Ouch. That's gotta hurt, man. The shock dart from Jesse Vash right there, just connecting perfectly. And with very low HP now, he has to make do of the situation that he has right now. This is fairly an eco round for Team Secret anyway. So looking at it, of course, it's gonna be a very slow one.
Now EJ does land the taps, could have found more, but instead he goes for the safe play here, waiting for his teammates. Knows that he need not to be a martyr in this situation. Secret, they gather up in sewers. And Bren, they need help, they need milk. They need everybody to coagulate here once more. This rendezvous point is being held down by EJ, but Jesse lands one. Josh S, what was that? He finds two, but Dubstep, he also gets in kind. Now, Bren, they find the foothold that they've been looking for, but at what cost? So many members falling, economy not looking too sharp, still an uphill battle for them.
I'm surprised Hot Sauce was able to survive that game, or that round rather. He was 6 HP, the shock dart connected to him, but he was able to take on the kill on Dubstep. Imagine if Dubstep saw him, the economy damage is gonna really take a toll. But Bren Esports, they are holding on with the operator on the hands of EJ, and he's holding on C long. So once someone peeks, this is gonna be trouble, especially if you're trying to pinpoint where the jet is, especially with an operator as well.
That's right, and it's those. Oh God, I said it again. Why am I so inclined to say yes to you? Is
Women
it because
are always right, you know?
I mean, well, you're not wrong. You know what I mean?
See?
You're not wrong. So
you still agree in a sense.
I am no yes man, but the points that have been brought up have been really, really smart. EJ, he finds an opening on Borkum. Now that smoking power from Secret, the ability to decline any offers on long sight lines is not going to be in play. But still, we have an offense being, well, formulated on the side of Secret, but not a lot of meaningful map control. They're always that type of team that they try to take the minimum amount of map control and work from there, but it seems Bren has found a read on that, and they're really just not allowing them. Oh my goodness, we know how fast EJ is, but that whiff is not gonna look good on his resume as they open up sight, and maybe C is for Secrets.
good take coming in from Team Secret. They didn't do a dry peek.
30
Instead, they do a
seconds left.
jump peek, and then Dubstep heads out. And he was on point on that shot. Though the shock darts were on point, no one is there, and the timing is off already from the planter. Now Jesse Vash with a 2K, securing that 2 kills with 1 trade coming in from Bren Esports, making this a 3v2 situation. This is the Gravity
enemy
Duel pulling
remaining.
Jeremy, but he's not going to falter onto that. Dubstep with a triple kill on this round, taking this to a match point for Team Secret.
Match point.
And Secret, they're looking mighty impressive. Bren, although the stars are, well, popping off of them, at least on the side of EJ with the 20 frags, everybody seems to be a bit slower today. Savvy is not really the pop-off performance. I mean, we've seen him nearly break the record for most kills in a half, but this time around, we haven't even seen him break 20, but that's not to diminish any impact that he's made on all the success that they've found. This time around, Secret, they look to go for the throat here, as it is going to be a 2-1-2 split. Dispenser could not avoid that that fault line coming in from Garage, but EJ has already found himself under the window here. Secret, I don't think they have any idea that there's a perpetrator among them.
Oh my god! EJ was able to spot Dubstep. He goes down, but the trade was ready for Jesse Vash right there. Dispenser gets another kill. Make this a 4v3 situation. That aggression went the other way around, Raf.
And he got lobotomized as he tried to peek a little too eagerly there. I thought that play was going to work out for Bren just a tiny bit better, but it seems that they've lost 2 members on another information play, I would say. They're trying to get as much aggression, trying to get as much space as they can, but Secret, that's kind of playing into their strength here. The fortitude of Secret is really showing. Vash, although very low on HP, still has a shock dart to do so.
Oh no!
Okay, Jesse, I'm sorry.
PH shock dart.
I was just talking about it too. Come on, man.
Hey, man. Oh, man, Raf. I don't know when your curse is gonna
30
end at
seconds
this
left.
point. Even when casting, it happens, dude.
I mean...
Oh man. Shock. The Burkoom is already
down,
on
C.
site. He didn't know. He didn't have any information at all. 1-to-1 trade. And even Burkoom was surprised that he was there right behind side as well. 11 seconds
One
to plant the
enemy
spike right
remaining.
now. Team Secret being delayed with the... Ooh, the aftershock
Attackers
not
win.
gonna be enough already as they
You
all
should
go
run.
down. Team Secret takes the first map. A very good sign for them as they are trying to go up the leaderboards.
I'm a little stunned from that shock dart. I was just talking about how Jesse could do some serious damage with that. At the very
happen,
least,
man.
it does. At least he didn't tase himself. At least he didn't, you know, kind of ruin the man advantage on their side, but still a very, very entertaining opener for the series. We have Bren looking strong, and I see you removed your glasses so people won't get confused.
Exactly.
Again, guys, just for clarity, Terror is wearing black and Raph is wearing black. So if you get confused, that's on you. But oh boy, look at the statistics here.
Too close for the 2 duelists that we have right here. EJ, for the side of Bren, he was able to do 21 kills, but of course, like we said a while ago, rounds are rounds. You have to get the objectives to actually win the map, and that's exactly what Team Secret did. With 22 kills, 2.4 KDA, Dubby is finally back on track.
And although the kills are very similar on the leading duelist, the efficiency is just on the side of Secret by a landslide. Hopefully, Bren, they don't take this mentally too much, because once again, we've seen them prove that they're one of the strongest Haven teams here with the proficiency that they've showed, the fundamentals, but it seems that their predecessors still are not ready to pass on the torch.
Not yet is what Team Secret says. As we head on to the game highlights as well, let's just see how beautiful this game was. Honestly, despite the score that we had, it was a bit of a one-sided match, but we saw great engagements from both sides of the teams. It was almost as if you're holding you're clenching your fist into trying to see who will win the engagement and who will win the fight.
That's true. I don't want to say it again. Come on, Taylor. Stop making all these good points that I am. It's in my head already. Like everything that I try to say,
that's
you've
right.
said most of it. I mean, it's just is it? Are we too compatible? Is that a thing? Is it? I don't know. I really don't.
Hey, it's our second time casting together for the entirety or whatever of our casting life, and I think it's going great. Really, really great. To be honest, it's too scary that it's going great right now. But going back to the game highlights right here, just closing things off. Team Secret, they just played it more efficiently, like you said, Raf, and also with the information that they took, they really, really made use of it.
Before the multiverse breaks, before we can see more Secret versus Bren action, we will be throwing you a little bit of time to relax, recuperate, and grab a bit of a snack. Once again, my name's Tayror, that's Raf. We'll be right back.
Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know?
The Golden Fleece versus the Shroud of Secrecy continues, and if you guys needed subliminal messages that we have other languages, of course, for all the viewers out there, that was it. That was it. You know what I mean? We're planting those seeds. That we have quite a bit of broadcast for everybody. Once
That's
again,
a
my name.
default play, Raf. That's a default play.
Yes.
Conditioning the viewers that there is a another broadcast right there, a Filipino broadcast. But here on the English, like you said, I just want to continue. My name is Raf. With me is Tara right there. If you're missing out or trying to pinpoint where the two casters are, well, we're just kidding. My name is Tara. With me is Raf right here. Don't want to mess up with you guys anymore as we head into map number 2, Team Secret. Just a quick recap on what happened a while ago. Team Secret was able to take game number 1. And the thing is, Raf, Haven was actually picked by Bren Esports.
Oh boy. Again, maybe this is the return to form that everybody has been hoping for. Secret, once again, they snuffed out that this is how Bren is playing. They've been playing the fundamental game. We've conditioned them that every time we throw utility at A, the smaller adjustments have been made. And once again, this is proving to be such an exciting series because it did start fairly neck and neck. And then Secret just kind of went boom. And then they left Bren in the dust, for the lack of a better word.
Aside from that, if we actually go on to map number 2, which is actually gonna be split, this is a map selection by Team Secret this time around. The last time they played this against Oasis Gaming, they got a 13-0 scoreline, Raf.
That's right. And what? I said it again. Okay, that's the last one I'm gonna say. Otherwise, the Lord in heaven will strike me down with lightning. They did. They absolutely did. But man, this was a little heartbreaking for everyone, even for Secret. Although that was a very domineering performance, they want to continue that trend of integrity in all our matches, and we appreciate that. That is the true heart of a champion, the true mindset that all of us, or all future competitors, all wanting to be competitors, should take note of. But Bren right now, this is where they try to bounce back. This is where they try to steal the map pick for away from Secret.
They're in a really good spot, or rather not really in a good spot for Bren Esports right now when it comes to leaderboards, but Team Secret is in a worse spot. They're literally in the brink of being eliminated from the group stage. And the thing is, there is only 2 days remaining, including right now, including the day today. And Team Secret, you can see the hunger of this team to actually make it to the playoffs.
Definitely hunger to get into the playoffs. It is something that we're so accustomed to. An interesting stat that Illustrata brought up in the previous broadcast was, or rather in the panel a few broadcasts back, is that they never really lost to Filipino teams, but this is something that they have to take into account now. They were prepping for champions for the longest time. Now they're back in local soil. And from what they've achieved, that they've created an inner fire, an inner desire for everybody to improve. And the monsters, they're starting to come out, they're starting to develop, and it's just so healthy for all of us.
Well, with the little information that we had before we started VCT again, all the small-time tournaments or community tournaments that we've witnessed, other tournaments as well, aside from VCT like we're talking about, we've kind of predicted how the teams are gonna go here in VCT. The thing is, our predictions were just completely diminished, like out of the equation, like throw it out, just crumple the paper and throw it in the bin, because completely we were just upsets upon upsets on day number 1. And this is where we are right now. The group stage is almost finishing. It's almost the end for the group stage right now, and the teams are just cowering through whatever strategy book that they have to try and get those rounds that they can get. Just want to remind the viewers also, for our prize pool when it comes to group stage is different from the playoffs as well. Just to run it down quickly, for the group stage, for the first place, they're gonna take home 1,000 USD. Second place will take home 750 USD. Third place with 500 USD, and fourth place would be 250 USD. And God, oh God, can you try to guess what playoffs pricing are, Raf?
No, I won't.
No?
I believe I won't.
It's
I believe I
almost,
won't.
it's times 10, dude. It's times 10. The first place will take home 10,000 USD for the playoffs. Second place would take 7,500. Third would take 4,000 USD. Fourth with 1,500 USD. And fifth to sixth, that means 2 teams will already be eliminated for this one. Fifth to sixth place would take home 1,000 USD. So there's a lot of factor aside from that is being also included towards APAC.
I would love to take home 10,000 US dollars.
Why
I
not?
would not mind it falling on my lap. Like,
What will you do?
oh.
First thing you're gonna do, Raf. What are you gonna do?
You know what, guys? Let's talk about, being financially responsible. The first thing you'll ever do is save up, right? Buy whatever you need
Yeah,
and then save
right.
up the rest. And then, in my case, buy that Black Knight suit of armor and that Morning Star. You know what I mean? It's something to inspire me. I look at that like, man, that made me broke. Now I have to work hard. Don't actually take that advice, but yes, be frugal, be financially responsible, guys. It's 2022.
I like
Don't
how the
do it.
conversation just went from the VCT teams up to the pricing, and then now we're trying to be financial consultants right here. Like, guys, be responsible and everything else. So TLDR, don't follow Rap's advice on how will you spend the 10k USD you're gonna win on the playoffs teams. Just remember if you're watching this. And on the other hand, for me, what I'm gonna do is basically put back the 10k USD onto the game. I'll just buy the skins. That's all that I want.
Okay. And you're talking to me about bad advice. For your information and a little bit of a lore drop, I'm actually licensed. Well, I was licensed. I haven't retaken that test, but that's another story for another day.
Story.
Yeah, that's a story
mean,
for another day. You know
It's
what I
a
mean?
story time anyway. We're waiting for the teams. Casters start the game.
Oh yeah. Hey, do you need a glass of water, a cup of coffee? What else do you want me to do, huh? But anyway, yes, okay, since there is a little bit of time for story time, the way I got my casting break was I just got my license and I was on the way to be an apprentice. But that we're gonna cut that right off. Keep you guys hanging.
Doesn't want to hear your
Because-
story, man. They say
I mean, who
put
does?
to agent select, man.
It's boring. It really is. It's like, oh, do you want to live the corpo life or the esports life? And in that split, you know what I chose. You know where I am right now. And I am both in Cambodia and here in the Philippines as we are
Wow.
gearing up. An omen! That is something that we haven't seen, but El Clasico. They are bringing out the guns.
We've seen this once, actually. They used it also on the same map, split against Oasis
Ooh.
Gaming last time. This is where we were talking about like Team Secret going back to basic, using their comfort picks. And I think Oasis Gaming during that game as well, they weren't expecting a pick like Omen. So it was sort of a different strategy compared to having an Astra as the controller agent for your team. Because with Astra, you can be hyper aggressive because of the pulls and everything else. But with the Omen, you have to carefully select where you want to smoke.
Something to note too is that Astra has all this utility that she has, but I think it also kind of goads players into overplaying and, oh, there's a gravity well. Oh, we have so much combos that we can use. But like you mentioned, sometimes we just have to go right back down to we have an angle, we have an advantage, let's take that. If we don't, then we don't. You know, sometimes the best approach is the one that's either just a yes or a no instead of yes but no but. You just kind of have to stop there.
Exactly. When you have the Astra, like you said, you can be aggressive and be like, oh, it's okay because there will be a pop smoke. I can head out. I can change my positioning. Or there is a gravity well I can pull and then you can just attack. But with an Omen, this makes Team Secret play more carefully. And with that, there is less mistakes coming in from Team Secret. That's what I think, and that's why I think they got the 13-0 against Oasis Gaming right there.
I love Pop Smoke. Rest his soul as we jump right into the split of splits with El Clasico, the Raze, the Jet, the Cypher, the Omen, and the Sage. This is very a la 2020. You know, this
That's
is
true. When they're
this
starting
is
out,
vintage.
there's still the Bren roster during that time, using this agent. Jesse Vash, we've known him as So Vash for the longest time, but this guy is a total dominating Sage as well. Ooh, a very, very aggressive start coming in from Bren Esports, throwing in the paint shells. It connects to Jeremy.
That's a funny trade. Both raises, they get each other, and that is going to stifle them just a tiny bit. One thing that we know, this is historically a very, very defender-sided map. There was a period in time where teams would take 6 rounds straight on the attacking side before the defense kicked in gear. But right now, it does look like they are taking their time. They're tippy-toeing to everywhere. Not a lot of mid-presence, which is slightly unusual. But the thing is, I love this composition because it, like you mentioned, it's right back to the basics. One thing that we have to avoid though, and people should know, is that please don't pick Sova on split. Ugh.
My god, the cringe is definitely there when you do. A KO should suffice probably more than a recon, using a recon, because there's lots of angles. But speaking of angles, Bren Esports, the double trouble is definitely here. That is Josh S and EJ. 3v2 situation right now. We are still in the pistol round, ladies and gents, and Dispenser was able to get one on the tripwire, changing position. No bullets, not enough. Bren Esports takes this round number 1.
That's a little bit of an awkward situation there. Yeah, sometimes you tunnel vision on what could happen. You kind of forget to check up on what gear you have on you. Again, more life advice from Taylor and Raf. Don't forget to take a step back, assess what you have, and I feel like that translates to 90% of the things you want to do, honestly.
It all makes sense though if you think about it, Raf. The positioning, they had the smoke on screens, and of course with Borkum, was it Borkum that was the last remaining guy?
That was Dispenser.
That was Dispenser. Okay, Dispenser. He had the tripwire. Yeah, he had the tripwire. He got one. He gave out the position where he's coming from. There was a smoke, and if he reloads the gun that he has, that's gonna give away what position he's in, and he was already in the corner.
And I was so close to saying it again, but I'm scared of lightning. I really am scared of lightning strikes. Don't hit me, please. Although they do make cool tattoos in some situations. But Dubstep, they do finally take mid presence here, as there is no Sage Wall to dissuade them. But look at that! Hot Sauce like a maniac! He finds two. Josh S finds another one, as this defense, or rather this attack, has been turned over its head. They do have the sight, but they don't know that Brain Freeze is here. That guiding light will guide them to the last member, which is Borkum. And Zavi will be the judge, jury, executioner, and jailer with that sheriff.
That's a lot of jobs.
Oh yeah.
You're already the jailer, you're already the executioner, and everything else. You can be might as well be a president, a senator, and everything else too.
You could be talent panel and host too, you know? It's a lot. Every year is multi-talented. You know? I love these. Oh my goodness, I've never seen these. Do we actually have merchandise like that already?
I don't think so. Maybe like a Funko Pop would I would be buying each and every agent. So not sponsored by the way, but going back to the game, the thing is during that second round to Raf, they didn't have any casualties on the side of Bren Esports, so that was a good sign. It's still gonna be a complete bonus round for Bren Esports. They didn't use any money aside from, of course, the utilities that they can get. But economy-wise, that's good for them. On the other hand, this is not the perfect situation right now for Bren Esports to be gunning down or being gunned down as well. But the trade is happening right there, as Hot Sauce was able to punish one with the Nano Swarm, but Dubstep is ready to punish as well.
That's right, Bren. Oh god, I'm gonna die. They had to play the range here. They had to play up close because of the Spectres, and they just really wanted to do as much economical damage as they can, but really it wasn't meant to be, as Brain Freeze is going to be the last person here. Secret, they did such a great job of understanding what situation they're in, that this is potentially a bonus for them, and Borka cleaning up house. Right now, Secret, they will finally have a bit of a duel on the first gun round here on both sides. And the Vandals, they've seemed to be quite popular these days. I remember when Split was a Phantom-only map for quite a few teams.
Yeah, because it's gonna hurt. There's many times where an enemy is only 6 or 3 HP just because of the difference of having a Vandal and a Phantom. But like you said, Raf, there are certain pros on using the Phantom anyway. Like, you cannot see the bullet trails when it comes to smokes. I think the teams that we have right now are really just on point, to the point where they are just garnering all the Vandals and making sure they hit the headshot too. So right now, this is more important for them, hitting the shots in and getting the kills immediately with the Vandal as well. They don't want to risk that little HP remaining on teams. Don't say that's right.
No, I didn't. I was already on my way. Hey. It's all good. Thank you for having my back. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. But what I don't appreciate is that Secret really hasn't really laid down any mid pressure. I feel like this is because of Hot Sauce, what he did earlier. But this in turn has made Bren's defense that much more difficult to crack. They have quite a bit of utility here, and the rotations that they're trying to make seem to be very, very shut in already. Looking at what Bren has, or rather Secret has, they still have a full bag. They really want to play this to the time, and they really want Bren to make a gamble on which side to stack. But since the Cypher cages are up, this is where they have to make the call. Are they lurking? Are they gonna explode? Because Hot Sauce has found himself in a position where he either has to kill everybody or he's gonna die.
On the other hand, finally, I would disagree with you. I actually appreciate the slow take of Team Secret right now. They're really careful in the positioning that they are ruling and they are taking. Bren Hot Sauce, on the other hand, was able to punish one. He still has the lockdown. This can be trouble for Team Secret. Too slow, as I would say. That's what I won't appreciate.
I thought you said you liked the slow approach.
Yeah,
now you're doubling back on it.
You only have 5 seconds to plant a spike. That's too close. You
Come
know?
on.
The thing is, with the slow plays the Team Secret is doing, they get information, they get conditioning. They're conditioning Bren Esports into thinking that, oh, this is the information using the utilities, etc., etc. But to be honest, Raf, Team Secret, careful is what they need. They don't want to make mistakes.
The slow and steady approach seems to be working out for Bren more than it is for Secret as of the moment. Maybe they're kind of hurting from all that Astra play that they've been displaying all throughout the series, all throughout the league, and all throughout their, well, at least the conception of Astra. But it seems that Bren, they have the advantage when it comes to holding these forward positions, as Dubstep could not even dash away. 2 quick clicks on his head and he is gone. Now, quite a bit of presence towards rope now. Josh S is ready to pop this guiding light to set up for his teammate, but they have to time this perfectly. This is going to force them back, though, the boom bot on the side of Bren. But Jeremy, their presence will be known, so he double backs. He's like, you know, no. I'm going to do a Taylor. I'm going to say I like it, then I'm going to say I'm not.
Then I say I don't. I'm gonna do a Taylor. It's a new thing now. It's a new meta. On the other hand, we didn't see, but Hot is able to punish one. Oh, the soul stopper! It's gonna be used, but won't get out efficiently. A complete shutdown from Bren Esports.
Bomb grenade out.
That it is, as that was surprising. I thought Secret had the early pick there. I thought Secret had the makings of a successful round, but somehow all that pressure that they tried to create was too much for Secret. They ended up, how would I put this, overflowing on what they were trying to do, but the plan was to simplify this a lot, but it seems like they might be overthinking it just by a tiny bit. But then again, this is such a defender-sided map. We can't really call the match yet. But at the bare minimum, they need at least 6 or 5 to make this competitive.
That's gotta hurt, man. 8 ultimate orbs gone, and you didn't even get to actually pull the trigger on the showstopper. Oh well, reset for Team Secret. This is now 4-1, 3 rounds advantage for Bren Esports. This time, Team Secret is gonna do it differently with the nothing to lose. They are on an eco, but on the other hand, 2 players were just lost from those paint chills, Ralph.
Yeah, this eco, they wanted to steal away a few guns here and there, but instead, the ult orbs are definitely gonna go in the favor of Bren, as they are just having a time here, having to go around the secret shooting gallery. Jesse Vash on the Sova. How could I not notice that up until now? But like I said, the slow and steady approach, the double poison angle here, the double health position as Hot Sauce, he finds one, the spray control on that eco as well.
Can I just say Hot Sauce is bringing trouble to the table? He is just completely punishing Team Secret with the utilities that they had. He doesn't even need to peek out immediately. He just lets the turret work and the Nano Swarm work for him.
Hot Sauce is the type of player that you can count on to make the right decision at the right time. One example that wasn't in this matchup is, it escapes me who they were playing against, but he made such a perfect read. He was playing the Sage on Bind. 2 enemy players teleported. He got the perfect rotation, denied anything whatsoever. No ult orbs, no extra economy, nothing. But now Secret, they are in a bit of a hole here. This is where they kind of have to glue themselves back together. Because although they've gone back to the basics, this foundation is still looking a little rickety. The new system may have not fully taken place yet or have not been fully adapted. But Bren, they're doing such a great job of exploiting that.
They are on a timeout right now, Team Secret. They have to figure out a way to make or create space because honestly, Bren Esports just plugged every entrance that they can possibly take. Look at the positioning of these guys. It's a four-man stack close to A site, or maybe Hot Sauce just preparing the alarm bot and positioning himself on another. Exactly like that. So, with the amount of information, where can you go? What can you do? Is the question right now. With, of course, the Astra as well, the Astra pick that they have, they can just pull, and this is the showstopper connecting to dubstep easily, just like that. You're gone. Imagine you just got blinded, and when the blind disappears, you're already dead.
And once again, an excellent point being brought up here by Terror. Split is
I
really
like how
the map.
you said that's right in a different wording.
No. Hey. That's what we're here for. We say things, but different. But yeah, the thing is about Split is that you have to stagger your information gathering as much as you can. That's why you pick the Raze. That's why the Sky is so strong. That's why the Killjoy is so strong. Because the angles that you have to peek into Raw, they are just certain death for a lot of attackers. Barring Jet, of course, if Arena gets kill. And as I say that, it's Borkum to find Brain Freeze. And both controllers are going at it. It seems that Borkum has finally found the fruits of his labor, trying to infiltrate this B side. Jeremy had the timing there, but the window has been closed. He's been shot. The Nano Swarm still has not killed Josh S, but Jeremy, he survived. Now he has an extra nade. He will have to create a little bit more space for his teammates because look at Borkum. Look at where he is right now. He is in the perfect spot, but Hot Sauce, you can count on him to get the perfect timing.
Such a good timing coming in from Hot Sauce. He's actually prepared to put down the lockdown as well. I was gonna say later on that it is in the hands actually of Jeremy
10 seconds left.
to make Bren Esports go crazy on site, because with the satchel in place you can actually put away the crosshairs of the teammates because they have to go vertical, especially when you're satcheling in, and that can create space for dubstep. But on the other hand, with how they are doing it right now, Team Secret, it seems like dubstep is the first entry on this, and Jeremy on the other hand, he gets some kills in. Sometimes he doesn't. Bren Esports, they plugged everything up, and of course with a 6-1 scoreline, that's 5 rounds advantage for them.
6-1. I talked about that weird period of time where we saw 6 rounds going on the side of the attackers, but this time it is looking rock solid for Bren, as all the lanes have been clogged, all weaknesses have been addressed, and all armor polished and shiny. Secret, they have to go on faith here. They have to really believe in what they're trying to do, because somewhat they seem a little disjointed. They get picked off. It seems that the minds of the players right now, at least their intentions, are somewhat singular. But have no fear, guys. Defender-sided map for all you TS fans out there. Jeremy, once again, wants to take a direct fight towards Ram and towards main. They will not find any, but at least they get a little bit more space for their team to work with.
This is why from the last year that people actually don't like picking Split, because it can go in all other ways. It could just mess up what you had planned. And the Bren Esports, remember, this is a map selection coming in from Team Secret.
And I still firmly believe this is the best map in the game, but I guess that's just a personal opinion, right?
I like it too.
Of course.
You're the same person. Of course I like
it. If I like it, you're gonna like it. That's just how it is. As the gravity well is gonna improve its stock. Hot Sauce denies that TP there. Borkum probably thought, oh, the team has this, but this wall.
Look at how he plays on the wall, Ralph.
Ooh, but Borkum has somehow found himself on the other side of the wall here. Now Bren is somewhat trapped because of their own doing. Dispenser making his presence known, trying to get as much attention
30
away.
seconds left.
Borkum, he slithers away. He tries to find a rotator. This time it's going to be Hot Sauce. Hot Sauce was the better shooter in that last exchange. But this time, Borkum stays alive. He still has a good amount of health. the same can't be said about
Here.
Dubstep, and anything, literally
Spike
anything can
planted.
kill him. But somehow maybe he's
One
destined to
enemy
live as
remaining.
Dispenser will take the bullet for him. EJ is gonna be reduced to no armor, and the soldier marches on. Dubstep will get classic in the face. That's a little anticlimactic.
Sentry.
He was very low on HP. He had a slow
Yeah.
in. He can't do anything anymore. 7-1 Team Secret trying to get back to the game, but no space being created for this team as Bren is just completely dominating the map and have full control of everything else. Hot Sauce is very, very hot right now with a 12 kills and 3 deaths. He completely holds off site. You can literally leave this man alone on site and he can get those kills.
Here.
I bet the complete opposite happens
Here.
right now. I bet the complete opposite happens right now. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel a jinx when it's coming. And maybe, just maybe, what you said about us being together on the same desk, on the same panel, it may be nullified. But this will have to be somewhat of an exercise for both these teams as they're kind of in a landlock. Borkum has found himself towards mid, but it has been left away, or rather left out by Bren. We still have quite a number of utility there, so
Yeah.
anywhere they go, there is going to be safety measures. But look, now they're crawling. EJ on the up, on the Sage. Interesting.
I like how they slowly just walk through the smoke. And of course, Savvy is ready to take on the action, and he goes back to position. You know, he doesn't know though. I think that there is someone on vents, and that was Borkum. He actually punished Borkum right there, but the trade from Jesse Bash happened. Dubstep on the other hand, ready to take on the action as EJ shuts him down with his operator. Now with a Vandal, not gonna take on the shot on the Spencer. 3v3 situation, very fair and square.
Dispenser just one away from that neural theft. He needs it badly. Jesse will try to hold this down towards ramp, but Josh S looks to be a perpetrator once more. Tries to go for the flanks, but no, it is going to be
30
mano a
seconds
mano
left.
here. As you mentioned, they are going to square up on the respective sides of the map, but Jeremy with that newly acquired operator has been, well, pretty stellar as he drops it, now goes for a rifle fight. Defender Killjoy, the Seekers, the lockdowns, they're all coming. But Jeremy, he's too hard to stop.
Last
He is
player
unkillable. But
standing.
now he has 8 health as Josh S. He swings. Spencer, a tiny pocket of safety. And he gets the second round. Is this the start? Is this where things turn around?
That's still a lot of casualties for a post-plant position. They freely took the site. And remember, if they, or rather Bren Esports, can do a crazy swing, the Spencer was already stuck in a position where he can't get out of because the lockdown is gonna catch him anyway if he moves. And the thing is, Hot Sauce held into this lockdown for the longest time. I wonder what made Bren decide, or is it the overconfidence of the team to not wait for the lockdown, or they just want to aggress and get into position better than Team Secret?
And this is where things will get a little rocky, as you've mentioned. They are holding up towards the air. They haven't tried this tempo yet, but the jumps are immediately destroyed by Brain Freeze. The value of the Astra is too undeniable, especially on that Brain Freeze. We haven't really seen him on the controller, but he's already making so much work. As Savvy is gonna get taken down by the Guardian. Secret, they look to equalize. EJ, the other Sage, but is a
One
complete
enemy
harm
remaining.
assist. Finding a third for himself, a fourth. Secret, they've been quelled. The
I loved
speed.
watching the Trailblazer though.
Dogs are cool.
Dogs are cool. But the 4K was cooler, man.
Oh yeah, I heckin' love dogs, but I also heckin' love 4Ks. I love watching 4Ks from a perspective that I cannot see. But anyway, guys, enough of the sarcasm, enough of the sass.
I just want to talk about a while ago. Remember, Raph, when I said that Jeremy needs to do Satchel in place? He does that. He even had the showstopper, and he was just punished again.
That's also another thing, right? When you have an Astra, it's almost guaranteed that you're not allowed to play at a breakneck speed as long as that Astra has the good reads. Again, somewhat conditional, but that happens 80% of the time anyway, especially on the pro level. And this is Secret. They're kind of like, oh guys, you know what? We tried a different tempo. It really, really did not work out. We couldn't find the space. The problems here is that Borkum has been lurking quite a bit, but the results have been somewhat mixed. He's somewhat found angles and places where he's been able to cut off the rotation. to cut off the reinforcements, but the number of players and the firepower on the sites have proven to be a little too much for Secret at times. And this 8-2 scoreline is very, very telling.
Hero by Hero Vandal for dubstep because he's gonna have those blades up and online on the next round anyways. So he's just making use of the money that he has right now. So no certain aggression on buying the operator for dubstep that we are seeing right now. And I think it's not the right time anyway, as they are trying to actually
30
catch
seconds
up
left.
on the rounds that they're missing. But with many utilities, aside from the utilities of Team Secret, that is the same with Bren Esports. They don't even need to use those ultimates that they had because they can just shut them down mechanically wise.
And every fight cloistered,
Last round
isolated,
before the
and
switch.
destroyed by all the guns on the side of Bren. We finally have halftime. Secret, they have to, well, avoid that double-digit deficit as it is somewhat precarious as is. EJ has been a shining star. Not only can he lead an offense, but he can also anchor a defense.
Battle Sage, man. He just heals. This is how I Sage, dude. I just heal myself.
Oh my goodness, I would not love to have you on my team then. Good thing I'm a Reina player, you know? This is
But
the thing.
if I play like EJ, won't you allow me?
Are you gonna play like EJ is the question?
Hey. Remember, we're the same person. Do not attack me like this, Raph.
Okay, since we're the same person, I will say this. I am a god-awful Sage player. I am an absolute awful Sage player.
Here.
It's
I
just,
am kind of the opposite at the same time, the same as you. You know?
I would rather Astra than I would Sage, but enough
Astra?
of us.
Really?
Yeah. It's such a strange dynamic, right? I'm a better Astra than I am a Sage. But again, guys, enough of us. Let's look at the stars of our show. One shrouded in secrecy,
Here.
one rocking the golden fleece. And that golden fleece's power is definitely coming into form right now. Bren, they did drop the first map. This one is looking mighty impressive. This time around, they need that spearhead, that blade to break Secret. As Secret, they don't really have as much utility on their side because they don't have that super coveted Astra.
Oh, man.
What they do have
Spike down
is
A.
The
destroying them.
showstopper just
30
connects.
seconds
I
left.
mean, let me talk about it later on as we head on still
You will
on
not
this
kill my
fight that we
ally.
are having. The rest comes up from Jesse
I
Bash.
know
Hophouse
exactly
also
where you
was able
are.
to shut down one player. 3v3 situation right now as they see the locations
Last
of the
player
enemy.
standing.
With the neural theft being used, it's not going to be enough to actually capitalize on those information. Raph, I just want to touch
Switching
on
sides.
how Bren Esports Savvy 8K handled that. He let the turret detect the enemy. He just goes back, plays out the information, throw in the paint shells, do some damage. I have the ultimate. Come in.
And that is perfectly summarizing how Razes love to play. I have blast packs. I have my ultimate. Let's go blow stuff up. And honestly, Savvy has been so comfortable with that. EJ and everybody on this team have been performing. Brain Freeze, despite not having the
Here.
greatest volume.
Here.
The moment we saw him defend that side, you know this man means business. Now, Secret, well, actually, both of these orgs, notorious for losing the pistol. The question is, who's going to lose harder?
Who's gonna lose harder? Hey, that made me laugh. Good one. Anyway, this turret is going crazy too. Trying to detect no one. But still, that gives out information. Those little
Careful.
things, man. Jesse Vash. Oh, he just crosses? Of course there is a wall. He just crosses like that. Ooh, dubstep.
That's a wall that I haven't seen in pro play in quite a bit. Again, Secret being very vintage. They look to play off the success of what they know and how they can do it as well as they can. But the timer, it really is not going in anyone's way right now. There's not a lot of map control on both sides. Secret, they're holding down their lines. Bren, they kind of want to make a little bit more noise towards mid here as they know that the wall has been expended. But the question is, can they really stop Jeremy here? As he's been a shining spot for Secret despite this 10-2 scoreline.
Make or break when it comes to the pistol in the second half, because this can be the momentum that can be ridden by Team Secret, basically. And in a map like Split, it is
30
literally
seconds
split when it comes to trying to predict which team is gonna win. It can go both ways, and we are looking at Bren Esports and how they move. savvy waiting to catch and cut every rotation that the Team Secret has right now. 13 seconds to plant the spike, and EJ does it right now as Borkum is trying to gun down the enemies. He gets two, but there was a trade from EJ.
This could be barely enough.
Remaining.
Oh my goodness, that was the clutch. Just stay alive!
No way.
Okay, that's a little heartbreaking.
I kind of want to close my eyes on what happened right there. It was just 1 second remaining, right?
Yeah, again, just a small mistake that we're just not accustomed to seeing the forever composed Secret. Again, this is something that they have to mull over. This is definitely something. Maybe that was a comms breakdown. Maybe there was somebody pushing elbow. Or maybe there was the assumption that there was. But hopefully they can move on from that loss in that round and probably start at you 11-2. Bren taking vengeance and trying to rectify their sins.
That's gotta hurt for them because, as I mentioned, it was a pistol round. They can ride that momentum. Imagine Bren Esports, they can buy right now. The thing is, 5 seconds is exactly the time you need to plant the spike. And Bren Esports had that 5 seconds until someone killed the planter of the spike. That basically means there is no freaking chance in the world that Bren Esports is gonna be able to plant that spike. I don't know really what happened, like you said, miscommunication or whatever for the side of Team Secret, but they have chosen to fight it out instead, and they lost that engagement heading towards this round. Let's move past it, move forward, pass it fast, Raph. Another
She's quite
round,
upset.
another day.
She's quite upset over that debacle.
Man, they got it already!
Like you mentioned, Jeremy really won that round, but again, communication is key, guys. Sometimes overcoming is bad. No comms at all is terrible. You just really need to find that balance. I think this skin is an L, and you know what? If you like it, you'll like it. Jeremy, he is in the prime position to do quite a bit of damage, but not if he's blind. But sometimes all you gotta do is close your eyes, have faith, get traded out anyway. Bren, they explode onto the site, looking to take their 12th round, unless Dubstep can pull something out of his hat.
Spike planted.
Whew. Let's see what tricks can they pull out as the spike is now planted. Dubstep, he only has a Spectre. He sees EJ. The cost potential is there, but of course the trade-off from Hot Sauce and a 4K on this round, making this a match point for the side of Bren Esports. Team Secret, how many maps are they allowed to lose to make it to group stage? None, right?
They are only allowed to drop one map, and this is if they drop this is it. This is the last one. Otherwise, they are hard confirmed out of it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Secret, the fans are sweating. The leaves are falling. I've never seen this part of Split once again. But enough of the sightseeing. We are here to take a gander of how Secret can formulate something to once again stop their younger counterparts.
Really depends on how they do this right now. Honestly, they have to decide what's gonna happen. This is already not literally. No mistakes can happen for the side of Team Secret if they want to take this map against Bren Esports, but we've seen Team Secret overcome that position. Dubstep was able to take on one kill. This Gravity Well wouldn't pull anyone at all. They know this kind of positioning right now on the side of Bren Esports, and catch, or rather caught off guard, is Josh S right there.
And thinking about this, this is not an uncommon scoreline for Split. We've seen comebacks like this. It's definitely not impossible. But again, Bren just needs one round, and sometimes that could be pressure as Jesse Vash, looking like a scout, using all that mobility with a judge, finding 3 players and finding a spark within himself to somewhat bolster the morale of his team.
They're still alive. One more chance for the Team Secret that we are looking at. We've seen this team dominate completely on the local scene from the previous year, rather, when I don't know what happened on that one. But God, oh God, Team Secret, they're being completely dominated by other teams now.
Yeah, which is something that we don't really, we're not accustomed at all, because again, we've touted them as the juggernauts, as the representatives, as the people who made the gods bleed, as the team that took Icebox away from Nats and company. The Secret looking all too vulnerable here, as I've mentioned this too. Beasts and monsters and all the strong entities in the world are not made in a vacuum. Honestly, the way that the C scene has grown just
Watching here.
puts so much pride and joy in a lot of viewers' hearts, I would assume.
Also, by the way, we are live on YouTube and Twitch, right?
Here.
And on Twitch, of course, it was emotes only. Right now, I read. Don't worry about it. Volume's being fixed, guys. Going back to the game, though, because this is extremely hot. Bren Esports, they only need one more round on an eco. They might. There is a possibility of taking it. Dispenser very low on HP. Jesse Vash quite far right now to actually heal him up, but they're gonna meet up with each other. There is the heal coming in for Dispenser right there as expected. But Bren Esports want to take this thing slow and steady as they only need one more round to take it away from Team Secret. Jesse Bash, though, was able to punish Hot Sauce for Kub. On the other hand, getting another kill, and 3 players on the side of Bren Esports just attacking on Garage. As they go down one by one, Team Secret sees another day on this map, Raf.
Borkum was the sacrificial lamb, but for them to win, I'm sure he would not mind at all. But that was also pointing to a problem with this composition. Although they still have a very good grasp of how it works, they will almost always lose the utility stagger. Thankfully for them, that was an eco. But as you saw, we used the paranoia, they used the double smokes, they used everything the Sage had. And moving forward into the gun rounds, this could potentially be a problem, especially trying to fend off such a utility-heavy lineup. And Zappy understands this, but what he doesn't understand is then Dispenser wants to fight. He wants to make amends. EJ will find Dubstep lurking a little too far from home. Dispenser, he will finally get back into the smoke, into the safety of his side of the map.
Safety is what everyone needs right now. Bren Esports, they have to safely get this round away from Team Secret before they actually bounce back and ride on that momentum. Brain Freeze, on the other hand, he didn't expect Borkum to be waiting already on Garage. 2-1 trade just happened with Josh S shutting him down with the Seekers out. He uses this with the guiding light as well. He's gonna go for the entry. The pseudo duelist is here for the action as Jeremy stops EJ going in, but Josh S is already here. Dubstep, on the other hand, to answer back. Team Secret, another round, even on a bye one.
Is this where they finally wake up? Is this finally the momentum shift that they want? This is yet another point that I will touch on, is that playing ahead is a skill that should be mastered. Composure is a definite requirement for high-stakes situation like this. Bren, they can't falter, because once that morale drops to 0, we've seen what Tilt can do. We've seen what the negative feelings and how they affect a player, whether it be on the server or off the server.
Bren Esports in a position right now, they're forced into an eco. They buy, of course, those sheriffs. They only need one round. The thing is, sometimes when you are in a match point, Raph, as a team, you think that, okay, this is only one round. We can make some mistakes a little bit. There are rounds to lose for us. And sometimes it takes a toll on the team, you know, like having that overconfidence that you are already on a match point and you only just need one round away from Team Secret.
That's complacency and hubris, and those are so dangerous. I love that you brought that up again, because this is it. This could potentially be what's happening to Bren right now. This could be an interesting case study on protecting the lead, playing off your discipline, doing what works. And what works is hot sauce, dipping Dubstep's head into this this sheriff bullet. But EJ and the rest are still somewhat hesitant to find an opening, but he does find the tiniest ones, finding Jesse. But this is looking like a disaster for Secret.
What is happening? This is supposed to be an eco round for Bren. How are they getting positions where they can just catch Team Secret off guard? There must be some space that they were actually able to take. How did that happen? I don't know. The rotations coming in right now, of course, with the attacker Killjoy lockdown, they have to push out. And there is one player detained as Borkum is ready to take on and try to...
Attackers win.
What an ending. He was just trying to smoke, man. He got killed. The last guy remaining is on the lockdown. Nothing to do anymore but to stare.
The tiniest of cracks, but filling those gaps with gold and the art of Kintsugi is Bren, using what they had in the in of all the most unlikely rounds, right? They kept composed, they kept calm, they found whatever they did to get that W. And we see, well, most of the members being quite happy. EJ, though, he's very calm. He understands that the job is not done yet. And the Terror curse. Oh dear. Oh
It's
dear, oh dear, oh
alive.
dear.
It's definitely alive. TS drops one map from Bren Esports. And of course, this is quite a problem for Team Secret because they literally can't lose any map at all. They have to take this if they want to still stay up for the group stage. But going to statistics right now, Rap, Hot Sauces was crazy hot on this game. A 3.4 KDA, 22 kills, 349 combat score. And can I just say how this guy uses the utility is just chef's kiss. Mwah.
Absolutely. And we've seen how this man has improved throughout his journey. Again, he's always been calm, he's always been collected, but the way he's developed on this Bren squad has really allowed his team to flourish and to honestly also allows that aggression because knowing that you have a Sentinel that's so reliable is just so comforting. And now we're going to be looking at the highlights that brought us to that fairly one-sided second map.
Man, oh man, Dubstep, he was taking or getting his footing already. The thing is, I think one of the issue here is that during the first half, when they were on the attacker's side, Team Secret is the team that I'm talking about. Jeremy tries to go and do an entry with a showstopper. How many showstopper was up and online on the first half? Maybe 2 or 3. But the 2 times that he used that showstopper, he didn't even get to pull the trigger. So there's 16 orbs wasted, both wasted, because Bren Esports was just expecting how the verticality and how it would be totally different if Jeremy comes in. And actually, that is exactly what Team Secret needed, the entry from Jeremy.
Indeed they did. Now buckling up for the third map of the series, the final one for both these teams.
Oh man.
Secret. Pain is just so dangerous. It's playing with fire at this point, and that fire is, bright gold. Bren, once again, such a big congratulations to them for, making it back after a bit of a romp themselves. But we will be right back because the Terror curse continues. Again, my name's Raph, that's Terror. Stay tuned.
We have just witnessed a dominating win from Bren Esports against Team Secret. And the thing is, Raf, it's a fine line. It's a very thin ice that Team Secret is skating on right now. Welcome back to VCTPH. My name is Sarah, and with me is Raf. And we are heading to our first 3 map series. Yeah,
Of
for the day.
course. Of course. I mean, would we have it any other way? I mean, it's pretty sick. See, that's sick from Setsos.
What's that?
You don't know sick? Come on.
Nice try, man. I know sick, of course.
Of course,
but
who
nice
doesn't?
try, dude. Nice try. But on map number 3, if I am not mistaken, it is bind. If I'm not mistaken, we're gonna see it soon. But looking at the map, Vito, a while ago, panel talked about it as well already, that it's kind of a fair fight, fair and square for both of the teams. They're both good at those maps as well for this 3 series, so it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, if we ever head to Bind, it really is one of those maps where, much like Haven, very recently, we're very proficient at. Icebox is also one of those maps where it literally is in the back pocket of all our teams, most of our teams here. So to see them slug it out on a map where we're all fairly even would be interesting, because the series has not been predictable at all. We didn't think that Secret would win the first map. We didn't think Bren would win the second map. But here we are on a third map, of course, reinforcing the fact that the terror curse is very real.
True that. And aside from that, Raf, I just want to point out too, the first map was actually picked by Bren Esports, and they lost against Team Secret. The second map split was actually picked up by Team Secret, and they lost. So I'm kind of wondering what kind of curse is happening right now today. But one thing's for sure, Raf, that Team Secret cannot lose any map at all starting today.
Oh yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's a team that is tying them in terms of standing. So that last chance in that form is probably not gonna come. Hopefully, but we don't want Secret to fall this early. It is really not in the vocabulary of Secret to underachieve, but man, it seems that they're learning new words these days. It is really so hard to really call how their matches are gonna go, because some they're absolute stomps like the first map, then they get stomped in return. But again, it's really one of those things where they are still undergoing growing pains despite their tenure, despite their success.
You know what's funny? On other regions as well, this exact same scenario is happening. If I'm not mistaken, in EMEA, the top 2 finalists as well from the previous VCT are in a slump right now. So it just goes to show how big, or how big the growth is of the Valorant scene in the Philippines. Not only in the Philippines, but internationally as well. Of course, you can't expect a team to be representing Philippines after that, coming back home, and then when they come back home after fighting off everyone internationally, be on the same page when it comes to the playstyles of the Filipino teams local.
This is definitely a hero's welcome. You come back, everybody has their guns pointed at you. You guys still have the biggest, and I mean the biggest bullseye on your back, and everybody has been capitalizing on that. Aside from the things that we've talked about, Team Secret is arguably the most anti-strat team we have here, for the reasons that I've already mentioned. And this is something that we have to take into account for it. It's not only that there is a mix of underperforming there, it's teams doing their best to overperform, to be at the very top, to be at their very tip-top shape when they fight these juggernauts, these gods of the olden period.
They have the most VODs too, to be
Mhm.
fair. They have been a long-term kind of team. This squad has been together for so many years. And of course, they've aside from that, dubstep, you cannot just take away the experience that every player has in this team. And with regards to that, though, still stepping up on the gas is actually all the local teams, not only Bren Esports against Team Secret. We have seen such astonishing performance coming in from NAOS a while ago, the 2-0s. They are, if I'm not mistaken, actually secured a spot already towards playoffs with the amount of points that they have racked in. And the thing is, speaking of points, since the viewers right now who are watching curious to see or like curious to know what happens, how do they get points, how many points do they get once they get a 2-0 or a 2-1? Can you explain us that one, Raph?
No, I don't think I will. Actually, I'm kidding. I will.
Stubborn.
So 2-1, obviously the winning team will get 2 points, and the team that took a map is gonna take a point themselves. So basically, every map is gonna be a single point. But if you go for 2-0, you get a bonus trait. You get that extra point that has been separating the great from the good. And this is something that every team has been gunning for. Although, no matter how you get those points, it really just comes down to who gets the W.
Exactly the reason why NAOS is at the top right now, because they just went for the 2-0s multiple times, 2-0s, 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 and just basically racked up all the points. Going back though, we are now finally heading to Agent Select as we look into what the future might hold. And I was correct, of course, like you said, as you always say, Raph, you're right. It is Bind. And looking at agent selections, anything new? The same.
The side of Bren, they are doing that pretty standard comp that we've seen them do time and time again. On the side of Secret, however, we do see that Cypher instead of a Killjoy. Now we finally have that Astra back. But Bind, once again, taking this back to the days of El Clasico. And I have to say, God, these animations, they never get old. I love watching these. These are just so fun.
I really like seeing all the agent selection and all the agents just standing in the corner. This is BGC Tondo, man.
That's such an
All in the same
interesting
spot.
comparison. Like,
Why?
I mean,
Hey, it's raining. BGC Tondo. They meet up. They fight.
I mean, apparently those are the only 2 places in the world that rain, we don't understand the way precipitation works and vapor and all that jazz. It's all voodoo magic. But
And the thing is, BGC and Tondo is not even in the same place.
I know, that's the thing. Like, those are apparently the only 2 places in the world that receives rainfall, and everything else is just a little bit of a drizzle, a little bit of a sprinkle.
Steam.
Yeah. Oh boy. But yes,
Steam is
Bind.
definitely on for these 2 teams, though.
Mhm,
As looking at it, Jesse Vash would probably go back on the Sova as well. And makes sense because of a map like this as well. And looking at it, the controller agents, Astra, no Vipers.
Yeah, I think the Viper meta was somewhat developing on our Bind
Done
here.
already?
I honestly would love to see more of it because it really is to try to keep it as claustrophobic as possible. And I feel like Viper is really an agent that enables bonus rounds and anti-eco rounds because of the nature of her kit. But now it does look like we're not going to get super up close and personal with the way things are going as of the moment. No orb control whatsoever on the side of Secret towards Showers, as Bren will be the first to that orb. Still very wary of any sound cues they might give. Look at TS though, they're just kind of chilling here.
Oh man, EJ wasn't able to get that kill. The boombox goes out, trying to get the information and trying to delay any push that's being put by Team Secret. I just want to point out though that I miss the double controller setups that we are looking at VCT.
Yeah, really slowed things down so much.
Blinded.
Really brought the game to, I would say, a really super tactical approach here. But a lot of people tend to prefer that super exciting playstyle just like that. Dubstep, he jumps on the box, doesn't really mind if there could potentially be any danger. Does have a
30
dash
seconds
available.
left.
Will get not the top of the APC, but they don't know that. Jeremy will find Josh S. This is gonna disjoint this defense
Here.
just a tiny bit more as they already have Lamb's control.
Spike
Jay, though,
planted.
still
Here.
hiding in this pocket of safety. Brain Freeze is gonna try and create a crossfire here, wary of bench and where the players of Secret are.
At least
Eyes
with
down.
EJ's positioning. Oh, Barracks, hello. At least with EJ's positioning, as I was saying, they have enough space and they know that no one is actually on backside. But
player
look
standing.
at a little bit of a spoiler out there coming in from our side. But Jesse Vash was able to punish 3 players completely, and Team Secret takes it away.
They're from the future.
Man,
They're from the future.
Because it's in Cambodia, it's 1 hour less, you know? It's 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. in the Philippines, but here it's only 1:30. That's facts though.
Yes.
So I can see the future, man.
Much like rain, time zones exist. Guys, this is
Much
not a
like Rain,
conspiracy.
time zone exists.
Yes.
Maybe it's different in BGC Tondo as well, dude.
Come on, Taylor. Don't do this to me. As we are heading into hopefully a spoiler-free round, and Secret, they look to clean up. They want to do this as quickly as possible. They don't want to give any momentum on the side of Bren. This Guardian is going to be a little bit of a indicator that Dubstep, he wants to get those quick kills, and he doesn't want to be up and close with those Spectres like the rest of the team has.
Slow play. Team Secret is on their way. I like the rhyme, man. I was also surprised.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh,
What a
cool.
poet.
Boombot though, trying to locate maybe an enemy hiding in the corner, but there is none. So they go in and push. They want to take control on lamps right now. There is someone actually hiding on the smoke on the Cypher, but Jeremy was able to gun down one, and that is 38k out of the situation. And finally, no more spoiler alerts here as 3v1 situation. EJ is the only man remaining right now, and he has a classic. He needs someone really close. He gets the Guardian. Maybe he can get some exit frags, or
Spike
maybe
planted.
he can even clutch. Who knows?
That's right. A lightning bolt is on the way to punish me for my distraction. I was reading a little bit of a statistic there. We do have an exchange of Guardians here on the side of both Jets. Whoa. He's gonna be a little dangerous, but oh my goodness, Dispenser.
Calm down, EJ. What was that?
He's looking at the future. He is entering. He's starting to believe the Matrix is about to crumble
he's
upon the hands
tagged
of the
though.
chosen one, but he is discovered and eliminated quickly. As Secret, they try to pick up the steam, but this has been the story too. We've had very, very good early swings for both teams. It really becomes super confusing when we... What is that? That looks kind of disturbing. I know what that is, but my goodness, what is that? Ew.
I don't know, dude. Is it a Radianite? I think it's
it is.
Radianites, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Going back to what you were talking about a while ago, with regards to Team Secret, the beauty of having also a Cypher, especially on post-plan situations, you don't even need to peek anymore. Let the camera do the work for you. If you have good placement of the camera, you're freaking lucky. What freaking lucky is what EJ is, as he gets dubstep, but that's not your luck. That's skill, man.
Speaking of Viper, I feel like the removal of the tower box really lowers your stock a
Changed
bit.
up.
Yeah, because that one way that most controllers would take advantage of is non-existent anymore, and it is actually a platform for the aggressors to use. This time around, it's actually Dubstep suffering the pains of that, as we see Jeremy looking to play up close. EJ and the rest of the boys, they have rifles, they can hang back, they can use all the space in the world, they can chill it.
Did someone judge the Boombot?
Watching here.
I think so.
Yeah, it was. Was it Jeremy? Yeah, because he has the judge right now. So they know that they don't want to mess with someone on lamps right here. It's a very tight spot. The judge shots is just carrying them away, man.
Obscuring vision.
It's one of those things where you hear the judge, you're just saying, yeah, I'm
30
not
seconds
going
left.
there. Good luck with that, as Borkum uses the Guardian to eliminate BJ. But Brain Freeze
Player standing.
gets a quick double,
Spike
gets a
down
triple.
A.
Vash is left to clutch in this situation. He does have quite a bit of utility, and he even finds Brain Freeze. But the timing, once again, Hot Sauce makes a perfect decision to swing at a very opportune moment.
Good round coming in from them. And now we are looking at, when it comes to economy side of things, Bren Esports, Savvy doesn't have money to buy anything else, but maybe not a Spectre even, a classic, a Judge. Here we go, man. Here we go. It's gonna be a spectacle to watch this Judge plays. It's especially if it works out. It's really, really cool to see.
It's definitely very
Bomb
ambitious,
body out.
right? But Jeremy knows better. But will it stop him? Nope. Nope, it
Nope.
won't. The Boombot exchange is gonna come. That is gonna try and gather as much information, but Dubstep has already found an opening here towards B-Long, finding EJ, who had the blades out. Not the best thing to lose, but the weapons on the rest of the team, they're still very much intact. On the side of Secret, they only lost Jeremy. They did need that bot. They did need that nade to clear out a backside. But so far, Secret not having any issues with it whatsoever.
Gun here.
Just dropping the launch box, giving it to teammates, trying to get positioning. As Borkum also needs to set up site. The stars is being set already. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. This is now the Hunter's Fury being used by Jesse Bash. Will it connect to someone? And that is Josh S. Josh S is pinned down already. Savvy, very low on HP. But he has a really good angle right now. He has good positioning. Jesse Bash is quite aware that maybe someone is lurking and someone is flanking. So he's going to stay on that flank and watch it go over. But the thing is, 5 or rather 4v2 situation. Brain Freeze right now is stuck on CT, and he's just gonna wait it out. Maybe go for the exit frags, but they're not gonna continue to try and fight it off already with Team Secret and just gonna give it away.
I feel like if they took the teleporter and Zavi times that nade, it's gonna be a disaster for Secret because they're also at the cusp of a reset here. Their economy's not looking too good. I think that's anticipated, but it does look like Zavi is gonna chill by the spawn, and they do hear that call, but Zavi's not gonna risk anything, not his gun, not his nade, nothing whatsoever. So fairly clean round here for Secret. They got their picks, they got their openings, and they pretty much capitalized on everything on all fronts. But now not an eco, yet another gun round will ensue for both sides.
They're really putting Jeremy in all the games that we had today for Team Secret and also yesterday. So we are not seeing chamber picks right now because typically that is being handled by Wits. But you know what? Maybe on other maps moving forward, we are gonna see him again. Dubstep was able to pinch one enemy. That is Hot Sauce. Very big opening coming in from Team Secret right there. And they could just completely wreck it. No more walls, no more heals right now for the side of Bren Esports. Aside from Josh S. He's still here, by the way.
He definitely is. Jeremy using that newly updated box to witness the death of one of his teammates. It's Jesse Bash. He is going to use these double blast packs, but I don't think he saw the jet dash as EJ will find two. Zavi chimes in to find Borkum. And Dispenser will have to dispense an enormous amount of clutch to get this going. At the very least, he gets the spike down. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. He goes for the double fake, but Savvy has the perfect read on this. The brain on this man is just a little too big, but the timing is also on his side. My goodness.
Maybe Dispenser could have went for peeking on CT, but not overextending at all because I get it. I get Dispenser during that time trying to get an enemy, trying to get into a position where he's gonna catch all rotations off guard or some of the rotations. But the thing is, there's no movements at all coming in from Bren Esports. He could have planted the spike already, set up the camera even, tried to play it out, but I guess
Get out of my way.
he didn't expect that to happen to him.
Yep, and the recon dart is going to be dealt with as quickly as they can. Dubstep and the boys still using this V-Long as a bit of a leverage position. But Zavi, who has been on a tear, wants to keep it going. He uses that nade hopefully to do a little bit of damage. But look at this. Something to take into account is that they've completely left showers. There was no lurk threat whatsoever. They have no reason to put any bodies there. And Secret, they might have boxed themselves in with the previous rounds and how they turned out. EJ, though, will be the first point of contact towards Garden, but a double swing might come into play. Or it could be dubstep alone, but even through the blind, EJ finds everything.
Are you really a Sky main if you don't blind your teammates? Come on. It was such good positioning, though, coming in from EJ and Josh S. I just wanted to point that out, too, before that happened. Josh S was actually using the Trailblazer. There were multiple smokes on D long as well. And EJ, as good as a teammate he is, he just waits maybe to see if someone actually push and if Josh S missed out on something. So it was a good body system that the Bren Esports is having right now. Yet another round again with the inside replay, just the perfect timing of the flash going away. Imagine if they actually pushed in just a millisecond, even 50 milliseconds before the flash or goes off.
Yeah,
we could have gotten the kill.
It's just the timing. It really is the timing. It is so meticulous. It is so tight. The windows in pro play are just so narrow, right? That it really demands perfection, absolute perfection from all the players involved. And Secret, they get a timeout. The rounds have not been in their favor. The way the things have been swinging and the way things are looking are, well, to say the very least, looking rough. And Secret, they use this time to get their mental state in a better place.
Sometimes a little breather helps a lot for Team Secret right now. Fair fight still for them as when it comes to the scoreboard, but not on the economic side as they are forced into an eco and all they have right now are sheriffs. But remember, put sheriffs and the players in the hands of the players that are cracked. We've seen that. Did you see Envy's performance yesterday? People can do that, man.
Oh, they absolutely can. They absolutely will. And we've seen enough highlights, even just this day alone, to convince a non-believer. But once again, Secret, they really are adamant on putting as much pressure as they can on this B-long and hookah position. B short still pretty much occupied by all members of Secret, or at least two of them in that vicinity. And Bren, once again, they will hold down. They haven't really adjusted their defending style. I don't think they really have a reason to. As the Stars, they are going to be very heavily in favor of A. The anticipation has been great, but this tension is only rising. And right now, the executes are still coming in, but no ground has been given whatsoever. They're stuck to hookah. They go back to be short, and everybody, they rendezvous once more. And Bren, they have all the leeway in the world to call for the rotate, to call for whatever. But it seems that this eco doesn't worry them a little too much. That is going to give them the sound spot. Cosmic Divide is going to come on the side of TS. And the first order of business here is to take U-Haul control. Brain Freeze is already on the case, but EJ is too quick, too smooth, and too dangerous with that operator. He even finds a second one in such a narrow angle. Oh dear, Brain Freeze, what? Come on, that's not the first time we've seen that today.
Hey,
classic.
That's not fair. We know we've been using sheriffs. You're gonna use your classic upon us? Man, it's like a pistol round that we've just witnessed right there. A good decision making coming in from Bren Esports. Though, if you actually notice the Astra or the Cosmic Divide coming in from Team Secret, coming in from Borkum, they played it out. I can't remember exactly who was on backside, but I think it was Brain Freeze as well. He was playing around the wall and trying to get an enemy because he can actually just pop out and pop in again, and he would be able to dismiss any bullet that would attack him or would connect to him. But this is a showstopper from Savvy. No one or nothing to connect to though, because Team Secret is ready and was looking forward to that. You know, whenever you play Bind and you just see the Raze has the ultimate up, you just don't go A short, man.
A little bit of a heat check there on the side of Xavi as they change their defensive outlook here. Doesn't really matter as EJ is also here to duel with the ops. 3 bullets, 3 hits, staying true to all that accuracy. Borkum might find a timing here. I don't think Xavi knows that he has passed, and this could potentially be the death of Bren, at least for this round. But no, that is not meant to be, although they do lose Brain Freeze. Doesn't really matter.
Beautiful round coming in from Bren Esports. They really waited and just played it out perfectly. They know how to use that information into their advantage. And just EJ with that operator. My God, who's gonna stop this guy? Even Dubstep with his own operator goes down. And the thing is, that is such a big investment coming in from Team Secret. Do you remember he just went out from an eco and back again with an eco on this?
We haven't seen any set play yet on Secret, or at least not as much as we would hope to, because they've been defaulting to this. And EJ, although he will get spotted out, that is still a big investment on the side of Secret. That was the drone, that was a star, that was quite a number of things being thrown out towards Belong. And so far, it hasn't really been working for Secret. No matter how many times they fight here, rounds have been telling of the story. Bren has been conquering this type of setup. And EJ, he's also very wary of whoever will come out of that position. The Gardens will be locked down for now, but the smoke dissipates. Morka will fall. This eco is looking fairly better than most rounds as they do get it, but I jinx it. Zappy melts everybody as Dispenser is left alone once more.
The jinx is real, man. And the thing is, Dispenser, he's left alone right now. With the spike on long, they know this. They have the information on this, but come on. If this guy has a sheriff, if he can get those headshots in, he can get some kills in as well. Maybe not everyone, but at least take some damage
30
and
seconds
bring
left.
something around the economy of Bren Esports. Just perfect timing. Heading out is Josh S. With that is the smoke from the Cypher. As he swings out, gets the kill on Dispenser with a headshot, bringing us to a 6-3 scoreline. Bren Esports, whew, what an advantage they have.
That they do. And Secret, I'm not entirely sure where this default or what they're trying to achieve with it, because the conditioning has not pierced Bren whatsoever. Their defensive schemes, they've all worked out. They haven't really faltered whatsoever. And suddenly we have a three-round lead. It's only been the first half, but this pace and the mental pressure is just so insurmountable. It's actually palpable at this point. That guiding light will even catch out a hiding Dubstep. Borkum will try and take, or at least finally go in for the orb control that they were sorely lacking in the first 9 rounds, but this time they get a freebie.
They actually have that advantage with the ultimate of the Provan. Finally connecting towards Hot Sauce. EJ was ready to answer with the indirect trade. As Borkum pushes in, he gets George F. Dispenser on the other hand, playing around the smoke and planting the spike as the other teammates or the other players of Team Secret swarm in onto the side. This recon would detect someone, and that is Brain Freeze. EJ and Brain Freeze, is all up to them to do this retake. EJ right now, he's holding the operator. Maybe he can get some shots in, but this kind of position that we are seeing right now with Team Secret, they are locked and loaded, and they know the position, they know the information, they're not even watching a short anymore.
And it seems that the round investment that they've spent is looking high, looking good, and looking really smooth, as they only really lost Jeremy. I think that was on the entry. Bren, they still have a very healthy amount of money, so this could potentially still be 2 more gun rounds coming out from them. They didn't lose the big investment, which is the operator. Yeah, this is where they have to not once again let go of a lead, because it really will put you in a pretty bad place if you're, oh guys, we had a good lead, I thought we had the read on them, etc, and then you just take the L. It's like, oh, but what happened?
Good decision coming in from EJ to just save the operator anyways. He can drop, he has lots of money as well. And on the other hand, of course, you want to get some ROI over that operator as well. It's expensive as heck, so why not, right? Team Secret though, another round for them. They have the ultimate coming in from Dispenser that they can use once they are, or rather once they get a kill, to open up the site, but they're just destroying the wall. And it's very essential to destroy this even if you're not planning to go on a site, because not destroying this wall will just give the information from Bren Esports that, you know what, no one's destroying showers, so why would we watch it? There's a wall anyway, and they're just gonna focus on a short.
The adjustments on Bren have been very, very quick. EJ did have a dash, but didn't see the threat, or rather didn't feel it at all. Didn't have to expend it. Did prove to be quite a good decision here, as once again, Secret, they invest quite a bit of utility. This time the Cosmic Divide to just get some sort of semblance of control. No lurk presence whatsoever. It is once again going to be a clean 5v5 retake on both sides. Spencer, though, is in prime position to mow everybody down. Josh S will get stunned up for the moment, burning precious seconds on the clock. Zavi will use that nade to flush out anybody hiding close in the bench.
I wonder if they knew how Savvy threw that pain chills away. They probably knew that he was above the boxes, but he's down anyway right now. And of course, the retake coming in from Bren Esports. How are they gonna plan this out? Savvy is already on side, trying to pinpoint enemies before home. Just shower hold coming in from Secret right there is such a punishment for Bren Esports as they take the round, making the lead closer.
Last round in the half.
And making the gap closer, rather, for the side of Team Secret. Only one round disadvantage right now.
Oh, and it felt that 3-round lead was such a grueling one. Something that they had to dig out of. Something that they really had to measure and space out well and correctly. This time, though, it's Bren taking, I think this is their this is their third timeout of the series. Not trying to keep count, but, you know, it's just something that I took note of.
I can't believe you can even remember.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Me trying to explain and analyze what happened last round, but I can't remember which agent or which person was playing. And you just remembering how timeouts or how many timeouts in the entire series? I need your brain, dude.
And I think that's a very, very nice compliment, but please
Mine's like
reconsider.
a brain of a goldfish, you know? Like, you forget.
But people love goldfish.
That's true. But you put us in an aquarium.
Yes, of course. We put them in the little fish bowl, and obviously...
I don't know where this is going, honestly.
Goldfish, gold Bren. The eye
I'm
that
just
peeks into the bowl.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the connection we're looking for. I'm just surprised that you are actually able to remember how many timeouts in total that Bren Esports took already.
Sometimes I can't really believe myself either how I keep track of a lot of things but somehow miss out on the simplest as we get an early tag here. EJ not persuaded by anything, not dissuaded. He had that dash, but once again, he's like, you're not gonna do nothing about it. You are not gonna do anything about it. Daring Secret to peek. Now, the long control is in order. Maybe this is what the A hit will amount to. A lot of utility, but somehow nothing killing, nothing dodging as Bren, they hold strong. Josh S melting down Dispenser. Everybody is still once again stuck in a vortex. Hot Sauce even finds a lurking Borkom. He finds a second on dubstep. Jesse Vash has to be ice cold, but the heat is a little too much. Bren, they keep that 2-round lead up in their pocket.
Just played a little bit of dodgeball right there. Dodging all the utilities that came from Team Secret trying to entry. I like how Josh S, despite all the utilities being thrown at him, he was just ready for anyone to dash or actually boost up until above tube. And he just waited, but no one actually pushed in, and all the other teammates were just working themselves and getting those kills in as well. Bren Esports, they seem to be really strong right now, and of course heading towards this map number 3. We are on the last map of the series. Essential for Bren or Team Secret to actually take this. If Team Secret loses this, oh, it's gonna be big trouble for them, as they would basically, I'm not sure about the math yet, but basically they can't lose a map anymore. And also, you don't want to be the team that actually prays and hope that, oh, I hope the other team that is above me doesn't get points as well.
Oh yeah, now you don't want to have those types of situations, especially as a player. You want to commit or rather contribute to those factors that you can truly have a hand on. Oh my goodness, I'm having a bit of a hiccup, but it doesn't matter. As
Literally.
Yeah, a literal hiccup.
Literally, I got you, dude. Well, cover for you. Hot Sauce was able to punish one, and that is Dispenser with a headshot. Dubstep to answer back, while Hot Sauce is actually waiting for him to pop out. Just the goals. actually winning that engagement as well. As Jeremy is smoked in, he pulls out the boom bot, trying to see and locate where the enemies are. As
Spike
Jessica's
down,
jumping
B.
and gunning is what he's doing. And now as EJ sees one on CT, they plant the spike. They have the information of one player from Team Secret, and they are trying to look for the other one, and that is Dubstep. They have the ghost though. This is still manageable. This is a 3v2 situation. Josh S took some damage. They know the position
player
of Dubstep
standing.
right now. EJ was able to secure that kill, and Borkom, he's still trying to find a way how he can do this. But it's a crossfire, and Savvy just swings out with his ghost, gets the kill, and now Bren Esports takes that pistol round, and they're gonna be able to buy those Spectres.
The anti-eco, the swings that would potentially put Bren on, honestly, a 3-round swing here. Their bonuses have been fantastic, at least for the last 2 maps or so. Secret, hopefully their defensive scheme is much better than their attack, because a lot of times it looks stifled, a lot of times it was disjointed by the aggression on Bren. But even so, even if Bren were aggressive, they never really overextended to give any freebies towards Secret. Now we see that classic Cypher setup towards the middle part of the map here, towards a short. And we have a little bit of aggression on their side too, taking shower control. They haven't really picked up the orb. They don't want to give that sound spot away. But that nade is going to prompt everybody to jump in. Savvy not going as deep as he would have wanted, but the shorty, ooh, just like you call it. Dubstep gets a free upgrade, and he is quite low though, so he might have to relinquish that to somebody else.
Maybe he's just trying to see if someone will actually be flying out. This is kind of a difficult position right now for Team Secret to do the retake, honestly. But with the utilities that they use, Jeremy was able to find a straight freeze for Boom. Maybe this is quite possible. They were able to retake that?
And so the Bren curse of losing pistol continues. Or well, at least the second round. Yeah. It is crazy. I mean, losing track of the tiniest things, and that was such a curious choice there by EJ not to upgrade his pistol. I feel like if he had a Spectre in hand, maybe some of the outcome would be different and the positionings would be shifted. But to the main show, to the Technical Pause podcast. My name is Raph, and this is Kayror. How are you guys? How are you? It is a lovely sunny afternoon here. How is the weather over there in Cambodia?
Oh, it's very sunny. If you're actually thinking why we're asking about the weather, I'm in a different country right now. I'm in Cambodia, but just a quick replay though while we are on the technical pause anyway. Just Team Secret, I really thought that Bren Esports was gonna get that round because they were able to plant the spike already. They had the Spectres, but I think the domino effect started from the utility usage of Jeremy. He was able to get a kill on the paint shells towards Brain Freeze, and on the other hand, Borkum was able to pick up a Spectre as well. So with that, the domino effect started, and Team Secret didn't allow them to actually get that second round on this second half.
That is absolutely correct. Hoping Bren, this lead at least is not a house of cards that is going to topple over, because Secret, they're still poised to take this round. But that's what I said about last round, right? Oh, Bren has this as a bonus, etc., etc. And Secret's like, yeah, nah. This is ours. We are going to turn it around, and we are going to make this as grueling, as close, and as painful as possible. Much like this technical pause, it is absolutely painful. It is absolutely grueling. Just like the heat that we are also experiencing. Oh,
I mean,
dear.
What is Terror Curse if it doesn't have the technical pause, the game number 3, the overtimes, right? So I think this is just expected coming in here, and of course that I am casting as well. So I just expect this to be happening every day for the rest of my life anyways. Kind of sad, but at least if you give us good games, I'll be happy to cast too.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody will ever deny us of good games, as that's what the VCT has been doing all throughout, not just PH, NA, EMEA, everywhere really. Has had such a fun time, has been honestly such churning out highlights as quickly as possible in such high volumes. But technical pauses, yeah, it's just the nature of the beast. Again, a quick reminder to everybody that this is just the nature of the beast. We are not on lands as of the moment. We are, and everybody
I
in the
hope
league
it's
is.
gonna be though soon, right?
Yeah, I feel like everybody's
I
hoping
heard
for lands.
actually, I heard that the next Masters is gonna be in Reykjavik, according to a Weibo post by the Valorant official Valorant page. So gotta make sure if that is true. But if ever, man, hello Iceland again.
What do you mean again? For you?
Why?
Just
We've
because you were
been
there?
No, I haven't been in Iceland. I've been in Berlin, yes, but Iceland is the
Wow.
first master too,
Okay.
right?
Oh yeah, of course. Momentous occasion for everybody who's been traveling a lot. You know, unlike me, I've been
Berlin
stuck
was
home.
cold.
Oh, I wouldn't know. I would.
Berlin was okay. I'm gonna tell you a story here, Raf. While we are in a oh man, it's just 10 seconds. But my first snow ever in my life is dreamy. It's on top of the Eiffel Tower, dude.
How do you expect me to respond to that? Like, oh yeah, I experience the sun in my face almost every day.
Every day on top of the roof deck of our
Oh,
house,
but then,
something like
then
that.
here's Taylor. Oh, here's Taylor. Oh, my first snow was so dreamy. I hope you can revel in my memories. You suffer. As Dubstep is gonna be the one to hold this close position, and Zavi, ooh, despite having the sheriff, will be discovered, will be spotted out. The barrel is just a little too long, a little too obvious for his comforts, as that is going to be the first frag to fall on Bren and none of the snow on my head, because that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Not gonna happen anytime soon, but you never know. Maybe in the future. Bring Raft to Iceland, ladies and gentlemen. But going back
Might
to
just
the
have
game,
that.
though, 8-6 is the score. There is the pull, but there is no one to be pulled anyway. The Spencer, on the other hand, just playing out his smoke. He gets the 2K, no trades at all coming in from Bren Esports. Not surprising, as they are on an eco right now against
One enemy remaining.
Team Secret. But the thing is, what surprised us is they were able, or they were not able to take that second round a while ago where they had the advantage already. So I guess it is what it is, man. It is an 8-7 right now. Team Secret, they only need one more to actually get back in the game and get a tie right now.
They do have the mobility to allow them to jump and really close the gap between them and the rifles on the side of Bren. But so far, we haven't really seen that to the greatest success, as the utility on the side of Bren have been, you know, persuading them not to. Please don't do it. You might die. You will get shot. But look at this. Quite a bit of friction towards the shower position on both the defense and the offense here. Do they really know how many people are on both sides? As that Trailblazer is going to come out, it is not going to find anything meaningful. EJ has to be super careful, but Jeremy will vacate that position. All the
I
utility
like how
in the world.
Dubstep helps him.
Absolutely. Dubstep picks it up. Oh no. You like how Dubstep is helping him? What do you mean, Taylor?
I have this fight.
That was already a good possession. They should have not pushed in already. Anyway, they were on the defending side, if you think about it. But they want to go for a certain aggression where they can use the Spectre to burst them down. I honestly think that they could have just waited for them to push in on site. It was already good enough that Jeremy was saved by the smoke of Dubstep. But of course, they had this strategy of pulling out the boom bot and Dubstep swinging out with it, but it didn't work. So I don't think we're going to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, again, such a curious decision to really, you know,
30 seconds
maximize the range. And look at that, EJ will get tagged up to God knows how low, but will get healed by the Sage just right up. And the firepower deficit is really kind of hitting Secret hard, but have no fear, ladies and gents. This has
One
been a
enemy
bonus
remaining.
for them. It's not really working out for them, but much like bonuses and much like power differences with the guns, it is what to be expected.
I like how Jeffrey just creeps up on the smoke to try and get the gun, but it's not gonna be enough creeping anymore because EJ is gonna find him. Gonna get that 4K on that round and closing things off to a 9-7 scoreline. Not a big of a gap rather. for the side of Bren Esports, but they have to be really careful because
30
along
seconds
the way,
left.
especially if it's a double-digit score when it comes to both sides of the teams, it's just a matter of how each team can destroy the economy of the other side and use that advantage on their hand of having the full buy compared to a broken one.
Yeah, we definitely want to have as complete of an arsenal heading into the rounds as much as possible. But Bren, this 2-round cushion, although it doesn't seem much for a lot, it really can make the difference between the time of proper adjustment and the W. As Josh S, he knows that there's a Sova there. He will respond in kind with that Trailblazer. And in fact, Jesse is going to have to get a checkup because you don't want to get rabies from that. Borkum and the rest of the boys, they want to rotate as well as they can.
Enemy tag.
As whoa, they see them come in. EJ
There's
has
a
expanded the
flying
dash out.
CCTV, dude. It was the Sova drone. The Spencer doesn't even need to move the camera. I got you, bro. But there's no push currently right now for Bren Esports anyway. They're just holding this and waiting. And right now, with the push from Savvy, this will change things around as he gets the 2K.
Wow.
Just like that, a very clean shot coming in from Savvy, and they are now planting the spike.
You are divided.
That they get it. The Cosmic Divide is going to be there, really proving or putting a wrench in the plans of would-be retakers. Dubstep, I feel like there's a little bit of hesitation here. He doesn't want to lose this operator because it is pretty much gone if he does. They'll have to sacrifice quite a bit of armor on their side, or at least on a teammate's side. If he can manage to creep up, and oh dear, that is the worst case scenario for him. Jeremy, we've seen him clutch time and time again. Can he do it? He finds the first. Savvy, now both the All-Stars, the Young Drugs, the spray! But Savvy is gonna get that 4K and will assert dominance.
Just a little exercise of squatting right there from Savvy. As the race versus race came up against Jeremy, he won the engagement though. Jeremy, he had the position to actually make a play happen, but already he didn't win the last engagement. If he was lucky, that's still quite possible. He had a good position here above Tube, but he misses the shot and Savvy was able to get it instead. 10-7 is the score, 3-round advantage against Team Secret. And I could just assume that Bren Esports, with all the utilities that being put in by Team Secret, like for example, those smokes coming in from the Astras, they waited out. They waited out patiently, and they actually have good timings into entering sites.
That they do, and they've been using that timing that they've found for themselves to as much of a degree as they can. Now, Secret, they've relinquished the aggressive side of their defense to a more defensively sound one. They're chilling right now. They're waiting for any sound cue, but I guess this is the symptom of mine. It really starts off this way. We're not really going to see quite a bit of explosive plays unless there's already a bunch of ults up. Zavi is going to use that nade to try and clear out the box, but unfortunately it falls a little too shallow. And he messes up one jump. He gets the third, but at least he finds himself a kill. Hey, if it works, it works. Like, if you think Dynamite is a martial art, then so be it, because everybody's exploding onto the side. EJ follows up, makes this a strong case for Brent to hold on to the lead. Hot Sauce is here for the trace. That recon dart is going to find everybody, but Secret, where did that come from? That is so low. Oh, but perfection will not be on the side of Bren this time. As Secret, they fundamentally dismantle their opponents.
I like how Bash was actually saved upon that round because he's gonna lose the Vandal and he only had 600 on his pocket during that time. On the other hand, it was such a good Cosmic Divide coming in from Borkum. They were able to capitalize on that, catch everyone off guard. I think one of the mistakes right now, it's not like I'm thinking of it, but the actual mistake, I'm thinking, okay, but not exactly this. But anyway, Raph. First mistake was Savvy going in on the satchel, and it wasn't continuous. If it was, he actually might might have been able to get the Cypher immediately. But the Spencer, on the other hand, here to a new round. He gets one.
down
Jeremy
A.
gets two.
One
That is
remaining.
3 man down. 1 by 1. Bren Esports goes down, but Josh S is ready to enter back. He still has the Seekers, but not enough space to actually make a play anymore. He has to go for the mechanical skills, but it's not enough.
That was too close. That was a little too close for Secret. The adjustment was already there, but as you mentioned, the speed, it's not really what's killing Bren. It's the sudden stop. It's these roadblocks that Secret have been putting up. Now, Bren, they have to settle for the Sheriffs here. They haven't been super successful on their eco rounds either, but knowing how the world works, this could potentially be one of the surprise rounds of the whole series. With all this utility and all the firepower in the world they need, I'm quite doubtful.
Let's see, a 10-9 score line. We are getting close. This is what I was talking about a while ago, Raph, that in any case, in any sense, when the economic damage is there, it's hard to get back, especially if it's a double-digit score, because you don't want to have rounds to give and you don't want to have rounds where you have this disadvantage. You don't have the Vandals, you don't have the Phantoms, so they have to be really careful. I'm expecting a very slow play coming in from the two sides here, not only for Bren, but also for Team Secret. And, whew, at least there is the AoE heal as they try to pounce in slowly but surely.
That it is. And slow is smooth and smooth is fast. This lead is going away in a blink of an eye if Secret continue this composure that they're showing. But like I said, this could be one of those rounds that could turn out to be a big surprise, but Jeremy, he doesn't want any part of that. He does find two, one with the nade, one with the Vandal. This time around, hopefully this ult is going to work out for him, but is not even going to damage anybody. Josh will have to run because the pain shell once more. A little bit of verticality on Jeremy is going to pay off. Finds his third, actually on pace for the ace.
Wow!
There we go.
A round coming in from Jeremy right there. An ace, such good positioning, such good verticality coming in from this man. I want to see that replay. What a round.
Here. And
merits a timeout.
You've scared. Look what ye have done. But yeah, honestly, that round looked a little dire for Secret as those sheriffs were ringing true. But Jeremy, the great equalizer, the one to find all five. It is an eco ace, but an ace is still an ace, and it really doesn't take anything away from that.
Bren didn't have any idea at all that there was someone satcheling up in the air and going above APH. And the thing is, whew, like you said, an eco kill, an eco ace is still an ace, dude. So with regards to that, we've seen how cracked the players are anyway on a pistol match and with the Sheriffs. So it's not inevitable that we are looking at and seeing a timeout right now on the side of Bren Esports. They might have to rethink what just happened right there. And this just goes to show how Jeremy is very, very much an impactful player on the side of Team Secret.
10-10. It's looking somewhat even on both sides, but there's a lot of disjointed play on Bren's side. Do you think this could be a factor where, oh god, it's been so long in the day? It's only the second series. This series just feels so long. Yeah.
Nah, there's no reasoning right now. It's in the middle of the day. It's not too early. It might be hot, but I think they're in ACs right now. And honestly, Bren Esports, they are a formidable team, but remember, they're going up against the Philippine representatives of the Champions Tour.
That's something that I feel like we don't stress enough despite how much we champion that team. Zavi is going to try and walk up. That drone is going to find him, and Borkum could be in a nasty situation, but he uses that height, will minimize the damage he takes, will force his teammate to commit to help. Zavi even gets tased for his troubles, not using that gravity wheel. Instead, they will pop the smoke. Nearly finds one. Zavi might actually open this up, and it's Hot Sauce using all the space that Zavi has pulled towards him to find Borkum. Now the delay game is not going to go in the way for Secret. They needed Borkum to stay alive as badly as they did. Jeremy, although he was a hero, will finally find a hero's death in the hands of Josh S. A 2v, or rather a 3v4.
30 seconds left.
And they have to break into the site with 30 seconds down left on the clock.
Huge rotation actually coming in from Bren Esports right here, from trying to gun down enemies on B all the way to the side. And now with Bren EJ being rezzed up, he just immediately was shut down by, of course, Jesse Bash himself. Now 2v1 situation as Bash is the only man remaining. All goes down and Josh S securing the 4K, making this an 11-10 scoreline. I like how Bren decides, and quickly decides actually, to go to a site that gave out so much space. As soon as Hot Sauce got a kill on B, they were like, hey, okay, that's one kill, let's move out. Some of the players are already on shower.
And perfect calls in the perfect times is what they need right now. No, the water is still pretty much even on both sides. The tides have not really shifted in anybody's favor, but Bren is inching closer and closer to those 13 rounds, which is normally an unlucky number. But that's the reason
Hey.
why? What did I do?
13 is a lucky number for me. It's my birthday.
That's why we get the three map curse, as 4 players have been eliminated from contention, both evenly spread out throughout our teams. But the utility that was available is definitely going to have adverse effects for different reasons. Now a minute is going to be left on the clock, as lucky number 13 is just a arm's length away for Bren. They even get the spike down. Positioning for Secret. Borkum really tempted to push the smoke. Jesse finds Zavi. This is gonna stifle the retake once more, but EJ, he's been on fire the whole day. Brain Freeze has also been a very potent clutcher. Borkum and the gang, though, they will peek together, so they won't allow any cracks, any seconds, any milliseconds of an opening. Dubstep faking out with that cloud burst. So far, everybody's holding strong. Borkum finds EJ with that Spectre. The speed will be on the side of Secret as they tie it up once more.
I like how we can definitely see in-game, even without hearing them, the communication that Team Secret has. Dubstep had the operator, and he knows he can't charge in just like in any sense. You know, like without any sense, he can't just charge in and try to gun down everybody with the operator. He wants to save up on that. And on the other hand, what he did was, you know what? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna smoke so they actually look up and check on the verticality. This 3-second window will give Borkum the space to actually pull out and get a kill himself. Such a good retake coming in from Team Secret, and I love how you can see that they are very much communicative with each other.
Yet we find ourselves in a situation where they default again, this time on the side of Bren. I'm not sure if you can really call this map an attacker-sided map. I know some people will share that sentiment, but the way we've seen it, it's really the truest toss-up. But Dubstep doesn't really care for those semantics, doesn't really care for those statistics, as he will do his job no matter what. Using that operator to ruthless efficiency, Jesse Vash will be a witness to a second kill, as Zavi is going to fall, and both duelists are not going to be present for this endeavor. Bren, they are somewhat hurting right now. They don't have that quick gap close. They don't have that necessarily space control. And this might just be a round that is looking so impressive for Secret.
Team Secret, 2 more rounds away to getting that win against Bren. This is probably one of the most important games that Team Secret is playing right now.
30 seconds left.
That was a quick decision making coming in from Bren Esports. Seekers out, using of the Seekers and also the guiding light all at the same time. They have set up as well the Cosmic Divide, but one by one they go out to Josh S, very low on HP. Hot Sauce can heal, but only after 35 seconds. That's a lot of time. 11 seconds remaining to actually plant the spike. Not going to be enough time as Team Secret just dashes in, moves forward, and secures the match point.
Match point.
Oh, Secret, this is the energy that they need. Dubstep stepping up at the perfect time, the most opportune moment for them, as look at the stifled buy. I don't know what Bren can do with this. We've seen magic, we've seen fireworks, we've seen inklings of greatness, but statistically speaking, this is not a good look for Bren. They have to really, really play, or rather summon some sort of miracle
Get
here.
out of my way.
They have no choice. They have to force out whatever they have. EJ has the ultimate. He has that clutch potential. We've seen this guy. He can make plays happen, but can you go against dubstep? Dubstep!
Oh
My god! Everyone knows his position right now. Josh S has this advantage. Seeing the tail of the jet, but Josh S was also seen on the other hand.
Dispenser was like, shoo, fly, leave us.
Hey, get away.
Get away. This is my no-no square. Don't come into the no-no square. Although the Trailblazer had a valiant effort to stun, that was a bit of a long shot there, as that distance was just not enough for that humble leap. Jesse Vash will do whatever it takes to hold it down with this Phantom. Orko, what's he doing here? Oh no, they've probably fallen into the web, but if they can find some sort of kill with a showstopper, that could be the end, or that could be the difference that they need. But Secret they flood in, or rather they hold strong. Borkham finally finds Brain Freeze. Bren, are they crumbling? Are they falling apart? This is yet a question that is rolling out.
EJ just plays so slow and we can't see anything else. But moving forward though, Jeremy and the rest of Team Secret right now is trying to find a way how they can retake this immediately. They want to take this game, they want to take this map away from Red Esports, but Savvy will say no yet. Jeremy is defusing right now, and Team Secret finally, the retake was
Defenders
there,
win.
still alive.
That is honestly a relatively clean series from them. Again, look,
Close,
this is
though.
the face of relief. Oh god.
It's too close.
Alright guys. Alright
I like
guys.
how Jesse Vash is just beside Jeremy, and then Dispenser is just across dubstep. So we're seeing everyone right there. What a game coming in from Team Secret. Actually, I was already looking to see with the performance that we've seen a while ago from Team Secret that it is very much quite possible that Bren could take this to like a 2-0. But yet again, on the first map that we had, Team Secret just loved it. Just took it away from them. Going back to the though, Raph.
The age of Sova is upon us as we see yet another Sova, this time in the form of Ice Cold Jesse. 21 kills on a 2.2 KDA, not to be slept on. Yet again, a master class at being a support and it being a fragger, the perfect balance. Everybody chimed into different points of the series, but look at Borkham. Again, that was a fairly quiet performance from him, but to see that he has a 1.9 KD is... I wouldn't say it's a surprise. It's, oh yeah, Borkham just does Borkham things.
Honestly, this is just a big relief for the side of Team Secret, but not that big of a relief as they need those 2 zeros coming in their way. And the 2-1 is a little help, but not too much big of a help because they are stuck in a position where they can't make mistakes anymore. Game highlights, bringing it to you guys as we look. This is the perfect timing of just the guiding light disappearing, and EJ was able to secure those shots in. This guy was also crazy in just popping shots, especially with the operator as well.
And the other thing that we have to take into account though, although this has been a wonderful series for both teams, Bind has truly proven to be one of the maps where it is really, really unpredictable. But as I mentioned, Secret, they dropped their only lifeline. Now they have to play at peak performance no matter who they play against. They really cannot drop a map now. Although they did garner their points today, it's really not, or them not being out of the woods just yet.
Not the ideal position to be in the leaderboards right now, but at least they are still alive and kicking so far. I like also how a space was definitely created because Jesse Vash's ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, just always makes or creates this space, not only on game number 3, but also on the map Haven that we've seen a while ago. We've just the soul back, you know? He earned it, man. Soul back.
Yeah, and Jesse has had a few criticisms, like, oh, you know, like maybe he doesn't stand up to the firepower of the rest of his teammates, but he's proven to be invaluable too. Not just being one of the best clutchers for a period of time, being the stability that that team needs. But speaking of stability, guys, we will let you get those bearings set because we still have more series, or at least one more series to come. My name is Raf, that's Terror. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me.
yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend.
The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll with verbs, the rebirth of verbs from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we.
It really puts a smile to my face when the old guard can mix in with the new blood and make a whole heck of a lot of amazing plays. Team Secret winning this best of 3 against Bren. Gentlemen, I was the one that predicted it. It worked out. I'm good. Yeah, my predictions.
Are you done gloating? Are you done
Yeah,
gloating?
hell yeah.
Are you done?
We'll let you have your moment.
I'm okay.
Look how close it was. You know, number 1 team coming into this one, and Azra's like, they got this. But hey, you gotta give it to them. You can have this one.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I just wanted to mention as well, real quick, that I was really impressed by how I think Jeremy has started to just come into this Team Secret roster. It seems like he is really taken under the wing of Jesse Bash. If he's always see what they're playing at, they're just side by side. I can already imagine it. Good job, Jeremy. I wish my dad was like that.
Yeah, man. It's all these hot kids coming into the scene. Like how are they so good? And just being like wrecking everybody. And these players have been, around in the scene forever. And then suddenly Jeremy, people like Jeremy come out, and then like Savi, and then they're like absolutely insane. I don't know where they get this from. It's probably there was this moment earlier when we were watching the match where Dax and I were just like, Savi, pick an angle, and he still gets the kill somehow. I don't know. These guys are just beyond me.
Yeah, he can. Just the thing. He just has so many ways to act up in the first place, and truly the next generation looking to be treasures.
Yeah, so we have to treasure them even more. And we'll treasure what happened in that last series with the series highlights that we've already prepared for you guys. And again, I did start talking about Team Secret, but Bren, on the other hand here, we did see some strides right there. But at the very last possible moments, it seems like Savvy was starting to lose a bit of steam, especially when he was trying to satchel onto the sites. What do you think about this one? I'll start off with you.
Yeah, I do think a lot of those plays were just absolutely critical here, man. We talk about Haven, it didn't exactly go the way that we thought it was going to go here for, Bren. It wasn't the cleanest of Bren performances on Haven, because if we look at historically how Bren played this map the first time we saw them play it, we're like, oh my god, this is magical. This is one of the best Haven approaches that we've seen, not just locally, but across the world here. And then suddenly, up against Team Secret, it just doesn't feel like the pieces fit in that puzzle anymore.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, we just look back at the Haven performance. That was just vintage Team Secret. That is just their renown in it. That is their prowess, and they look so comfortable. But once you got into splits, you gotta give it to Bren Esports. The mental reset was something we were talking about a lot, and they just got back into it to make that map number 2 a victory under them, especially with Hot Sauce stepping on up. But here and now, the decider for the 3rd map on Bind, it was as close as can be. Moments there where Bren Esports would just pop off. EJ Savvy getting the frags. Brain Feast playing eco in a round. He had a gun in the first place, but on the flip side, you can't count out the prowess also of the newer additions of Team Secret. They're just Jeremy here getting that ace, finding the kills, being such an oppressive piece of the puzzle, allowing his race to truly flourish there. And let's not forget our father, Jesse Bash, the pop-up PH Esports right here. The Hunter's Fury are all on point.
Every
it's like we were
single one.
talking about it also in the backstage. Exactly. Every single one there of the Hunter's Fury is absolutely hitting its mark. As soon as you hear the voice line, I am the hunter, you know that you are very dead. And in the end, Team Secret got that advantage, got that decider, and they took that victory 2-1 to stay alive.
With all of these amazing players stepping up to the plate, who do we have as our Republic of Gamers game MVP? None other than Dubstep. I mentioned a while ago as well that I felt like Dubstep seemingly has reset his mental. It looks like he was feeling pretty good. Whenever I'm online, I see them just playing out of always, whether in scrims or on rank.
Yeah.
So they really have been putting all the emphasis in improving once again, and it really shows to how he played, especially on that Haven map.
And he actually genuinely seemed happy to be to be winning that map, because like in the previous ones where he'd win, they were like not 100% content with it. But you saw it, man. After that victory, all smiles across the board. The rest of the team finally feel like they deserve a win, because that's really what Team Secret is all about, and that's why they are one of the best teams around in terms of not just performance but also by class, because they want to win the right way, and it just goes to show these guys are absolute legends in their fields.
Yeah, from Dubstep to Dub Smile real quick, and that dub was attained. We also saw it there. The chain of kills that we usually expect from Dubstep, they were happening. He was getting that momentum, and he was a force to be reckoned with all throughout. But truly, this was the Team Secret that we expected coming into the group stage. Of course, it's going to be competitive because everyone is gunning for them. But that is a victory they deserve, they earned, and in all honesty, they're happy with it in more ways than one. Not only getting the victory, but seeing the level of competition getting that close to them.
Yeah, and Dax, since you're the points person here, I just wanted to ask,
yes,
is Team Secret still in contention to be part of playoffs, or are they kind of, still in danger?
No. That with the victory like this is a wide open bracket basically. So a little bit to the mat. They're 9 points for Oasis right now, 8 for Action PH, 7 for Bren Esports, and Team Secret gets 6. So instead of having to rely on the fate of the other matches, they are going to be their own masters. They can bring this destiny here. So really, Group A is still going to go down to the wire.
Amazing stuff. All right, so we have an interview lined up for you guys. It's Coffee Break with Donut.
Yes, this is the break you're waiting for from Team Secret, and we have here yet again Dubstep. Hi, Dubstep.
Hello.
So we spoke to you yesterday, but today is a different day. Your mood is quite different. So how's the heart? Is it pounding off of your chest?
I mean, after a series like that, who wouldn't really love the game, especially on the winning side? But damn, EJ was someone to deal with, and I was surprised, and I did not expect him to pop off like that. He was the reason why we were having a hard time, actually. So yeah, the game was fun, and this is one of the reasons why I love this game.
Yeah, and that's the case for Haven. You guys won it in such a good way, and you were Super Saiyan in Haven. You had a 357 combat score. So can you tell us more about your performance and your confidence for that specific match?
I mean, my coach is always keeping an eye on me. He's been telling me a lot of things, like teaching me how to get the confidence that I need going into the match. And I believe like he deserves all the credit of what I have shown right now. So I want to thank my coach, thank my friends as well, who were always telling me that we can do it. But the job's not finished, So we have one more series, and I think we're ready for tomorrow.
Bren might have had a very, very slow start in Split, but in Haven, but it wasn't the case for Split. They actually mowed you guys down. So can you tell us more about the mistakes and the challenges that you have had in that map?
I guess on Split, we were not hitting our shots as normally as we should. So I feel like they have the better game that map. So we just move on, go on to the next, and pick ourselves back up.
And that's what you did. Move on to the next in the map of Bind. It was super, super close, and it was heart-stopping. So do you agree with that?
Yeah, my heart is still racing right now, if you know what I mean.
It was the adrenaline, and I just want to pick your brain for a little while. So you sometimes play with the Breach instead of a Ray. So how different is that two agents for the map of Bind?
I guess we decided ourselves that if we're gonna go all in, we're just gonna go for 2 duelists and just fight whoever wanna fight. Because I felt like we've been, like I said yesterday, we've been uptight to ourselves. So I felt like playing a double initiator. We will be playing by the books again. So we just trusted our instincts this time and play what we are most comfortable with.
Well, the gut feeling was right. You got it 2-1
Yeah.
against Bren Esports. So I want to move away from the past and looking into the future now. You're going against Action PH yet again. So you lost to them last week. How are you preparing for the comeback?
I guess we should just do what we were doing for the past few days. Do not overthink everything and just play how we want to play. Play like we have nothing to lose, so we don't have regrets in the end. And because there's nothing to say about it, I just feel like we just have to believe as much as the people believing in us that we will make it through the playoffs.
Confidence and support is what Team Secret needs, and I hope all of the audience will give them that, to give them and show them some love. Thank you so much, Dubstep, for joining us for this interview. But before we go, of course, we are going back to the panel. Asarai, Ilustrado, and Dax, take it away.
Yeah.
Again, amazing stuff. You can really hear the want to improve and the want to come back to full form. I really like the thing that he said. We just went back to what we were already comfortable with and played purely on instinct. That was incredible. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go for a longer break this time as we prepare for the next series that is going to be Looking for Org versus Zeal Esports. There's a couple of other teams that are laser focused on this match because it will determine specific points for the specific group that these individuals will be playing on. So with that being said, guys, hold on, sit tight. The last series will be going underway when we come back from this break.
Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift across seas swift. Water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth. Realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would even place, but at gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to had to be the hard. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZZ don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a rapping, fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Ghost.
And here we are once again for VCTPH 2022, week 2 for stage 1. My name is Asra. I'll be your panel host. With me now is Black and Blue and Dax. And we're going to be talking about the final series of the day. Some teams will be happy, some teams will not after the series turns over. It's LFO versus Zeal Esports. Gentlemen, gotta ask you first here with this one, Black. What do you think about the teams playing right now?
Well, both of these teams really have a kind of a dire spot right now, especially LFO, with Zeal kind of trying to hold on to their second place hold here of the Group B, and LFO just trying to stay alive in it. So they have a lot more to lose, but Zeal, they don't really have much, I guess, room to give either.
Yeah, just looking at Group B itself, you already have one slot taken by NAOS Esports, so everyone's scrambling for the rest of them. And in a game of musical chairs, only 2 will be able to sit down into the playoffs. And as Black and Blue has mentioned, LFO is in a bit of a precarious situation. If you look at the points, 5 points right now for LFO, 6 for Zeal Esports, and it really has to be them. It's a bit of a must-win situation, honestly, for these 2 teams if they want to secure their slot into next week.
Yeah, it really seems that this final game is very apt. It is going to be possibly the final time that we'll be seeing these teams. Again, this is still the second week, but next week is already playoffs. So we're already looking for which top teams are able to squeeze their way in and have a shot to compete for that APAC Challengers. It really is going to go down to the absolute wire here, gentlemen. And while that is happening, again, there is so much to talk about for each team. I think we saw earlier today how Zeal performed. It wasn't up to what we were expecting. We did see some glimmers of what Zeal can really do when they're on a good day, what Zeal can do when they're somehow on a not super good day, and similar for looking for Org. There's so many questions about the top fraggers, the young bloods, so to speak, for each team. And with that being said here, I guess while we're still waiting for the team introductions, would love to probably... Oh, yeah, I absolutely forgot about this one, but I do have to give production the one up again there. VCT 2022 is sponsored, of course, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. And of course, with that being said, we do have multiple languages and multiple streams available for you guys to choose from. Pick your poison, whichever. English and Filipino, English and Tagalog is up and ready for you. So for an English broadcast, guys, we got Valorant Esports 3 at Twitch, PPGL GG for YouTube, Valorant Esports again at YouTube, and VeraEsports.com. For the Filipino broadcast, by the way, PPGL_VCTPH on Twitch, PPGL GG on Facebook, and PPGL GG, the same name, yep, on YouTube. All of those. But if I would give my recommendation, if you guys want to watch the VODs after each and every day, YouTube is definitely the way to go because, you know, gets there as soon as the broadcast ends. And yeah, so again, we have mentioned how very much crucial today's matches are. I keep going back to that. We keep going back to that. It really is very important for everybody because everything is down the line. When we started this, thought that, you know, if one team doesn't make it through to 2 weeks, there's still maybe like a third week, but I was sorely wrong. Someone corrected me and I was gobsmacked about that. But it just really puts the emphasis of, you know, you cannot make any mistakes. If a team thinks that, you know, they're safe in the water, they cannot really think that way because there is an incredible amount of competition here. And speaking of competition, we have LFO lined up for you guys for that team intro. Looking for org, ex-SV Empire, then before that also looking for org. This team just cannot find a home, but what they have found is an amazing set of players in a short amount of time. Hot Sauce left, they got Shouty, they got Exotic, and this team is looking to vie themselves as one of the top teams right now in the Philippines.
For sure. You know, this is one of the teams that really did kind of pioneer that slow tactical play style here in the local scene, here in the Philippines. They were one of the teams that really embodied that, you know, philosophy, and other teams have picked up on that throughout, you know, the past year, but not many have been able to necessarily counter it and redirect it elsewhere. But NAOS Esports, the team you're going up against now, rather, Zeal Esports, the team you're going up against now, is one of those teams who have been at least a consistent kind of force to really repel them throughout this entire VCT year, even during last year. So I think this is a really good matchup for both teams, but for a team like Looking for Org, as I said, they're in dire straits and they've been able to get themselves to the playoffs many times over. I don't think they're going to try and miss this week out.
Yeah, those dire straits though, they have been looking a lot more formed coming into this week. The Chowdy Exotic really getting back to their standard and more so even going above and beyond what is expected from them. And not only that, they're getting a bit more of some of those map wins. They're feeling a lot more confident as a team. And here at the very end, their very last matchup, it might be their chance here for redemption against Zeal Esports. Last time they faced off, it felt like they were just trying to keep up with the pace of Zeal. This time, it should be their identity out in the forefront.
Yeah, they're finding their identity, man. You know, we started, it's like Spider-Man. It's homecoming, it's no way home, it's far from home, but this team is looking for home. Anyways, their opponents will be shown to you guys right now. It's Zeal Esports. Can they Zeal the deal? Here you are, Zeal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, a team that has seemingly struggled. They had their one victory, and that was actually up against LFO. Dax, more on that.
Yeah, that's the big contrast here. Last week, we were asking Zeal Esports, why are they here? Do they deserve it? And they proved it with 2 out of 3 match victories there and putting themselves up on the standings. But in the meantime, conversely here in the second week, those are the struggles now that seeing Zeal. They haven't won a map at all as of yet. Their pace, it has been read by the opposition. And right now, the question is, can Zeal finally sign Seal and deliver coming into this last matchup? Because we know the talent is there, we know the potential is there, but are they getting read too much by the opposition?
That could be the case. A while ago, me and Raph, when we were casting their game, we talked about how Zeal Esports, they like to take a more straightforward approach than most teams do. But the team you're going up against, a very different philosophy. As I talked about Empire, the former Empire, at least LFO, putting a bit more finesse and complication into that, but it's not always the best idea either. But for a team like Zeal, they've been around long enough that people aren't really too surprised at what they can bring and how they play. They have kind of, I guess, refined their game coming into this, stage 1, and that's part of the big reason why they surprised many teams last weekend during the first week. But that kind of play style, the way they just generally approach the game, isn't necessarily the most sustainable way of making things happen. They are able to get really far with it, but at some point, some teams start to get to read them. And so, as Dax was talking about, is what their current game plan, is it still really what they should be sticking with, or do they try and evolve? I think it's a good kind of time to still stick to your guns, and for Zeal, they've proven that they can really make that happen. But it's really hard not to pretend like that question isn't there in the first place.
And I mean, to kind of add to that, right? It feels like the formula for both of these teams is somewhat similar, right? We mentioned how very aggressive and straightforward Zeal is, but technically you could say the same thing with LFO, but I think with just a bit more cohesion because of the pillars that they have with Nexi, Symbol, and Draxi as their backup. In any case, we do have the map veto prepared now. We'll see how this goes. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing maybe a map 1 Haven for LFO. This is the map that they really put a lot of teams to the test. And with that being said, if they take this, I feel like they're going to have a good start to this series.
For sure. When you're talking about just LFO having that bit more finesse, that's, I guess, the biggest contrast that we really like to pull up. And I don't know. I think the Zeal, when it comes to the firepower, they definitely have it. Maybe just a step over LFO, though it's not that big of a difference. But I think Dax will attest to, just while there's lots of differences, lots of similarities as well, as you talked about there, Asarai.
Yeah.
I just want to pitch in real quick though that has to be the defining factor here. You have Senior Carl, Fireside, Jin. We know how potent these guys can be, but at the same time, they're not hitting their stride as much this week. So this time, we're going to be getting these maps into play. And Astray, we're going to see a Breeze Haven split, apparently, the maps in question.
Yeah, and again, I was mentioning how Haven is one of those maps that we've seen LFO do fantabulously with. And that is all in accordance with Shouty, I would say. Who actually picked it up? Yeah, there it is. LFO, just on the nick of things. Breeze, though, I'm not sure what I feel about this particular map. Zeal's, it feels like it's more of, it's a map that allows for wily plays, which Zeal's really love to default to, and it could work, but up against teams that know the map itself, it could be a very big risk. And Black, I wanted to ask you this one, this question. Is it a risk for Zeal's, or do you think that they have the handle on this particular map?
I have been kind of putting up just how, I guess, Zeal's playstyle might not necessarily be too sustainable in the long run, but I do think for this specific match that they're going to come back into this. Time and time again here that we've seen, the team that plays twice in a day will typically not lose both series. They had their warm-up game a while ago. Didn't really work out for them, but now is the time to shine. Now is the time for them to come back. This is NAOS, this is LFO. You guys are playing for pretty much a single point difference, and so whoever wins this match could potentially go down in the bracket and be put in 4th place. That's not a spot you want to be in, especially for a team like Zeal, who were sitting comfortably up top near the end of week 1, but now things have been equalized.
You know, the thing is, Zeal can be confident about this map pool. That map pick Breeze, it's something that's been so stellar for them, always with those victories as much as possible in their long history. But at the same time, LFO, they put up such an amazing fight against NAOS there. They only lost out in overtime, so you can't count them up whatsoever. And on the flip side now, LFO, they have that history on Haven. It's Zeal's trying to prove yet again that they made those impressions, they made those improvements. And overall, as we get in split, it just might be that decider that can go even. So I really feel right now, these map picks that some of these teams might think, okay, this might be our advantage, guys. There is still an answer on the other side, but they're gonna have to extract something out of it. And as Black and Blue has mentioned, usually it's that team right now who gets to bounce back on that third game if they have that double duty. But the question a while ago was, can Zeal get back into the form of where they're winning ways? Because this has been an absolute slump for them. And LFO, in the meantime, they're on the uprise instead.
We can only emphasize the story. We can only mention to the viewers right now who are listening how crucial it is, not only in a points perspective, but also in a performance perspective, how much Zeal is, for lack of a better term, down bad as of the moment. Now, I wanted to add this, to the mix. We're not going to see the agent selection until the casters talk about it, but I feel like these three maps, aside from my saying pretty good for LFO, can also be good for Zeal's, because of the fact that Beats has been showing to be a very capable chamber. And the first and third map, Split and Breeze, look like a very good chamber map. Now, Haven is still undecided for me, at least. I'm up against LFO, but it looks like with how the look of the series is, of the vetoes are, it might be in favor of Zeal's ever so slightly. But of course, with that being said, gentlemen, I gotta ask you your predictions. I'll be last because I feel like it's better for me to just hear your predictions first.
This guy, come on, this guy.
Well, I'm gonna throw out mine then first offhand. I do think Zeal have this one. It's not gonna be easy. We're gonna get really close games. Hell, overtime is probably what's gonna happen for at least one of these maps. But I do think they're gonna take it in the end. 2-1 is my prediction. We're going all the way.
Yeah, on the flip side though, I'm gonna go for LFO 2-1 instead. I really feel like that this squad will perform to their best level this time. This has to be the absolute conclusion of every single match that they've been going through, and they may have a few surprises in store. You talk about that chamber. I've seen a chamber from the LFO roster before, and it does look pretty as well. So it truly goes to show that when you find that gel, it's just gonna be all of them coalescing as one.
Ooh, I will have to go against you guys. I will go to the Zeal roster. I said my piece about Beats, and I feel, I don't know, maybe the Cosmos is talking to me right now. I feel like he can make it work. And with that being said, yeah, there it is. 2 Zeals and 1 LFO. Dang it, I thought I heard Black and Blue said Zeals there, or LFO there for a minute.
You're not special this time, Master Rai.
So you were just trying to go against the grain, is what you're saying.
No. I had an educated guess about what was gonna happen.
Right.
It wasn't going against the grain. I wasn't trying to be the cool kid. All right,
we'll give you that one.
Bad boy.
Are you trying to be a bad boy? Image change.
Rebrand.
No, I'm a bad boy now. Please.
Say that again, but slowly.
Yeah, all right. Enough of the shenanigans, guys. We'll pass it on to the casters to give you a spell of a series here. Guys, take it away.
It's the final countdown for these teams. The last time they're going to be in the group stage. And what better way to end day number 3 with quite a decider. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. My name is Zaps here with Black and Blue. The sun is shining. The matchup's going to be hot. And we are going to be seeing Zeal Esports versus Looking for Org. Already, I'm very excited for this matchup. I just want to put it out there to start things off here, Black and Blue. I really feel like this game, this series is going to be defined by this certain duo on both sides. On one side, Farsigen, Senior Carl, they're going to need to get those frag parities back and stop dying as much as they are compared to the last few matches. And in the meantime, will we see Chowdy and Exotic fully unleashed here?
And not only is this specific game going to be defined by those two duos, but the entire Group B is going to be defined by this series. Who wins and how they win is really going to have multiple different I guess those factors will have multiple different outcomes onto how the Group B will be settled. We're gonna have like our final Group B match tomorrow, and at that point, you know, whoever wins today can either go up a point, can go down a point in that group stage, can get eliminated by tomorrow if things don't go right here, right now. For these two teams, it's one of the last few matches they're gonna play, and so they really have to make it count, Dax.
Yeah, simply put though, let's just get it out there. If LFO does lose this 0-2, I do believe they will be eliminated, and it's up to Zeal and South Belt right now to just jockey for position there. But if they do get a map, they're still going to be in contention, and of course, Group B will go down till the very end. Let's not forget though, NAOS Esports is already confirmed to be that #1 slot at 4-1 standing, 30 points to their name, and just making sure that they were able to dominate the rest of the opposition. But now we get back into basically the midfield here of Group B, and boy howdy has it been quite a ride. I do want to focus a little bit more on LFO though, just how they've been growing, how they've been acclimating. We talked about how Exotic himself, he was just getting the pop-off bit by bit more so, but really, who was the shining star so far for the past few times? It's been Chowdy. Chowdy has really stepped on up. I've always seen him as more of a PUBG player, as a guy in the community who was great, to have that potential, but he just needed a bit of that attitude adjustment, and here under LFO, they're looking very, very stellar, working together hand in hand.
Well, if you're going to put some names on the LFO side, I got to throw some names in for the Zeal side as well. You got a player like Beats, who ever since joining this roster, you know, lots of people wondering, like, was it the right move to remove Nico? Was it the right move to remove Flash? Well, it seems to be the case. Even though they're part of the core of that former Pirate squad, these new guns, they really help. Craig S has always been there. Their sixth man. He's been taking up that IGL mantle, and I think by all means he's been doing a great job at really reeling them and really being able to, I guess, help the rest of the team coordinate to support, you know, their kind of duos that everybody knows, you know, the stars of Zeal Esports in Senior Carl and in Fire Cygen. But as I talked about, you know, that backline really does matter in Beats. He's been a great flex for them as well. We've seen on you know, agents like a Chamber, we've seen in Initiators, we've seen on Sentinels. He really does give them a lot of the flexibility that they needed because of the fact that, you know, those two kind of stars that they have, you're going to expect them to be either like a Sky or either a duelist, maybe double duelist. And so you need a player like Beats that can flex into those roles, that can give them a different look when everybody knows what they bring to the table. And I think that is the biggest thing that Zeal Esports bring to Stage 1 right now. The fact that everybody's used to how Zeal play, but they give an extra bit of touch with this new addition and with the whole new, not even whole new system, but basically just more like newer leadership inside the server itself.
Yeah, you know, that's pretty much the similarity between these two teams right now. Just that hard focus on a main five. You have Zeal Esports now cutting out of the roster because of retirement, because moving into other different teams, and they've really showed their stuff last week, especially where they proved that this is the configuration they want to put on forward. They have been through trials, tribulations outside the game, and they were ready to play here in the group stage. At the same time, though, LFO, same case. It feels like there's just this drama, you know, coming into VCT for these two squads in their own different ways, whether it's natural disasters or just disagreement with orgs. It's just, these guys have fought tooth and nail to get here in the first place, and they're absolutely commendable because of that. But truly, only one can stand after this one, and it's a bit poetic as well that they have to face off each other at the very end, because they can be looking at different sides of this mirror here. Let's move on to the map a little bit though. Breeze, that looks pretty exciting. As I touched up on, Beats such a flexible pick. He can play that chamber, but at the same time, I remember now against that NAOS Eastern Foster, you got that chamber from looking for org as well, and I really want to see that chamber face off in this map.
Yeah, I want to see both of them match up against each other. And more importantly, you know, in this map veto, we're going to get, for the opening two maps at the very least, two maps that these two teams did not play against each other during the last time that they faced last weekend. Now, you know, last weekend it would have ended up on split for map 3, but we never got there. But speaking of never getting there, we're going to get there eventually. After the break, we're going to have to come back with you guys with the match. We'll sort things out, and when we come back, we're going to get started with map number 1 of LFO versus Zeal Esports.
In the deep low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and sheet. Test and sheet. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody my place, but at gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Well, Dax, it looks like we got here at the very least back again, and we're looking to go into map number 1 between LFO and Zeal. So we gave our predictions real quick. We gave our thoughts about the match, and so I'm not gonna ask you about that. I just will ask though, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. You know, I know I'm not a bad boy, but I'm doing good here, sir. But the thing is, this matchup is long awaited. Is it gonna be activated? Zeal Esports, LFO. Have been anticipating this kind of series that will define basically the fates of these two teams. This is gonna be the last time we're gonna be seeing maybe one of them. Actually, this is the last time for them in the group stage. If the cards do align, it can be the last hurrah they'll have here in our elimination. Let's not forget, guys, group stage is as follows: 8 teams come in, but only 6 will move on to the playoffs. Top 3 will be able to move on. Top 1 will get that insta-buy into the upper brackets, and the second and third will be facing off against the others in the round number 1. But in the meantime, last place, they will be eliminated. And after that, those 6 slots they're fighting in the playoffs, 3 of them gonna be moving to the APAC Challengers. So we can really see there's a path to the region here from the Philippine scene and beyond. And we are taking our sweet time, yes, to get there. But man, the matches have been absolutely incredible. You know what I want to say about Philippine Valorant is when they happen, it is just one of the most amazing things that you can see in the region, maybe even in the world, from what we've gotten so far, because the competition is oh so close. The opinions have been so divided, and really black and blue. Every single time we're just chilling in the backstage area talking about the game, there just comes a point where it comes all online and we're just glued to watching the matches.
Yeah, totally. And I'm sure this is going to be a match that we're really going to have our eyes glued to the screens. This is the last time either of these two teams are going to be playing the group stages. Either one of them could come out after tomorrow. They could be taken out after that match versus South Built and NAOS, depending how that goes for the Group B, for the final Group B match. But just to put into perspective, the point differential between these two teams is a single point. So that means if LFO win this one 2-1, for example, then they're just going to be tied up at 7 points apiece. If Zeal take this 2-0, then that's the only way that LFO are not going to be making on end. But if they even win a single map, then it's possible for them to still get in, depending how South Built does versus NAOS tomorrow as well. So there's really lots of factors going on to this. We talked about that this is a very dire match, especially for LFO, because they're the one who's a single point down, but it's not a big margin for Zeal. So they started off really good during week 1, kind of faltering here in week number 2, but that momentum is something you have to keep on up. They were able to at least get, a good showing somehow a while ago in their opening match versus NAOS, but it's definitely not the result that they wanted, and it's a result that they're really going to try and rectify here in this match specifically. So for Zeal, they do have at least the pattern going for them, wherein the team that does play 2 series within a single day in these group stages, they've never lost both series in that same day. And so Zeal, they're going to look to upkeep the pattern here.
I'm gonna ask you right now, what do you think about this week? Because last week, it felt like the results made sure that it was gonna be a Wild West, it was gonna be topsy-turvy, and it was just so unpredictable because all the teams that were considered as underdogs getting those victories. But now, we actually have seen the squads that were expected to get those victories actually get back on the standings. And overall, it just evens out. So in the end, it feels like everything is just oh so close in the most convoluted way possible here, Black.
I think it's just so appropriate that we have this kind of, really competitive groups on either side. Week 1, it was really a stomp on either side. You had Action far above the rest in Group A, and then you had NAOS far above the rest on Group B. And it seemed like, where did these teams coming out of the woodworks just get all this power? Where did they steal this energy from? But then things kind of equalized, normalized for the most part on week number 2, as you were talking about. Actually, NAOS, yeah, they're still at the top, but number 2, number 3, number 4 in that group, they're all pretty much a single point away from each other. We saw, with Team Secret winning against Bren a while ago, and then this match especially, I think it's only apt that it's this close between these two teams and these two groups, because as we were pointing out the other day, Philippines here, the local scene, it has one of the closest kind of final score averages in any APAC region for that fact. And that just shows you that there is no slouch of a team here. Yeah, Team Secret, they got really far during Berlin, during Champions, but there's other teams here who are just as capable of beating them.
That's the thing. Team Secret looking back, South Built looking back in terms of the results so far, but it has always been grueling. And this level of competition just defines how much the PH scene has worked for us. So big props to everyone who's been grinding here over the past few months, over the year last year, never giving up, looking at Team Secret as a standard to try and strive for and even get through. And we're seeing those results right now here in VCTPH. This is just absolute competition at its finest. We are getting some of the best matchups that you can get in this Challengers era from the SEA region. We're just happy to have you all here cheering on for the teams, because the thing is, it's just not a single fan base now that's heard. It has been so many of these supporters from each region, as to say, from each team, making the voices heard, making sure that they're cheering on their squad and getting those victories that they want to see from these teams. And it's really heartwarming, and at the same time, it's really I'd honestly say it's a decisive conclusion to all the efforts of these teams. Yes, it's just going to be their first step now into 2022, into VCT. But beyond that, this is just the fruits of their labor, and this is a big reason why there is so much support rather in the VCTPH scene. But guys, we have talked about the playoff picture, we have talked about the strives of these squads, but now it's time for us to talk about the match. We are ready for Breeze, and this will be map number 1. Zeal Esports on the attacking side, LFO gonna be on the defensive here instead. And one thing to watch out for will be those chambers. And this time, oh, there's a little bit of variance. Yes, Exotic on the LFO side here, but Senior Carl this time gonna be putting on the glasses and bringing in the guns.
Really kind of a mix-up as well on that Zeal side in terms of who's playing what. It's 2GE on the Sky this time, Beats on the Sova, and Craigie S who's going to be on that Viper. On the other end of things, yes, as you touched on it, there's also Chamber, who's been really finding his home in a lot of these big maps, as we've seen even, internationally. Teams love playing Chamber on maps like Icebox, Breeze, those large maps where the Headhunter and especially, his Tour de Force, his ultimate can really come into play. They're pulling out the Reyna here, though, instead of the Jet. I'm curious to see how they're going to supplement that Reyna with the Chamber. But typically, teams would like to have the Jet with the Chamber. But, they're both very viable. It just comes down to how they play them and really who can do it more proficiently. It's going to be Breeze for our opening map, and the name might suggest otherwise, but this is not going to be easy for either side.
Yeah, we're not going to be getting basically the dual scenario, I think, from Zeal Esports. In the meantime, though, you mentioned that Reyna from Looking for Org, and Nexi's on it, so that's more of his comfort pick, in all honesty. Way back when, all the way in 2022, a name called Agent Nefarious, a squad like that making waves, it was Nexi, the flexible player, and his main duelist of choice was the Reyna. And we see it time to time from him when he whips it out, needs to play that hard aggress. He is able to do so. So it just might be a matter of putting your best foot forward rather than having the utilities that you have here. Comfort is also a factor, guys. You don't need to have the meta. You can define the meta, but we will be defining the action very, very soon as we get into the matchup. Zeal Esports on your right-hand side, looking for Org on the left. And truly, just so many adjustments right now in the final matchup for them in the group stage to get immediately on that Sky that we mentioned. He was on the Viper last time. Craigie's flexing it over to the Viper instead. And here and now, we're going to get into the action. Looks like Zeal Esports starting things strong over the B site. A very, I'd say, condensed approach from the middle to the tunnel and going after the site itself.
Well, they go straight through the elbow, and they're looking to throw an elbow of their own as well to really take this site quick and clean. 2GE, he does get that opening pick on Draxima, who was already alone. He runs a second on the next, trying to make his way through that McDonald's smoke. Beats gets one of his own as well. The only pick here that they found was on 2GE, but that's not going to cut it.
Loving it here so far from Zeal Esports. Enemy now it's a happy meal and a half. Senior Carl catches out Exotic. Nice flank here from Senior Carl through the middle even. It pierces the hearts here of the opposition. LFO losing out on defense. Zeal Esports, a great navigation through the map here, Black and Blue. And you mentioned it, throwing the elbow, they went through that and more, and they just suddenly got on site and took the heads of the opposition quickly.
Really living up to one of their agents' skills, Headhunters. They definitely are so. Opening up the B site, this map is one that lots of people like to tout as an attacker-sided map. Statistics kind of back that up for the meantime, but, well, LFO, I doubt that they're going to let that fate be written by someone else. They're going to try and do something about it.
Zeal does have the gun advantage. There's few sheriffs on the other side. Updrafts, no one saw that jump, don't worry about it. Far side Jindo and Craigie's applying pressure, and Zeal Esports now cleaning up nicely. Yeah, it does feel like they have a good advantage of the middle, but oh, Simple, hello. What you doing there, sir? Said your Carl. Not gonna fool them a second time. Looking for Orc
Spike
says, but
planted.
at this instance, Zeal Esports is all over the side already. Nexi having the sheriff here, getting closer and closer to the opposition. Talk screen though, to just cut them off for now. Fireside on the other side. Spectre is at the ready, guided like it's the peak, cleanly done, but Exotic would take out on the Fireside with the angle from the tunnel. 3v2 scenario
Right
now.
here.
Beats does
One
have the
enemy
Marshall.
remaining.
But Exotic with a gun. He's gunned down by Tuge. Everything left now to Symbol, but he's in cover. He might not be able to get the shot here whatsoever. And that's the Sky on it like a bullet. 6-0 Zeal Esports.
Okay, clean opening rounds there from Zeal, barring a small mishap we saw from Senior Hell, but hey, that's not too big of a deal. They can really reinvest and go through it. Good job by Exotic though, to not let Fireside find more than one through that flash peek by 2G through the smoke on the half wall. So he's doing his job, but now they've got the guns, and this is a map rather that bonus rounds can be really difficult to convert. A lot of teams, under bonus will try to buy Spectres and all, but simply the case is it's not that easy to make a Spectre work on such a large map like Breeze, so you're going to expect a lot more marshals. Some teams like even double marshalling on the bonus like this. You invest 2 rifles, and they've taken Hall's control to really keep things close and have that extra avenue of attack. Mind you, they cannot close the switch once it's been open, at least when it's on the way to being open because of the changes. And on the yellow, they're really going to ring the alarms. Next, he finds one, dismissing it to safety. Straight ES gets a trade on the Viper, so no one takes smoke here from LFO.
And Zeal's here having the rifles in hand with 2 of them. There we go with the shot. Senior Carl seen by Nexi. Symbol on
One
board.
enemy remaining.
Alpha with a rally back with the arsenal that they need. Tuga now all alone. And he's in the cave. This might be seen here screeching into the distance. Exotic comes in close to get that takedown. So it's very, I'd say, clean attacks and defenses basically from these 2 sides. Zeal Esports, they put out the question, where's the range? Let's try to get close. But they were swatted back by LFO very, very quickly. So I'd honestly say this is a very standard 2-1 scoreline. You got the pistol, you got the anti-eco, and then LFO with the gun buy. It gave them that round. But this is where it's gonna all start to differ. One of these 2 teams gonna be falling here, and in this scenario right now, this 4th round can define the initial momentum of the series.
Will they be able to convert this 4th round? What they really do need. Saw a single Spectre there on Chowdy. To be fair, he is playing on that A site, and he's got lots of backup around him, so really close that gap with his retake smoke. It's already pre-prepared. Zeals have yet to lay down their card where that Viper wall shall be placed. Looking to be the B site for the meantime. They do have a lurk here on Senior Carl towards mid to catch out anybody rotating from that double doors potentially mid. That could be a big factor later on, but it seems like LFO, they're going for the safer route, the safer option. They know there's someone here inside the site. They have gotten the tag on Draximov, and they find him as well. Backside uncleared, but they're going to get it cleared really quick and easy. Fireside gives him a second kill of the round that they so desperately need, and they've taken full control and force of this site.
Yeah, Zeal Esports just getting in the face of adversity time and time again. LFO ill-prepared on the angles. They expect them one perfect that, but Symbol and Chowdy fighting on Bapsuga there with a takedown. Symbol gets a second, but the only Symbol right now that's looming here for LFO might be defeat. The Far Sergeant flying on high. Almost gets spotted there by Symbol, who's ready with the ultimate. Now the shot lights there, reaching Dark, no Wolves can him out. Good spot here from Beats already. Symbol needs to make a decision. Only 12 HP though. And this looks to be Zeal Esports now trying to clean up nicely. Tried, ambitious with the shock dart into the peak. A great effort from Symbol, but Zeal's doing one even better. And now, this distance that has been closed in by Zeal Esports, it's reminiscent of basically how they want to play, how they defeated LFO beforehand. It is just Zeal Esports right now defying the pace, and LFO cannot be brought along that kind of situation yet again, lest they want to change their fate.
That's a really cool spray. I dig that.
Yes, sir. Look at that. Look at that.
That's one of the coolest sprays I've seen in the game, not gonna lie. How do I get myself one of those? But cool thing here,
you want to play? Let's
the
play.
clean entry we saw on the B side coming in from the side of Zeal. Now they're going back to this Hall control, which almost worked out for them in the previous round number 3, actually. Maybe if they had rifles, it really would have turned out better for them, but now they do, and now it's going to be LFO on the eco, so they're the one hard pressed to really take an engagement.
Yeah, that's the thing. LFO when you're put in an economic state on Breeze, it's a little difficult because the range itself, damage fall of values, those are going to be absolute struggles. And we did hear immediately the tour de force, I believe, popped up here by Senior Carl, pops the body of Symbol there, and Hall's now in control for Zeal Esports. As soon as they get one partition of the map, they really love to just get at it as much as possible. Claim that stake, puts their flag immediately on many aspects of the battleground. As it stands, Zeal's right now with the plant. Senior Carl trying to make the tour de force and headhunter work. Chamber guns though, gonna be falling on down as Chowdy gets the Guardian, catches out the Chamber in response. Nexy having to back on away here for the 4 scenario. And as Zeal loves to one in the advancements, far side chin behind enemy lines. Completely gets Chowdy did get one. Craigies is there to catch up Nexy. And here we go again. There is just nowhere safe for LFO whatsoever.
Yeah, Zeal Esports, they came here to play, and this is a day that they do not want to falter. 4-1. This attacking side of theirs is looking pretty good, and this is what we expect from them. Now it's up to LFO to try and answer back. Exotic on the operator. He's going to be taking that off helm since they do not have a jet. And, well, for Nexy, he's got his ultimate, so the Symbol, Hunter's Fury, and the Viper's Pit as well. They could pop this pit at the entrance of B main as soon as the round starts, but I'm not too sure if that's the plan. Seems like he's playing a bit further back, looking to really find the proper time to use that instead of expending it right here, right now. Exotic, he's dipping into mid. Doesn't really pull out with anything much.
It feels like here for LFO, actually, you're making the point there that here for LFO, they need that distance, actually. Maybe from Zeal Esports, if they're going to be closing on the angles, they better make sure that they win it, or else that's just going to be a whole segment now for Zeal Esports that they will take control of, and at a slower pace. LFO right now just trying to deny the intel, deny the positions of Zeal Esports as of yet, but Zeal Esports themselves, they can play a default anyways. The top screen was already set on up, Trailblazer there, as now the wall goes down. Aldrone there spotting out left-hand side though, Reyna, and this can be Zeal Esports navigating towards where they want to put that spike. Hunter's Fury though, the call in response. Symbol unleashing it there, but Cindercard far side Jin on the board. Symbol there finds beats in response, but Zeal Esports now, they're getting the entries that they need, a stark difference from the last 2 series that they have. Let's see if they can continue on in the post-plant here, Black and Blue.
Still winnable though for LFO, but Nexy goes down. That's going to make things a lot more difficult. This distance that they're finding is really making it so difficult for LFO, but Draximov doesn't care. It's down to 1v2. A Symbol's going to look for a sign. He delivers, but cannot complete the task. Zeal, they continue on with the 5th round, courtesy of 2GE.
Just so difficult right now for LFO because this is a map where you can really amplify the gun advantage with that fall-off, with that distance. And LFO, they understand they can play that distance when they have the gun bias, but in these scenarios now they have to play the eco. They want to go for the cheekier angles. They want to try and be ambitious just to get a bit of that parity down. But that's where Zeal Esports shines. They want to get up close and personal to you. If you're going to be ill-prepared for the hard aggress, then the likes of Farsight and the likes of Senior Carl, they're going to be on you like a shark smelling blood in the water. And you know who has been so consistent here for Zeal Esports? It has been 2GE. It has been 2Get. He has been the clutch maestro, yes, for Zeal Esports, but he really has gone more so than that, above and beyond with the performances. He is one to watch out for and understand why he's on that sky roll now. But we're rolling in with that sight. Farsight spamming down after a bit of that intel. Snakebite is there, but Draximov,
I don't think he has any idea that he's actually here. He gets the one, could get the second, but the spray is too wild from that Spectre. Not the most consistent weapon at long range or even at medium. To Draximov, he pops the Seekers to find what he can actually attain. Senior Carl on the flanking. Jowdy, a 4th coming in here from Senior Carl, cleaning up house on the anti-eco. And LFO, this is a good time to call a timeout, I may say.
No, this is the thing. When you go to the beach, you gotta bring quality. You don't want to go on vacation with lesser equipment, with things that you're gonna have to deal with, you're gonna be stressed for. And that's a decent point there. The analogy fits in on just a map like this. A Senior Carl again, navigating to the nest, getting that mid control and destroying LFO before they can even go for the rotation. Timeout has been called, but in those eco states, LFO just looks worse for wear. and they need to get back into the hunt here. This is a round that they desperately need because Zeal Esports has been building up a bank. They have a good amount of money, even though if they lose this one, should still be able to pick up a rifle for the next one and maybe even the round after that. So Zeal Esports has built a cushion. They spread out the towel. They are already lounging on with the coconut in hand and drinking from it. And LFO is still trying to get those bookings out as we get into more of this first half.
Every time Zeal Esports are able to close that gap on LFO, it really makes things a lot more difficult for them to fend off a Zeal Esports attack, because that's what Zeal want. They want to close that gap. They want to take it mano a mano. That's been their philosophy ever since Stage 1, Year 1. That's something that LFO, by this point, should know to try and, I guess, repel, but it's easier said than done. And Zeal Esports, they've changed up their game to help enable that a bit more. Obviously, it's going to be on a big map like this, Breeze, to have lots of that space helps enable mechanical players to just completely make their own moments and pop off. And that's not something LFO don't seem to be prepared to deal with as of the meantime. But even at long range, Senior Carl, crispy, clean, and perfect.
Oh, Nexi though answering
I've got
back
your
and bringing
trail.
the crunch on this time. At least catching out the chamber there. Seekers now though with the hunt. Far Saiyajin searching on around. And Zeal Esports here getting a bit of intel that there is one in the middle, but that is Nexi willing to fight for this round. Aldro now searching on, does get blinded a little bit. Far Saiyajin with a catch onto Nexi. And here we go again. Zeal Esports now getting more and more of the map secured. They're going to be happy already that they can station here because the flanks are going to be absolutely covered. And when in doubt, LFO has to stack on the other side.
One enemy remaining.
Sonic, that high jump will not help you, good sir. Zeal Esports again, cleaning up so nicely. This is so surgical from them. And from what we're seeing so far, it's kind of a weird way of paying it forward. They were manhandled a while ago by NAOS Esports. This time, they're bringing the same kind of domination and putting on LFO's burden.
It's not a scoreline LFO are happy with. They did know that on that attacking side, Zeal will have an upper hand, but to this extent, and we're only 9 rounds in, it's going to be something quite difficult to come back from. But 7-5 at the end of the half isn't exactly a bad scoreline. Hell, 8-4 ain't either here on a map like Breeze. So see if they can come back from this one. They have one more eco round to give, but after that, they gotta start playing up. They gotta start doing better, because they give up more than just 8-4, then unless 9-3 curse saves them, they're gonna be in a rough spot.
Just gotta believe sometimes in the superstition. I heard some older players like to do that one. Simple though, beautiful shot onto 2. Hey, head hunting this time with the sheriff. And do we get some gusto here? Guiding light though, smacking into the door. They're now blinded by each other and they can't see anything. But that does give a reprieve here for LFO so far. In the end, it's a stall. But Senior Carl, this engine keeps on going. 3v3 action right now. LFO though being ambitious as it stands with the left gun. But Senior Carl will tip that hat to you, good sir. There's the 3K we catch on cam. Thought setting up the rendezvous as well. But in these kind of scenarios here, Black and Blue, this is where Zeal Esports thrives, and they're the ones surviving more so again and again.
Totally. When you bring it down to, those type of aim duels, type of mano-a-mano fights, it's really what Zeal want. And there aren't much teams that can really stop them from doing that. A lot of the teams will kind of fall into that trap of just taking the gunfights with them. Learn the hard way that isn't the route to go. You're going to have to play a bit more, I guess, complex than that, but easier said than done. Looking at this, it's just a complete runaway show. Although it wasn't eco, yes, it did kind of make things interesting. A single gun double kill with his sheriff, but this is the round that they have to win. They lose this, I'm not too hopeful for map number 1 in LFO's favor.
So are you telling me, Black and Blue, that this game isn't just about shoot head win game?
Yes, quite. Many people like to believe that, but
strategy is important. But you know what's important here for Zeal Esports? Check out the money. Oh, yes, that too. Very much. Sometimes it's the most important thing. But check out the money Zeal Esports has right now. These guys are pretty much set for the rest of the half. And that's one thing I wanted to point out a while ago. If they got it cleanly, they would be able to just keep getting rifles, keep getting guns, and just keep on oppressing on the attacking side. And with the majority still alive, that was case in point. The dire straits get even worse here. For LFO, the high tide is already just flooding their ambitions here. And Zeal Esports now, they can just change the pace however they want and be just cheeky here. But looks like there's a gun swap. Far Saiyajin, do we get the explosiveness? And that's the thing, you know, this game, it's very high octane from Zeal Esports. But have you noticed that it's so spread apart that it isn't just one guy popping off? Yes, there was a round where Senior Carl will get multi-kills, but more so than not, Zeal Esports wins the duels that they have. Exotic, though, finally getting the entry here. Stopped as Farside Jin goes down.
That's a pickoff they needed to land. The Viper's Pit has been popped here on towards that B main position.
30 seconds
Still
left.
not dissuaded from going for it. Symbol showing 2GE the way on out. And that's two of the big initiating powers of Zeal taking off board. But Craigie, yeah, somehow sneaks his way behind enemy lines and gets a pick off on Exotic. Zeal, they're equalizing things here as Beats finds the opposing Silva. You got 12 seconds left to go, though, so if there's time to go for it, now is it. And here comes the Viper's Pit of their own. They cast Dowdy outside of his own ultimate, and that was used. A crucial mistake, and a great pounce here by Zeal.
That is just a, this is how you do a Viper's Pit. Look who's waiting on the corner. His name is Beats, and he brings the beat down 9-1. And this is the Zeal Esports that we expected yet again. This is the performance they brought in week number 1. They've been floundering this week, but they know now when it's do or die, they will do rather than die. And something I think we were talking about a while ago, right? Just a matchup between the duos. Senior Carl, Fireside Jin. I think the biggest indicator for Zeal's success, it's not pretty much apparent for many other teams. It's not the biggest factor. But for Zeal, if you have Senior Carl, if you have Fireside Jin on a positive KD ratio, it just means their entries are working more so in their favor because these guys can stay alive to get more kills. You expect them to get those takedowns, but the crux of their whole offense lies in them. And if you stop them as a defending team, Zeal Esports attacks on the court. So Zeal Esports doing a really good job mending their mistakes from a while ago, mending their mistakes from what we saw against Southfields. And this time, they're just completely in control as LFO again, only with the pea shooters, the sheriffs, and the pistols.
Well, Zeal, they live and die by the sword, but they got two hell of a sharp swords to really lead those charges in Senior Carl and Fireside Jin, as we talked about. It's not the most consistent way to win, as we've talked about many times again, and we've seen that result during year 1, but it can be a great way to really force your way out of, you know, tough spot in the group stages like this. Fireside Jin, he loves playing this operator on the attack. One of the only players we actually see this do in this VCT group stage. The Fireside Jin Beats, they're cleaning up house. There isn't much that LFO can do with this eco. Symbol's been very valiant with that sheriff, man, but this round is done. We're going 10-1 in the final round of the half. Looks to be another Zeal stomp.
Yeah,
Last
look at
round
them.
before the
They're
switch.
just getting the kills one by one. Everyone is contributing. This is a team effort. This is the kind of group homework where everyone actually does their part. There's no one saying, don't worry guys, we'll just cram it there. There's no one saying, you know, I'll just print it. It's all really fine. This is absolute contribution from the team. Yes, Senior Carl, he has a bit more kills than everyone else because of those 2 multi-kill rounds, but look how the parity is. 9 kills for 3 of them, 8 there for Beats, and Zeal Esports right now is
You
just
want to play?
looking
Let's
for
play.
alive symbol. He is the only symbol of hope right now from LFO, but let's not count them out as of yet. I really feel like it's not a matter of skill here between these two teams, but a matter of momentum. LFO, when they just got stuck in those eco ways, this is the map that will punish you for being that kind of situation a lot more than any other one.
And importantly, as I talked about a while ago, it's so hard to convert an eco on a map like Breeze. So many long angles that if you don't have a marshal or a sheriff, it's pretty much impossible to win a fight. Hell, like a Spectre or something, and Exotic, he wins that fight, a huge one, and that takes out the tour de force in Senior Carl's hands. No way to get that back up, at the very least for the meantime. So LFO, they got a bit of a lifeline here, especially after this. It does not work out. 2GE, too quick.
Found one.
Now we quickly see the Seekers on the hunt. Trying to sniff out blood in the water, and here we go again. Draxima expecting one way, and Zeal is in the other. Beautiful takedown there from Suga. Simple, clean, efficient. Spike is even planted, but it's time for heroics, and it's time to hear the Empress roar. Nexi is there, going Super Saiyan and show off his strength. Exotic though with a final Fireside Jin and LFO. They're gonna need a bit more of the bolster if they want to make it happen, but Kuga with a takeout. Exotic now with 3. Out this one enemy remaining. But he gets tagged. Freddy's on the side. It's seeming like the offlanes are a go, but it's all left with Symbol here. He gets gassed. 10 HP now, he's dead. 11-1. That's all LFO gets a while ago because Zeal Esports, they will take
Switching
everything else.
sides.
11-1, and map 1 is looking done, especially if LFO don't take this pistol. we might have to go and whip it into map number 2 real quick. This is... We've seen a bunch of 11-1s, to be fair. I mean, Southfield, they got 11-1 yesterday on Icebox, and they almost came back from that match. If not for getting, you know, spike diffused in their face, obviously. So, yeah. But moving on forward. LFO...
How apt.
Yeah. Case in point, LFO, they can still make this happen. They can bring us close. And if they can get momentum here, of all times, they can really give us a bit of a better showing. Although, as I like to say, sometimes losing a stomp just doesn't hurt as much as a long drawn-out battle does.
We'll see Crystal. It's the great equalizer, and now we'll see the division here thanks to the Poison Cloud. Shots don't come, and it is a big outshoot here. Band-aids are going to be needed, but Exotic will get one piece! Nice shot right there. Craggy's on the board. And Zeal Esports, that's just huge suppressing fire!
Down,
you see that
mid.
doorway? No way, no how, no entry! Because not only the traps of the guns, but also the electricity crackling from the sofa. This puts a stop to the
Last player
LFO
standing.
force. The momentum has sputtered, has stalled, and now they are dead to rights. Senior Carl with the 2K there. But that is just... What is this? Is this tower
Match
defense
point.
now? Because as soon as they walked on in, the trap was set and sprung by Zeal Esports.
Simple CQB Basics 101. You walk into the fatal funnel, you die. You walk through the doorway, and, well, they all get taken out one apiece. The shock dart from Beats was... It was great, but more importantly, it was quite comical at the timing of it too. Just coming on in out of nowhere. Nobody even expected that. I think we didn't really get the sight on where he was and how he was lining that up, but just nothing working out for LFO here. This is a go one, get it done, move on to map 2.
And guns in favor of Zeal. Senior Carl even picking up the rifle already. And Zeal Esports, this has to just be them that they can just deliver on the hunt, and there you go. Catching out Symbol. LFO, they're gonna have to look back at just how this matchup went. It is a factor for how the map really is, but at the same time, those eco straights, they need to find good heroics if they just get caught up in the momentum, or in maps rather
One
that the
enemy
Masters
remaining.
more so play something a little bit different, because this is Zeal Esports proving how they seal the deal, and there you have it. The ink has settled, and it's a 13-1 with a flawless signature at the end. Zeal Esports takes map number 1.
Looking for Org. Maybe if their name was looking for rounds, then they could get some on the board, but just not working too well for them. We're not going to beat a dead horse though, because we know that they can come back from it. But what a performance from Zeal Esports, not slowing down at all. You can see the smile on their faces, but they know the job isn't done just yet. Zeal, great map number 1, sure. Really brings up the mood, really brings up the hype inside that room and inside that boot camp, yes. But the job isn't done. And teams, they've let these type of, map number 1 slip away from them when it comes to map number 2. And when we go to map number 2, the fact that it's, the pick now, this time, of LFO's side, I don't doubt that we're going to get a much closer game at the very least.
What I'm feeling here from Zeal is they have some smiles, yes, because they have a dominant victory, but it's also because the tendencies that they really want to get away with, the things that give them that confidence, the plays that hype them up, it came for everyone, because every single one of them getting a piece of that action. The KDA was crazy from the backline even, and even though Senior Carl took the reins of the MVP, we know that was just an absolute Zeal Esports efforts. There was great effort, especially from LFO Symbol, but beyond that, the damage was just not coming at all from LFO. A few highlights here, but we know it's Zeal Esports who took control of that, and it all started here, Black Control. I really feel like the mid control was already the thing that should have been vied for a little bit more by LFO. If they do want to play those rage values, if they want to get those confidence duels out, having more players here to watch out for the nest, it might be a pinch test that they can succeed in, because whenever Zeal Esports took that control and LFO just let them walk on in, the LFO suddenly had to be an eco state and they couldn't contest those farther ranges. Overall though, Zeal Esports just masterful on the macro and masterful on the duels.
Well, there were certainly attempts coming there from LFO, like we saw Exotic, bring his operator maybe towards the double doors to really look down there and see if he can find a pick. Or we saw Symbol, try and get some information up top the nest to really see if anyone's pushing from elbow or top mid, but the timing never really worked out for them, and Zeal were doing a good job of not making themselves isolated in those fights. And as you said, they were pretty much getting away with what Zeal are known to do, which, interestingly enough, SB Empire, the former SB Empire core, were one of the most proficient teams of shutting that down, but just not in this match, just not in map number 1. But we're going to look forward to map number 2 for LFO to try and come back to this and give us a more competitive series right after the break.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right. I had to show 'em how to grind. I had to be the hard. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show 'em how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show 'em how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Well, we're looking for a match, and we're hoping for more to come. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. Day number 3, week number 2 of the group stage taps here with Black and Blue. But for Zeal Esports, it was Paradise on Breeze that they took down LFO 13-1, and they just got control of the economy of the game. They got control of the guns, and they were just smooth sailing from that point on. But this is one of those go-next situations. LFO now will try to reset the slate. We are going to be getting into the next map here, Black and Blue. I do believe next up will be Haven, and that is where LFO can truly thrive with the foundation set by their forefathers, by their founders, Nexi, Draxi, Sybil.
Well, Dex, I might be Black and Blue, but it was LFO who was beaten and bruised from that map number 1. But like any good Rocky movie, we're gonna expect him to stand back up and fight back. They might have been, kind of hurt by that, but I don't think that they are scarred just yet because they're not out of this one as of the moment. They're going to look to get at least a map here. They win at least one map in this series, they're in it. But they have to kind of rely on basically, the other teams to kind of drop the ball tomorrow when it does come to their match. But they're going to really want this win, I'm sure of that. But a map is their only lifeline right now. They lose this 2-0, they are out of the group stages, and for the first time ever, the core of the SB Empire roster are missing a week of VCTPH.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a stain. I don't know if I want to put that against the perfect attendance or not. They made it here anyway in the top 8, but let's get into it. Haven will be the map for our second bout between these two teams. It does seem like LFO on the attack here. Zeal Esports will be defending. And I do want to point out the fact that for LFO, you mentioned it, this is a do or die kind of situation. If they lose this map, there is no chance for them anymore to get into the playoffs. It will be Zeal Esports, it will be Southville alongside NAOS, and they will just jockey for position for the former two. But looking at Zeal Esports now, they bring out the breach for Mr. Beats. Farside Jin this time will be the one on the Sky, and Senior Carl feeling that he has the hotter hand on the Jet instead. And I love that system from Zeal Esports. They have a respect on who's feeling it a bit more. Sometimes it's a rotation-based system, but the other times there's just that willingness between Farside and Senior Carl to adjust to one another in terms of who's popping off today.
For sure, and you talked about how a lot of their system relies on having those two players basically bring them the brunt of their attack. The majority of the fragging capabilities and potential is in their hands, and as I said, they live and die by the sword, but they're two damn really sharp swords to be using in this matchup. And LFO, as I said a while ago as well, they're one of the teams that are very, very proficient previously on shutting that type of playstyle down, when they were still under the SB Empire roster. But bygones be bygones, we're moving past that, and it just wasn't the case on Breeze. But Haven is their playground. Haven has always been the map of this roster, of this core, where they've really popped off. It's been a map that they have found some success in here, specifically in the group stages as well. It hasn't been super favorable for them, but you can say the same about Zeal. They've lost one, they won one. So Haven right now, it seems like the map of, honestly, the local scene where everybody is pretty much proficient at it. But LFO, they were the original pioneers of that here locally.
Some people say it's Ascent, some people say it's Icebox, but right now what we're seeing here in terms of map picks, Haven is the PH choice order up. Thing is, though, I do want to build on what you just said there for LFO. I think we just have to look at Nexi Draxi to bring their margins. Of course, the new additions have been acclimated, but we're going to be getting into the game. And on the Zeal Esports side, I do want to note the fact that last time they were here, Farside did struggle on that Jet as well, so there might be more of a reason in terms of that role swap right now. That was a very, very narrow defeat against Southbuilt Esports. And for Zeal here, they just want to win with the best foot that they have here forward. There's no ego right now. It's a main 5 ready to slap out the opposition. And the gates are ready to open on up. LFO is there beckoning for the call. And here for the LFO squadron, Draxi setting up the stars. And here they come towards the west side of the map. Turret though greeting them, plus the fault line. And that's immediately them shut with the door shut in their faces here.
Yeah, they back off of it, even though they had some space to work with, but they didn't necessarily know that. So they're trying to go towards that B site instead. And the pickoff here coming from Nexi is huge for the LFO attack. This is where they're so proficient at, and this is what we know them to be good at. Find on B can go down, but Craig, yes, will get one. He's going to get traded off by Draximov, though, not letting him do as much damage as he possibly could have. But Beats on the cross gets a pick off on Symbol.
Chow Dito with a find onto Tugan now.
One enemy
LFO
remaining.
Searching, destroying, and they just keep it simple as soon as their play was shut down from the get-go. This is just a tendency for the squad of LFO. Sure, you use the utilities to stop up on a push for one side. We'll go straight to B and put that spike down immediately. Great rush there from LFO as soon as they rotated, and it's 1-0 in their favor here.
Good opening start from LFO. Much better pistol round than we've seen from them this whole series, this whole day. We expected that to change once we did come into Haven, which, is a map that we've talked about they're really proficient at. But I think more importantly here, LFO, they were tied up, rather Zeals were tied up with Southbuilt to start this series off. And so if they get a 2-0 here, then they're going to pretty much secure that second place slot. But we go 2 for 1. Anything's up for grabs, which we've talked about. seems though, thinking of grabbing things. They're looking to grab this garage control, which is theirs. Should be able to push out the C site after this thing expires. There's time to try and delay them.
Craigie still again sneaky peeky like a while ago with the classic, getting one. This time with the sheriff, but that's all he gets. Looking for Org, able to navigate through this time. Their plan of action, their C sites they wanted to take, they will have it in their hands. The guns are also in their favorite 3 Spectres and a single Bulldog, but Fire Sergeant able to pick one up from the floor by the corpse of Nexi. Garage now being watched over. Exotic dueling against Fire Sergeant. Who gets taken out, Cinder out to the open, and Cindercrow gets one, but that's clean from Exotic. 4 from him. It was easy picking, seeing 2 of the sight lines, and he did not flinch whatsoever, tracking those targets down.
You can always count on him to be that reliable gun here for the LFO squad. That's what they need more, consistency. Something that they really were found to be elusive during that map number 1. They did a really good job of making things quick and clean here for map number 2. At least the second round of this round, or rather this map. Excuse me, I'm kind of mix up my words. I'm honestly trying to fix my my stuff going on. But hey, gun round for Zeals, get stuff doing.
Yeah, present here. Yes,
yeah.
now.
Get out of my way.
Battle.
This is
Blade Storm. Blade Storm.
third.
Exotic. He's ready at it. It's a stun. Now Trailblazer is at it again. And as we get back into the base of things, little scout there with the updraft. As soon as LFO realizes, guys, that's way too many people on the other side. Let's go for the rotation. And this is again LFO and their mastery of the map, basically. Their tendency to be willing to rotate. They know the angle. That didn't work for them to get that intel, and towards that A site, they will come and infect it. One more he's gonna play pop flash Fire Sergeant. He gets one, but Draximov with a great trade. Now down to the ground there. Blades connect now from Exotic. That is good use of a second updraft there in the first place. Graffiti now being held, and LFO gives Zeal Esports a piece of their own medicine. Craigies now comes on in. Simple is there for the refrag. 3v2 situation, but LFO in their post-plan scenario, they have most of the angles they want to cover already with one in station here. Might make a play.
This is doable, especially if we find QGE, you know, getting a pick off in their favor. But doesn't seem like that the opportunity is going to present itself any longer. On the spike, Beats goes in with a flash, and it's now down to 1v2, but QGE is way too low to try and take his fight. And the 3-0 as LFO convert the bonus as they need it.
Is this now the Uno reverse card you guys dominated last time? Well, these are the seeds to try and do that as well. Will we see the tree of LFO grow and flourish, or will Zeal Esports find that clutch potential in them and answer back in an eco scenario? But you gotta give proxy Exotic. See that? That is just peak updraft value. Scout for one, Blade Swarm with the other, and you see many a Jet just use those updrafts willy-nilly in a panic. That was calculated from the Jet.
Exotic, not an episodic performance from him, because we know that you can expect him to do that every single time. But the eco round has been, the economy has been forced upon this Zeal Esports squad. Try and find a bit more than just a few picks in this round. Maybe convert the eco, who knows, it could happen. So he takes that forward position up top with a vertical angle. Center call. He's going to find the part. He's done his job. Raximov's going to stop the rest of the second wave of the help here coming from Zeal's defense. Craigie, yes, down, doing really good work with the Sheriffs, and does so, beats as well, and Craigie finds a double. It's down to a 2v1, and Nexi's all alone.
He's getting there, and now it's all up to Nexi. Craigies has been getting one enemy remaining. Small this time he gets sprayed out, but let's go here for Zeal Esports. That is a thrifty victory that they have been searching for, and this is a map where you can fill off some cheeky angles there. But give the Killjoy a round of applause there for Zeal Esports. Craigies, he's been teasing it black and blue. First round, that B-site hold gets one with the classic. Second round, that Sheriff, but finally there in the forts. And when Zeal Esports needs to break the momentum of LFO, he got more than one, and by howdy, those were crucial for the defense.
Stay safe.
I do think there's a mistake there as well from LFO. Why go to the B site when you know they're on eco? You just close the gap for them, make it close range, because what they want. That's a fight that, you know, Zeals would happily love to take and really run that 50-50 chance a bit higher. So, Zeal, good job on converting the round, but LFO letting that one slip there. They do have the operator now in the hands of Sarah Carl. And if Senior Carl can get a pick off, then this is where they can start to turn things around. But this Trailblazers can give his intention away and his position. He's still going to try and commit to the angle, though. He knows that the pop flash could be looming around the corner. Does not land the shot. He misses the dash. Dashes forward. Little do they know they could have gotten a free kill off of Senior Carl there.
Yeah, I mean, they're already instilled by the fear, probably, of that Braze map. If they hear that dash, just don't be too ambitious. But you make a good point there. That was 2 people here for LFO. Kind of missed opportunity. But now, let's see if they don't miss a second time. Exotic creeping up closer. Flashpoint into the A-long angle. Far side to take it. Mostly there by Beats already. Beats now with a beat down onto one more. And Zeal Esports with a 1-2 punch. With the left and the right jabs across the nation. Far side now going super safe with 3. Zeal Esports willing to dominate, willing to fight. And a quad is there for FSJ. That is how you do it here for Zeal Esports. What a play.
FSJ saving the day in that one. 2-3, and they're 1 round away from tying things up. And bad economy is placed upon LFO. Perfect flash. Nobody playing that anti-flash. They didn't even expect it to come their way. And that is what Zeal Esports have in spades. Flashes upon flashes. You have 5 potential flashes within a single round. And those are come from just 2 agents. And don't even talk about the stun from the Trailblazer, and obviously the stun from the breach there as well, from 39 beats. And so so there's just so much utility that LFO is back inside that. Now that Zeal Esports have heated up on this map, is going to be a lot more difficult to really impose themselves.
They're going to find, though, into Craggies. At least there's an opening on the garage. I gotta say here, Black and Blue, you can tip your servers in a restaurant. You gotta tip your flashes in Valorant too. Get with a find on the symbol. Zeal does have numbers advantage. But look at the hold by Zeal Esports. They were prepared. Cheeky plays again from 2 by the smoke. And whenever he's in that quadrant of the map here, whether it's a platform nearby inside the smoke, he always has something a little bit special when he's on that C site. Not only does he have that tendency to actually avoid multiple USBs coming his way, but he just has these very, very, I'd say, smart angles that he can take with the smokes that he sets up, and that can net them those kills. So we're all tied up. The momentum LFO had a while ago has already been received and taken back by Zeal Esports, but the guns are already here, and LFO, they want to fight back yet again.
Look at the peek here from Senator Carl, waiting out that bot, giving a few seconds before he does actually let one loose. Farsigen, his information is given away and where he is. Senator Carl, even though the armor on that panel has been removed, he's still committing to the fight. He knows that he's got that dash to get away any single time he does. He wants to, rather. Exotic. They're looking to already make their entry here towards the A site, and I don't think Zeal even know that they're here. Playing that contact play, Exotic finds a double kill to open up the site, and he's completely taking them by storm.
Play by Exotic, just infiltration, and now the navigation. This is just mission impossible for him, and he succeeds. The action star that he is on the site, onto the angles, and the links right now has been severed by LFO. These are the heroics that you want from your young guns here for LFO. You want to keep parity with what Zeal Esports can do, bring that same type of aggression, and this should be a save here by Zeal Esports, but it's such a crucial mistake this time. I think they were anticipating that LFO was gonna go again for a bit of that slower play, and they were watching it the same way that they did last time they held on Ape, and just an open door approach. Lapse the judgment here for Zeal Esports, and I think that's sometimes the problem with the Zeal defense, because they always want to make those kind of plays. They're a very proactive squadron, rather than being able to have that patience as much to hold there. In case of points, LFO got in and got the round.
The ground here from LFO, and a great contact play from Exotic there to open up the site and then even get them some more. Get those opening 3 was such a huge deal, and Zeal, they were none the wiser that death was creeping up upon them. Timeout to be called. I'm not too sure whose this is. I'm going to assume it's Zeal, who really want to stop the momentum before it goes and really swings LFO's way. They got their 3,
nice
and
guess.
LFO came back 1 more.
What did the Zeal coach text you, be like, hey, can we have a timeout quick? How do you know? How do you call it?
Caster?
The intuition?
Yes, maybe? No, no, really not.
Caster intuition?
Yes.
Analyst intuition?
I have no idea what this game is about. This is Valorant, apparently.
What's a Valorant? But hey, we're getting more of a match here. I wish we actually started with Haven if this was the case. And LFO, looking like they're pretty much in prime form now. Exotic has 12 kills. I don't think we've been able to talk about it that much here, because There are rounds where he is just absolutely on point. But also there are rounds where he kind of disappears. I think I remember his first 4 kills. It was from that second round, right? Then he got that play storm, the updraft plays for the third, kind of tapered off, but then he got back into this one. So will this be a roller coaster ride of emotions here, Black and Blue? But looking for org, Zeal Esports, they're giving us tickets to, well, the amusements they have, but only one will be more popular at the end of this one.
Well, they're gonna have to earn that popularity and notoriety by force and with their actions. Zeal Esports, they've got a round here to play with, but if they lose this one, they have kind of a mixed buy right after, but I'm not too sure if that's going to be what they're looking for. They do have blades, so actually no, they lose this one, they should have a buy at the very least after this round. But obviously, that's not something they can rely on. 2GE getting the kill, traded out immediately by Chowdy. Goes 1 for 1, which is very least what you can hope for on an anchor like that. Still, 4v3 on a difficult retake like this with an operator in your hands, unless Senior Carl retrieves the rifle here or pops the blades, it's going to be quite difficult to retake this with an op.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard now, as look at how LFO is stationed. They have the garage under the table. Beats, ooh, flash. What's the play? He has a rolling thunder. Our Zeal's gonna be ambitious. Is this with a volley of units? But Senior Carl flies on in to get that takedown. Far Sergeant gonna get on board as well. Chowdy has the back, and they're free from him, but he's blinded by the lights, blinded by the Seekers, and Far Sergeant is just so bedazzling here. Sky versus Sky action, but time is ticking. Seals, though, they will break the sweat, yes, but they will get the defuse here. 4-4. What a clutch here. ROG clutch from Far Sergeant.
The cabbages of chaos, the conundrum they were placed in. How do you even fight back when you're completely blind?
The salad bar strikes back, man. Oh no! It's a buffet gone wrong, but
one enemy remaining.
On both sides, Chowdy coming on in, but as
one enemy remaining.
With Blind and Far Sergeant, he just takes command from that point on. That was peak from these two teams. I would love to see more rounds like that.
Yeah, that's what we signed up for. Everybody was looking forward to. And a great round. I did say it was difficult, but not impossible. Another forward dash from Senior Carl after the kill, but he's still not dissuaded. Okay, finally falls back. Shock dart, barely dodging it. He gets away relatively scot-free.
Yeah, thus Senior Carl getting away with things. LFO should be happy at least that they did not lose out on the casualty. But this is Zeal Esports now feeling the other confidence. This is already a better performance here from Far Sergeant. Last night they were on Haven, and he's going to be so happy about that so far. That's the thing about these kind of teams. If they're very momentum-based or aggressive, they love to have those wins of momentum right behind them. Just this audacity to be able to say, I can't believe we got away with that one. Turret though gonna say hello, but the cosmic divide will muffle everything else. Spikes planted. The map itself has to have Far Sergeant. They're looking for targets. He couldn't find it at the very start. Next scene, Chowdy get on the board.
One enemy remaining.
From ceiling, and Crazy's not done. 1-2 mode down. So in response, it seems like it's all up to him in this scenario. The astronaut in from the left-hand side. 2 get fights, and he will win. Close again between these two squads, but Zeals will be able to take advantage after that one.
We're getting lots of vegetables in this souffle series out of the cabbage, the toge. Well, if you guys aren't familiar, toge is basically means soybean. And
soybean curd?
No, let's not even get there. Or spring bean. I'm not too sure. Maybe I should know this. I think it's soybean. Yeah,
BYB fam.
anyway, we'll get the barracks. We'll get the overlay fixed for you guys. But it should be 5-4 if I'm counting this right in Zeal's favor. Yes, Dax, correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Isn't it a 1-round gap right now for Zeal? They should have be up 5-4.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You asked me about the scoreline. I'm trying to search what the is. Isn't it like a yam or something? Man, I don't know my vegetables, guys. In all honesty, I've always been since I was a kid. I've always been picky with my vegetables. Maybe that's why I never got a lower voice or taller than what I am so far. But
hey,
enough roasting about me.
You grew in other ways, which is the best way Aries to really have that personal development.
That's my name. Don't wear it now. Let's talk about the game. Senior Carl gonna be backing on out. Far Sergeant here on the right-hand side. So this is actually Zeal's very prepared for this A site this time. They're not giving up any of these openings whatsoever compared to what Exotic did a while ago. And LFO, they have to respect This can be far side. Jin being surprised. Hey, Chowdy, what's doing there?
Fireside, you're not a jet. You can't just dash out anytime when you're in the sky, and this is something that has been something people have criticized all the time. You know, that lack of discipline sometimes. Why would you just dry peek that? You got like 4 flashes amongst the 2 players on site, so they take the site and LFO. Easy for them, either than it should be, but Sanger Carl answers back. Luckily for Exotic, he's able to back off, but they re-smoke the angle. Lockdown after lockdown to try and force each other out of the side. The Cosmic Divide as well, just a complete conundrum of the X buttons here as they all dump their utility and their ultimates out.
Though is thinking. And thing is, Zeal's now trying to be cheeky here. Can they just go for TPs on the other side? They haven't committed as of yet. But I love the flag here already from Draxi. Sonic goes down. Chowdy is there. Draxi gonna get on the board versus Craigie's. And one out for the Aspen. And it's time though. The defuse comes on out.
Enemy remaining.
With it for and Zeal Esports will get away with it and even wipe out LFO there. That's the steal that Zeal Esports is looking for. And not only that, they wipe out and eliminate the opposition. What a round again.
What a great play and great retake there coming from the side of Zeal. They had to dump a bunch of ultimates. Yes, they popped out the lockdown. They popped down the Cosmic Divide, but did so with proper timing and proper execution as well. And that's the thing a lot of teams don't get. When you dump that many ultimates, they think like, okay, we have to kill the entirety of the retake, or rather of the attacking side to get this defuse off. No, you can defuse it in your face as long as you're covering them and you got that concealment. And LFO, rather Zeal, they knew that and they understood that to a T. Senior Quality finds, rather sees the shoulder there next to, but Nexi knows this is not a fight he wants to double dip into. And he's found.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Just wanted to be responsible with the spike, and this is what happens. Fireside Jin!
Oh no!
You're gonna give Black and Blue a heart attack for how you played this one, my friend. That's wet. That peak immediately. The flashes are available. This time at least he flashed and went for the chase, but couldn't secure the kill. Gotta say, yo, you gotta give props for LFO while ago with Draxi trying to find better know-how here from Zeal Esports. And now we know that Ace can get one, can get two. Drax.
One enemy remaining.
That was for far
Spike
for beats.
down,
And
attacker
Draxi
spawn.
hit Farsighted instead. It's like, thank you, teammate, for tapping it 3-1 and send your nice round.
Great round here from Zeal. So they lose like 2 players in the meantime, but hey, they're able to farm at the very least, which is what they really need to do to get a full buy for the final round of the half. 7-5 would not be something that LFO are going to be too happy about, but I don't think they're going to mind too much as well. They know that's a totally winnable scoreline. Zeal Esports are going to be able to hold on to this operator in this round, and if Senior Call finds another pick, then he's going to have blades, and we know what he can do once he's got his full arsenal up, especially in these, you know, final rounds of the halves where everybody really tries to bring their A game. All the ultimates are going to be dumped here, and speaking of that, it's LFO who have the ultimate advantage coming to the round.
LFO going for the shot.
I've got your
trail now. Gonna be in close position. Seekers though will be in here on this Fury now, trying to get a catch. Simple will net the kill on the 2 again, but Senior Carl answers back with the operator of his own formation. Now Senior Carl down with the blade, beats with the beatdown on the Exotic. Next, you find Senior Carl, but can he get one more next? No, the answer is resounding. Craigie's the beat. Show on up, and Zeal Esports, they just punch on through. Not
Switching
even let that
sides.
spike be put on down. 8-4, Zeal E command the half again. But LFO, they had a better fight this time. They had a better start, and they at least have a foundation to rebuild on as they go on the defense.
Didn't even need to pop the Rolling Thunder there. So he did a great job of holding things down just by, you know, the tools at hand. Seems like currently right now, Zeal, this momentum swing, you can see them taking a lot more risks, sometimes being punished for it, like we saw there with Fireside towards A main and, you know, round number, I believe it was like round number 10 or 11. Yeah, round number 10. But for the most part, they've been working out for him, and that's not something you normally see on the defensive side here in Haven, which, to be fair, it's been a defender-sided map statistically in the group stages, but now they're in the attack, and it's LFO. We're looking to prove every doubt we're wrong.
So Senior Carl, where are you going? The gravity well bothering his movement, but at least he's going to be able to get on out. Pistol round is a go. We've seen, though, from LFO that they're again put in those scenarios where they have to go for the duels, and Zeal has the better angle. It's Zeal Esports who can come up on top. In the meantime, though, with the flashes that they have here, I'm fully expecting Zeals to just wait at the ready, wait for that green light and wait for the flash to happen before they go for the execute. Discipline gonna be very important right now for Zeal Esports if they want to wrap things up. And LFO in the meantime, it's all up to them to take every single opportunity that they can have when Zeal Esports makes a bit of an error. Low on the HP though already, half there with 50. Sonic can take out the Cinder Carl Chowdy. Sonic clean up nicely. Secondary even. And Watuge did fight on back. It's all at the far side, and he's one bullet away from his own demise. Even shoot him in the leg. Why don't you go on in? Someone hit him.
30 seconds left.
That got scary a little bit. But Exotic will make sure that the fears are factored and will be quelled. They win the pistol.
I thought for sure that, maybe not for sure, but I can feel the possibility of the worst case scenario happening to LFO there.
Did you feel like time stopped as soon as Raxi got shot? It's like,
yeah.
Wait, just a minute, be careful. And they remembered.
I mean, you can hear my reaction there, like, just commit to the peak, bro. Just triple swing him and kill the guy. What's the worst thing that can happen? You all die? Well, okay.
If it happens, you just respect the opponent, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like take the advantage.
At that point, he hit some shots and you whiffed. And that's all you can really say about it. So. Anyways, that's not gonna whiff. Exotic, he has been an exponential, influential part of this entire thing. He, coming from the outside of things, put into this roster from that former Vanta Black, certainly donning the black for Reaper here. Way in towards the garage, Senior Carl taking the brunt of that damage. Now land a shot. Luckily for him, he's able to dip out, but I don't think Fire Sidron has a regrow, so he's gonna stay remaining low HP for the rest of the round.
Yeah, LFO, Haven's watch apparently here. Watching out for these enemy points, making sure the wild antics of Zeal Esports are answered. But LFO now catching out to Senior Carl did get rid of Chowdy, but they're gonna need more of an opening than that. Not only that though, the spike has been left behind, and Craig. How does it? What? Okay, miracles can be made, and we're even on up to V2. Craigies needs to be found here
left.
by LFO, but he will regroup with Senior Carl instead. And this is looking to be the odds now being even here by Zeal Esports as much as possible. They even pick up the Bulldog.
Last player standing.
And he will see Simple, but that will be his demise. Zeal Esports, they're giving themselves hope and trying to snuff out LFOs, but LFO, especially with the core still alive, they will not falter whatsoever. 8-6, they take the first 2 rounds yet again.
That helps them make it more expensive for LFO, but more importantly as well, it also helps, keep them in the game. They lost 2 rounds, but for them to make it really close, especially on that second when they're on the eco, that really helps boost up, the confidence in them and really keeps them in the game, really keeps their heads still in this fight. That's important for Zeal now that they're going on this gun round. Of course, Senior Carl will be on that Spectre, but with him closing the gap, he's the one to be found by Nexi. That's where Nexi is so consistent and so important when it comes to anchoring down the sites like that in those situations. And once again, he gets the job done.
That's Nexi for you. Has been the mainstay of this roster forever and ever. All day, every day, you'll see a constellation, and it is Nexi smiling at you. Senior Carl goes down. The first impact that Zeal Esports relies on immediately gonna get snuffed out. And this is where it changes for Zeal Esports because they love to commit on whatever their duelist wants to do. And with the double flash setup they have, who's gonna go at it? They rely on someone like Farsight to play it out alongside Beats? No, it's not gonna happen. So instead, it goes back to the likes of Craigies, the likes of Tsuge to find those pickoffs instead. But LFO, I'm enjoying the discipline they have here so far. They know that their guns aren't the absolute best, but the Bulldogs will try to make it work as Zeal now condensing, moving towards that A site here.
Keeping things real close.
30 seconds left.
It's a 4v5, but this is still winnable for Zeal. We've seen them turn things around in this situation, but when they were on defense on this exact same site. Flash out to the last guiding light that Fireside has got, but 2G is going to open up the site here on a symbol. Huge pick for him to find. The answer back from the Bulldogs on Exotic. They got a little time to work with, but it's more than enough to get the plant down. The 3v2, not a single proper rifle in the hands of either LFO member. Bulldog and Spectre is all they got to rely on, but we know they can be very thrifty Up close though, that's gonna work out, but the timing works
Last
out for
player
him. The
standing.
Spectre on the way, and the Spectre, that's what I was talking about. You don't have that reliability of a proper firearm, and that gets LFO really down low. Zeal Esports converting the bonus.
And that has to hurt for LFO here. That is just painful, unfortunately,
enough time to go into
because
the
they already
Astral
had such a good stopgap on the Zeal Esports momentum, but they just couldn't got overrun, and from that point on, it was all Zeal Esports. The whiffs also did not help whatsoever. If you miss against Zeal Esports, you know you're dead. But thing is, LFO, they invested in that round. They bought the Bulldogs to try and keep on up. And instead of having some money here, the small chipaways that Zeal Esports has been able to do, it allows them now to have the advantage. And I think that's one thing that's really not as talked about the Zeal Esports playstyle, that whether or not they win or lose the round, more often than not, they'll bring the damage to you and make you suffer into the next one. Senior Carl now bringing that suffering over to Draxi. There's the dash on into the Cloudburst, trying to navigate on through section one though. Can't find a second. The Senior Carl is there on the other side. Chowdy right behind the smoke. But in this smoke and mirrors approach, Zeal Esports now has made the facade a reality, and the spikes planted over at the side.
Plant like out in the open with that long position, and Beats, he gets the kill on the exotic, not letting him find any much more. Here comes a double ping, though. He luckily turns around but doesn't get killed, but he does get wallbanged from the ping. Great shot by Chowdy. No one has retrieved a real weapon. Simple does have a guardian, but it's not the most reliable thing, although
one enemy remaining.
landed shots,
Last
they could
player
turn things around. It's a 1v1 right now. Post plant does favor here on the side of 2GE. Chowdy, he's gonna be jiggled for days, and 2GE just swings it and hits him right on the chin. Zeal Esports take the double-digit 10-6.
It's a freaking home run there, good sir. Bases loaded, pressure on, and Tsuge just makes sure that Chowdy strikes out in the end. He toyed with the opposition. Beautiful use of jump peaks, making sure Chowdy had to react in time. And with his movement there, Chowdy couldn't find the lineup whatsoever with his shots there. But the shutdown from Zeal Esports, saw he tried to make the Blade Storm work, didn't really happen. Good attempt though from LFO. Let's not forget that it was them on the lesser buy. And now we'll have to try and contend this time as the guns are out. The Blade Storm drops, and your Carl drops down and drops Symbol along the way. That was gravity helping him there as he almost fell to the hand of LFO. Now Farside Jin giving him a handshake, saying up here, bro, this is just a high 5.5. Beautiful play from Zeal Esports to get away with that one.
Look at how deep he just ran along.
I've got your
and just
trail.
how far he ran all the way back. From all the way up the
Zeal for
entrance
you, man.
of A main back to A lobby. That's a sprint and a half. This man, he's got some lungs and some legs on him. They're certainly going to need that to really keep on this fight. Doesn't look like it's going to be necessarily a super drawn out battle for the meantime, but it can get there if LFO bring us to that path.
Yeah, we'll see now as the path will be paved. Instead, Zeal Esports bringing in the Steamrollers and going for renovations yet. Beat those, here's the Rolling Thunder, but Draxi shoots, but at least he gets back into it, and the transfers are real, and these are going to be the departures. Bit of the Cosmic Divide though being set on up. Here we go with the Blades and Senior Carl. He got away with one a while ago. Can he get through this time?
One enemy remaining.
Trying to get the angle here. Senior Carl cleans up nicely, and that's Zeal Esports with another victory there. 11-6, the Alpha and the Omega. It's the beginning and the end there, courtesy of Senior Carl.
He opened up the round and he closes it as well with the help of 2GE at the end. All 2GE did was pull the aggro, pull the attention towards him on Garage. As soon as he did, Senior Carl knew it was his time to strike when they were distracted. And that was perfect timing coming from him, perfect instincts as well. This is not a good round at all. Looking at this buy coming from the side of LFO. Look at this, they have like a Marshal, a bunch of Sheriffs, single Phantom, completely thrown aloof here.
So you're telling me, Zeal Esports in that round, they made it an MMO raid. You gotta pull that aggro.
Yep.
But Senior Carl just goes full Lear Jenkins on the inside. And
he's like,
still...
I'm a be the rogue, you be the guy who makes all the noise. You be, LJ basically.
You're the tank. Taunt. Quick taunt, and there you go. It was a great pull actually, because the spike diffuser really, the attention that was caught on out, and now with the guiding light here, Senior Carl will be known to be in this position. But does he care? Not really. He's so willing right now. He's feeling it. But there's the ego check courtesy of LFO. And Nexi, of course, will be prepared for it. Oh, that's beautiful from Exotic. Frame that shot. As soon as Craigie shows on up, so just flick on out. 5v3 right now. Slow also from the gravity well here. LFO is doing a good job controlling
player
the
standing.
Tukin now too busy.
Spike
And
down,
LFO
C.
are coming in for the woodwork. This is guerrilla warfare and a half. The ambushes are real from LFO, and conveniently they're still in this fight. What a win for LFO.
Not giving a match point just yet. They still got a few rounds to crawl back into this game for to tie things up. 5 to take match point, but that's certainly doable, especially with the newfound weapons in their hands. And look at this, even though Zeal have been winning round after round recently, they're still going to have to eco and only have that solo rifle buy, because LFO, they've been making these rounds very close, no matter if it's a gun round, a full buy, or an eco. They really have been keeping themselves in the economical fight at the very least, even though the rounds don't reflect that. The economy says otherwise. The stocks are plummeting here, Zeal. If they cannot get this round, they're going to have to be a lot more careful with how they use, their economy moving forward.
No, that's a humbling round here for Zeal. You gotta remember here for Zeal, on the Zeal Esports side, that these guys can actually shoot you down, and the perfect player to have that rifle in that round, Nexi of all people. It's the most clutch, most consistent guy you can see from the LFO roster. He was already ready, and the prowess, of course, of Exotic just piled on over, and the momentum now swinging back like a pendulum to the defensive side. And you mentioned it now, the guns here ready for LFO. This has to be the foundation to build on, because it doesn't seem like that they have many a chance when they're put in those thrifty situations. That was, of course, a miracle for them a while ago. But in this instance now, Zeal Esports, can their potency be the value as they stack heavily onto a long one over short? That's gonna be Farsight Jin. Maybe gonna go for the flashes. Then your car leaves charge long. We'll say hello and just Nexi.
30 seconds left.
Up, and he's dead for rights there.
That gives them the rifle. Now, Senior Carl has to realize, even though they are on the eco, they have man advantage. They've got 2 rifles on their sides. Cannot run too big of a risk to drop that. And the plant denial rather comes from Simple with that great Hunter's Fury. Ultimate working out from Senior Carl, finds a second, but they're completely blind on the side to try and fend him off. Fregas finds one, but Simple's gonna get a time immediately. He will still get the kill, and in the end, Farsight will light them ablaze. Not leave anything on the table. Match point has been taken by Zeal Esports. 1 more to go before LFO go home.
Yeah, terrific there from Zeal. Actual thrifty this time, answered by the game. But Zeal Esports, you give them that space, you give them that sight, those sheriffs will connect to your head. And I feel like they're for LFO, still have enough in that staying power to put Nexi in a solo hold scenario. The thing is, those are flashes. There's so much CC on the side of Zeal Esports. And as soon as Zeal Esports got the range disadvantage pretty much mitigated, they were already ready to fight on back. Match point now for Zeal Esports. And this might be the elimination of LFO if they lose.
Senior Carl brings them 1 step closer to doing exactly that, Dax. Exotic, he still got that operator, and they do have the lockdown to really force a potential retake if it does come. Exotic, he's going to need to try and fish for a pick here. They're down 4v5, so risks have to be taken to try and maybe get the pick off. But Zeal, more importantly, cannot let mistakes get the better of them. Not slow peek this, but they do actually go for the jiggle peek. Exotic does not land it, and now the information is given. They run the complete opposite way. Exotic, even if he tries to rotate now, I'm not too sure he's going to make it in time, as the entirety of the Zeal attack have taken their talents towards this A site. It's going to be Shouty to be that first and only line of defense, especially if this lockdown isn't destroyed.
Signing now towards that A site, and Chowdy really has to be the hero here of LFO. Next gets 1, 2, gets the trade, and Chowdy gets 2 there. Finally,
1 enemy remaining.
And Chowdy is going super
30
here
seconds
on
left.
the side of LFO. Senior Carl was on the lurk, but it's all Chowdy all day, every day for now. Dishes have been served, and what is cooking here for LFO? Truly the prodigal plays of their newer players. Senior Carl though, 1v3 scenario, can he make it happen? No, he does not. And LFO, they begged someone to wear that cape, to wear that mantle, and to put them still in this fight. And Chowdy answered that signal.
He definitely donned it. The cape as a hero he is, gaining them another chance, another opportunity to bring this map back and stay within the turn. That was a perfect spray, by the way. I'm not talking about the gunplay. No, I mean the literal.
Both. Like
well,
the spray
aside from
itself.
the spray itself. There we go. Go back to it.
Yeah.
Love you, Obs, for I guess listen to us. Yeah, he's got the comb. He's got the ballot comb, everything. But more importantly here, the blades. That's a real knife you have to be looking out for Zeals, because they might have two sheriffs, yes, but the blades from Senior Carl can prove to be deadly if they're not careful. And they don't even need that because the rifles can find the opening pick. And now they're going towards the east side. Blades not connecting for Senior Carl, but he's going to double dip. Doesn't have a dash. Taking lots of damage though. Has to back out.
Yeah, nice smoke there. In the meantime, at the very least, Zeal Esports can protect their lines. But Senior Carl, you're spotted. Shouty, will he be on it yet again? 4v4. Farsight in a while ago with entry. It allows the to go for that B side. Now the short is for a touch or two. Simple Shouty on the board, cleaning up nicely. The leaks now. RP getting here by LFO. Craig is still onside, backing on away. Last player by LFO. 2 gets one. Shouty drafts to clean up nicely. LFO, yeah, at the very least, still keeping on alive. At the very start, though, that was an interesting smoke. It was, of course, something he standardized to protect your lines. But Senior Carl trying to be cheeky with it. In the end, he was caught on out there by the opposition. And LFO, they're still fighting here, black and blue. Will we go for overtime? Because this squad does not want to be done here at the group stage whatsoever.
I mean, I get they had the weapons disadvantage, but they had the man advantage after the pick. They're coming from Fireside, and so I guess the gluttony there to overeat and overheat on Fire Senior Carl's side does unfortunately not work out for him, especially with the timing, him getting caught on both smokes that he tried to push on either side of the length. But hey, now positioned, Exotic to go up here on towards short, and Symbol will shut Senior Carl down. Why is he all alone as a Jet? That's not normally, you know, the guy that you want to have lurking all on their lonesome. You need that entry power, that firepower, and that clearing capability on the front lines of your push, not all the way far elsewhere.
You know, the thing is, it's worked before. So the question of why Zeal Esports had the answer a while ago, but now they have to rethink if that hero experiments does not pan out for the Symbol with the takedown of the far side. Frankie still comes in close.
One enemy remaining.
Be able to beat him in CQC, and that's 4 from Symbol. When they need him the most, he is there to step on up. LFO with another one, but that's the thing. This has to be Zeal Esports rethinking their plans here, black and blue, because from what Senior Carl was audacious enough to be brave for
in this reality
and make those highlights, make those plays work a while ago, this time the question really is, why is he still doing that when LFO is prepared for it?
Well, I would say you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but this is a relatively new dog here that we've got going, and he's got a mean bite, a mean bark as well, I will say. Zeal, their second and last remaining timeout of this match. Interestingly enough, I don't think LFO have called a timeout yet this entire game. I can't seem to recall it, but it doesn't seem like they need one. Their momentum is heavily in their favor right now, continuing on forward, and it's Zeal on the eco. They can be very thrifty, very scrappy with what they've got, sometimes even if it's very heavily disadvantaged against them, but we can never count the Zeal Esports squad out, and LFO, they know that firsthand. Zeal, will they get the better of them in this round? I don't think so. I think we're going to round number 24. At that point, overtime seems at this point just an eventuality.
You know, I'm just trying to see which of these two teams will pull something even more unique here in this matchup. For Zeal Esports, that hard aggress is always a sight to behold, but it can also quickly fall flat on their face if the shots do not connect as soon as they get those aggressive positions. It's a big gamble many a time for the old school Zeal Esports approach, and they had the talent to pull it off. Still need to be careful in situations where LFO has the advantage and has the position. Senior Carl, though, making a lot of noise here on this B side. Really trying to spam that turret. He wasted so many very bullets for it. They were just happy there on the side. Plant also can't commit. Hunter Fury and Nano Swarm are there. Beats is gonna get tagged, but luckily for him, great navigation towards the east side with a knife. Here we go with Beats now planting. Spike LFO has to go for the 5v5 retake here. Black and blue. taking first and foremost. Your call goes down.
Weapons advantage heavily in the favor here of LFL. And they're going to try and tap this defuse to try and get the beat on. Fireside, and he invests into the Spectre, and he gets a triple kill out of it too. He's playing it really
One
close.
enemy
Actually
remaining.
coming in from the flank on the grass, touching him by storm. And Fireside
Attackers
with
win.
the forte. Fifth man, FSJ saves the day, and they get map 2, deleting LFO from Group B.
Feel the heat and feel the thunder of Farsight Jin. That is how Zeal Esports wants to win, and they will declare that they are back into it. We have seen now the first elimination of the group stage, and that is LFO dropping out of the competition as Zeal Esports will cement their spots into basically next week here. That is just a commanding presence again, this time from Farsight Jin. And what a way to win. We always felt that it could have happened that way. Zeal Esports was teasing it, was trying it, and it was stopped by LFO from the rounds prior. But it was an eventuality with that kind of scoreline. And who is the MVP here? It's the man with 21 kills and 2.1 KDA. Farsight Jin. Willing to adjust to that Sky roll, willing to give Senior Carl the ambitious jet. That's the Zeal Esports motto. Who's popping off, they can make it work, go ahead, because the playstyle is still the same. And this is what the main five are all about here, Black and Blue.
Well, either MVP from either team of that round, that 21 kills apiece. But, you know, on that round number 23, I was wondering, why did Farsight invest into a Spectre and leave himself with just 700 credits when you can play for round number 24? So you really better make a good, do a good job of this and make good use of it, because it can bite you in the back. But hey, he performed spectacular with what little he's got. That Spectre more than enough to help them get over that hump, to help them get through the line. LFO, man, they were so close to making this comeback happen, a single round away from forcing that point, and the retake was looking spectacular as well, with Nexi opening things up, but just never came their way near the end of it. Fully in the driver's seat every single moment here, Zeal Esports, even when LFO were able to get the 3-0 opening start of Haven here of map number 2, which is arguably their best map. Zeal, they never looked shaken, they never looked stirred, and you always can tell that they definitely had the possibility of coming back, and I think they believe that themselves too as well, which is one of the biggest factors why this Zeal Esports squad has always been in contention to take, the championship of VCTPH, because of that belief and because of the raw mechanical skill.
Forces of nature and whatever the arsenal, they were already on it. Just an incredible last siege there by the side of Zeal Esports. That was even a thrifty victory, whatnot have you. And it really goes to show that for Zeal Esports, if they can play their style, if they aren't stifled whatsoever earlier on, they can just keep command of the game. That is going to be it for the series. And well, Group B looking pretty much set in stone after all of that. Guys, we still need to break it down into the post-match stacks here with Black and Blue. We'll catch you guys in just a bit for more VCTPH.
Too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me.
That's a cool tall glass if I told you so. Yeah, predictions 3-3 for the day. Welcome back, guys, to the panel. My name is Asarai. With me now is Black and Blue and Dax. And oh my gosh, that's a lot of water. We have just witnessed this best of 3 with Zeal Esports 2-0 looking for org. There was something different in the mix here, and one of those things was that they put Fire Cyanogen at a different agent role. He was more of an initiator this time, while Senior Carl was playing on that duelist. Hello, guys.
Wait. Before we start on talking about the match, are you done? Are you so proud that you got it all right?
It's my 15 minutes in the limelight, all right? Just give it to me, because I won't be able to do this tomorrow. Since
my man rarely wins, so let's
Yeah,
give
exactly.
let's give him his dues and let him have this.
Does this make you look like a bad boy now?
This is part of the rebrand. Oh my goodness, we're really laying it on hard here, aren't we? Welcome to
This is
VCT.
why everyone looks at you this way, right? And it's supposed to be a good thing, but for you, it's not. Anyway, you said something about Fire Cyanogen, and he was the one to declare that final statement in the series. That Spectre spray down at the very end, just the prowess there. And overall, it was the Zeal's will to victory. It really feels like when their playstyle is just absolutely on point, when they can just keep going for the hyper aggressive, keep putting their opponent in an eco state, they will take advantage. And when you put them on the eco states, they're still ready to be potent when they get up close there, Black and Blue.
Totally, and you always love to give out the tagline to these teams, right? Zeal the deal, and that is what he brought to the table. That's what I was talking about, with the kind of switch up on that final map with Senior Carl this time on the jet, and then Fire Cyanogen this time going on to the sky. And mind you, after the match, Senior Carl, he tweeted like, oh, my jet is so rusty. But hey, I think he got the job done. There might have been some mishaps, but I think he did more than an apt job to seal the deal for map number 2 and get that 2-0, thus eliminating LFO.
And that we have the series highlights. Gotta say, LFO, even though they did have that difficult Breeze map, it seems like they were netting that comeback slowly but surely on Haven. I really was looking forward to see how well they can integrate, but it seems like they might have lost steam. Maybe the pressure of the elimination was moving over their heads. Whatever seemingly happened here, it didn't seem like this was the LFO that was dominantly winning matches.
Yeah, this LFO, I don't know, they just didn't seem like themselves today. There were some glimpses of that, especially in map number 2 on Haven, but just as a whole, LFO did seem like, the weaker team of this group, and especially in this match that just came to the surface, whatever problems they might have had, in terms of, I guess, coordination and just really winning gunfights. They didn't really, I guess, pan out that way, and especially after map number 1. Yeah, they were able to kind of reset themselves for map number 2 and Haven the best map, but it just at the end wasn't enough. It was Zeal who really keeping the pattern up, as so far in the group stages, every single team that has played 2 series, even if they lose whichever series, they're not going to lose the second one of the day.
Yeah, I honestly think though that for LFO, they just can't handle the hyper-aggressive Zeal Esports for too long at the very start. If they get overrun on the momentum, that is kind of where they falter, because relatively, they're still a newer team with 2 additions, and of course, everything that's happened to them. So you gotta give props to all the efforts LFO did here in the top 8. But for Zeal Esports, they got out of the games absolutely hot, and it was the win that they need to get back to confidence. They were both 0-2s right before this, but this time they get the 2-0. And how did they win? In the style that we have known them for so very long. Push in, get those takedowns, just segregate and give everyone all those kills. But in the end, of course, the MVP himself, it has to be the man of the hour, the man of that last round, Far Saiyajin.
Yeah, Republic of Gamers MVP, Fire Saiyajin. He has shown to be a flexible player compared to what we seen from LFO in that game. One, it seems like they wanted to do something different, but for Zeals, what they did different was just put this man on a different agent. It seems to work, and he still gets all those frags. It was, I think, just beauty for Zeals here. This was what they're looking for. This is what they wanted to click when they were moving forward into the series, when they were hoping to get that dub. Black and Blue has mentioned this multiple times today, that there's this trend that teams will not lose the second series that they play if they have 2 matches to go for the day, and it seems like Zeal has still got that flavor, as it were. And with all being said, looking forward, at least on that, looking at the other team, they did so fantastic. Anyways, I do believe the interview is prepared right now. So, guys, I'm going to pass it on. Yeah, I'm going to pass it on to Donut for that coffee break interview with Senior Carl.
We have the man in the back lines. Let's all welcome Coach Zyke. How are you? And are you so proud of your team for getting a 2-0?
Yes, I'm very proud of them. With a win or a lose, I'm still proud of them.
Well, it's the same result from last week, 2-0 against LFO, and you showed your strength in Breeze. It seems as if it's a stronger map for you guys compared to your game against NAOS. So what worked for you differently this time?
We really prepared for the Breeze map. This is like the most studied map we did. We were trying to keep this map for the playoffs, but I think we needed to show it off now, since we're on the verge of not being in the playoffs. So yeah.
Well, that's a good choice. You spiced things up, getting a very, very far lead. But when it comes to Haven, it was a lot of close rounds. So do you think LFO was your ultimate enemy for today because it was your last chance to get a spot in the playoffs?
Actually, I treat all of the teams our ultimate enemy, since every win is important for us, in the group stage. So yeah.
Well, even the double initiator comps really worked well for you. And there was a swap of roles. So I want to know the reason why there was that shift for Fire Saiyajin to be that Sky, and as well as Senior Carl to be that Jet.
It was a gamble call for us. Fire Saiyajin wasn't comfortable using Jet at that time, so we told Carl to transition to Jet for the game. So yeah, the gamble was worth it.
And speaking of a gamble, it was actually the thrifty round that won you. So that's very specific last round. You gambled and bought an investment of a Sheriff and as well as a Spectre, but it worked well for you guys. So can you tell us your insight as to why they bought up instead of saving?
I think we paused at that time. Then I told Toge to call it that we should rush B instead of like pick ups with the Sheriff and Spectres. It's long range, so it's really hard to take a pick off. So I told them to rush B and take the site. Then Toge called and told Carl and Fire to buy Spectre since they have the enough money to buy in the for the over for the overtime match. So yeah.
That gamble was worth it. You got the last round.
Yes.
And we noticed that in Haven, every round you were playing like your life was on the line. So any mistakes that can make you lose the spot in the playoffs really did get to your nerves. So did you feel that ounce of pressure to perform because of this?
Honestly, me as a coach, yes, and I don't know with my boys since they were so lively because I had to lighten up the mood after the loss to NAOS. We were in shambles, or we were like so broken after the NAOS game. So I tried to lighten up the mood, and everything went great. So yeah, they didn't feel pressured at all. I just told them to enjoy the game, whatever happens. We did our best. At least we tried our best standing up.
That's good. A rocky start, but you were the mountain this time. So do you have any message to your supporters for this run in VCT?
To our supporters, thank you for always supporting us. Please support us in the upcoming playoffs, and hopefully we'll make it to the Masters.
We're hoping for that as well. So what a great interview to end day number 3, but the panel has some final words. Asarai, Dax, in black and blue, let's get to it.
And there you have it. An amazing, amazing interview with the coach of Zeal there. He talked about how lively his players were. He also talked about how they were feeling a little bit down when they lost against NAOS, but he rallied them and it jettisoned them into the playoffs. So congratulations to them. In any case, standings for you guys as we recap what has happened through the day. Looking for Org versus NAOS Esports, we had Bren versus Team Secret, and of course, as you just witnessed, Zeal Esports up against Looking for Org. And as the day number, what is it already, 3 ends, here is your standings, gentlemen.
Well, for the Group B, it doesn't really divide us into Group A and B, but Group B is already decided. When we go over tomorrow, it's Group A that's really up for grabs. Honestly, slot number 2, 3, and 4 can be really thrown into for a big loop once we go into our matches tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd honestly love to see them as groups, but you guys had it already there. You can see how close the matches are. Group A, especially 1 point dividing them basically, and tomorrow will be defined by those matchups to see who will be the 3 there moving into the playoffs. I wonder though what's gonna happen between NAOS and Southfield after everything is said and done. Southfield, can they still jockey for position though versus Zeal Esports? Or will NAOS Esports just build more and more of that confidence as that top 1 seed? So we have a few conclusions already in our standings, but at the same time, we will still go to the final day for those amazing conclusions that we have been waiting for here at VCTPH.
Speaking of conclusions, which matches do we have for tomorrow? We'll show them to you right about now. Yeah, there you go. That's the schedules for tomorrow, guys. First match, it's going to be Action PH up against Team Secret. We know how that did first week. Oasis Gaming versus Bren Esports, another tackle of these 2 titans. And then SBE versus NAOS Esports. So it really is going to be an utmost banger of series for tomorrow. And gentlemen, I just wanted to ask you real quick, which matches are you most looking forward to for tomorrow?
I'm honestly really looking at the Group A matches specifically, like APH versus Team Secret and Oasis versus Bren, because nobody cares about match number 3. Who cares about Southfield, right? So it's really those opening 2 matches I'm looking forward here for, because they're the ones that really matter to decide how Group A will go.
What do you mean? I'm so hyped for match number 3. Southfield versus NAOS?
Everybody
Dude,
loves NAOS, but
we're gonna see something special at this rate. I'm telling you. So you have those amazing Group A decisors, but that last match, that is gonna be one heck of a way to end the group stage. I guarantee it.
I love you, Black, and I totally agree with you that both the two starting series will be fantastic, but I also want to see what the third series has in offer for us. Again, guys, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the most powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processors to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And with all of that said, with all of the fancy schmancy stuff out of the way, and with all of the matches done, we are now looking for tomorrow to definitely seal the deal. I mean, it's not Zeal anymore, but you know what I mean, because after that, it's going to be playoffs already. With that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching VCT 2022 Day 3. We'll see you tomorrow for Day 4. Ciao and bye.
One down.
so to see. He chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe